Hello everybody, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to Anglesey Circuit for the first of 2 days of racing, brought to you by the 750 Motor Club at this picturesque coastal layout. It's the coastal circuit, 1.5 miles or so, that we are racing on this weekend. We've got 18 races coming up for you over the course of the next 2 days. We've got 8 of those this afternoon, as well as one qualifying session. You're going to be in the company of myself, Ian Soman. Marcus Pye will be joining me in the commentary box as well. We'll also hear from Ben McCarthy down there in Parc Fermé, speaking to the successful drivers after the races. There you can see the track that we're using this weekend. It's the one with the blue line layout. That's the coastal circuit, so a little bit shorter actually than the 2.1 miles shown, 1.55 miles, the length of the Anglesey circuit that was inaugurated around about 2011. It first held races on this particular layout. Forecast for the afternoon, it's saying light rain at the moment. It isn't raining, the sun is out now, and some clouds during the rest of the afternoon. It's certainly much cooler than it was a couple of days ago here at Anglesey when the temperature was into the 30s. I think we're in the low 20s today, and yeah, distinctly cooler feel and quite breezy as well here on this circuit that is on the Bedorgan estate on the southwest coast of the island, just off North Wales. So what have we got for you during the course of this afternoon? We've got 2 races coming up very shortly for the Radical Club Challenge, the first of 2 races today for those cars, both of those 25 minutes, and we also have the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Then we'll have our final practice session. That's going to be for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Then we'll continue with 6 more races this afternoon for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, the Mr Transit Swift Sport Challenge, the first of 3 races this weekend for those cars, and the first time they've ever had a capacity field to any of their rounds so far in the year and a half since its inauguration. We've got a guest visiting category this weekend. That's the GT and Sports Car Cup for their 90-minute race. Some beautiful sports and GT cars from the 1960s taking to the track in that one. Then the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, they have the first of their 2 races. We have the second Radical race, and then we'll conclude our action with the cars that have just completed their qualifying session, the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship qualifying. It was a qualifying session of 2 halves, quite literally, because we had a red flag. A car had stopped on the side of the circuit and was stuck in needing recovery, and there was some problems with the recovery vehicle, so we had an early lunch break. The session resumed after lunch. Then there was another breakdown before the cars headed out, were brought in once again with a second red flag in that session. So hopefully better fortunes when they come out to race as the last race today in the early evening. We can see now though we've got cars coming out onto track for the first race of the afternoon. This is for the Radical Club Challenge, and it looks like they're doing their green flag lap straight away from the assembly area, so they're going to go straight into a rolling start for the Radical Club Challenge. It's rounds 5 and 6 of the championship that we have here this weekend. The first 2 meetings held at Brands Hatch and Silverstone respectively. Championship leader, well, it's a tie actually between 2 drivers. From Class A it's Leon Morel, and from Class B it's Pedro Oliveira, both on 61 points. And then third in the championship is Charles Hall on 51, and Robert Souster, the SR1, the Class C leader, he's on 50 points. In terms of the overall victories so far this season, it's been 3 to Leon Morel and Charles Hall taking the second of the wins at Silverstone. Cars heading around on their green flag lap then. Let me tell you how the grid is going to line up. Pole position is going to pave the way of number 35, Leon Morel, and besides him is number 8, Aaron Rose. The second row, 57, Pedro Oliveira, the first of the Class B cars, and 77 is Charles Hall. Row 3, 99 is Matthew Jones, and 5, Doug Carter. Row 4 of the grid, 117 is Ross Drew, and in car 42 it's for Dexia Marshall. On the 5th row of the grid it's 90 and 41. 90 is Ben Higgs, and 41 Martin Ball. Row 6, 24 and 30 Ian Charles and Mark Grayson. Row 7 of the grid will be 9 Christopher Seymour and 45 George Nutton. On the 8th row, 47 is Sharif Hosni, and 37 is Scott Lear. The 9th row will be 26 Robert Souster and 86 Stephen Riley, 6 Robert Gilman and 50 Darren Nutton on the 10th row. And the 11th and final row, 27 Michael Seymour and number 2 William Patterson. The best of the SL1s by quite some margin. Was Martin Ball. He qualified 10th overall. Second in that class, George Nutton, 5 places behind him on the grid. Marcus Pye is alongside me in the commentary box. Marcus, good to have you with us. And no, that's on. There we go. The first race of the day for the Radicals are about to get underway. These are going to be spectacular, aren't they?
Very much so. Radical Cars' first one finished in 1996, so it's an anniversary year. Effectively, didn't start building in numbers till 1997. Phil Abbott, the man behind the original design, with his business partner Mick Hyde, and it's come a long way. Wonderful cars to see, motorcycle engines, very zingy, very quick, and superb racing.
Certainly is, and we're going to get them through now. The red lights go off and the first 25-minute race of the day gets underway. So it's the number 8 car on the inside line, I think, there with is it Aaron Rose or is it Leon Morel? It's Morel that's got the lead. Aaron Rose in second, but the 77 car of Charles Hall coming through. And look at that, 3 of the teammates side by side as they go through the banking for the first time. It's Charles Hall that's made position on the number 8 car of Aaron Rose as they head down towards school, the church corner, the left-hander, the right-hander, sorry, for the first time in this race. And along this back stretch, the fastest part of the circuit, let's climb up to Rocket 1 and 2. Up at the top of the hill, watching the last few cars come through. A spectacular view of Anglesey and the mountains in the background with Leon Morel in the lead.
This is absolutely the most spectacular race circuit in the British Isles, isn't it, Ian? And great to see such a big field of Radicals in different classes running through. And as expected, the cream has risen to the top, and what a start that was. 35. It is the man who's been doing so much of this winning, Leon Morel, who is out front at the end of the first lap.
Yes, and he is ahead of Charles Hall in second place, so Hall making up 2 places from his 4th position on the grid, the man that beat Morel last time out at Silverstone, so we could have a race on between these two. Third at the end of the first lap is number 8, which is Aaron Rose. 4th is the number 57 car of Pedro Oliveira, but he's still best of the Class B bunch, but only by 1 position now, ahead of number 99. That's Matthew Jones. The Leicester driver is in 5th position as they make their way out of church, along the back straight, past the old racing school building, and up towards the sequence at Rocket and Peel. Great panoramic view from the top of the circuit as the cars head through this very slow second gear, probably part of the circuit, through the second part of Rocket and up to the right-hander at Peel then, that drops them back down the hill. Here they are at Peel now, and down towards the corkscrew, named for the corner at Laguna Seca, and that was the inspiration when Richard Peacock was designing this circuit for this particular sequence of bends. But Morel's come through again at the completion of the second lap, and his lead now more than 2 seconds over the rest of the field. Charles Hall still in second place as this 25-minute race settles down now. The top 4 all from the same team that Leon Morel has put together for this season, and all racing in very similar colours, which is
quite confusing, isn't it?
It is, for the likes of us.
Yeah, different shapes of Radical over the years, from the Club Sport to the Pro Sports and the PR issues into the SR3s, SR4s, SR1s, the whole lot. But no, really fantastic to see. And they're down already into the 106s, which is less than a couple of seconds away from where they were in qualifying mode.
Yeah, 104.078 for Leon Morel in qualifying this morning, average of 87.08 miles per hour. So the first 4 actually are pretty well spread, so we'll perhaps try and pick up some battles down the field. Here's one of them, and that is, I think, for Scott Marshall and Doug Carter. Yes, it is. So they're disputing 7th and 8th position. So Scott Marshall in the number 42 car, he is currently in 7th position. He's the 4th place car in Class B, and instead of Doug Carter, long-time 750 Motor Club racer in this and in RGB, and he's in 8th position overall and 4th of the Class A cars. Class C, by the way, for the SL1, still being led by number 41, Martin Ball.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the car that's 4th is an SR3. It's got more downforce, which in some parts of the circuit can be really useful, but probably hinders around the majority of this particular layout. Practicing PR6s, which are kind of central seat versions of the old evolution of the club sport, the pro sport, seem to be de rigueur out front.
They certainly do. The other difference between the classes is that Class A is for tuned motorbike engines, Class B is for production only Suzuka Hayabusa engines, as Doug Carter gets ahead there of Scott Marshall up into 7th place overall. Ben Higgs in the number 90 car is also right up there as well as they drop down through the corkscrew. Morell's done the best lap of the race, a 105.437 now. His lead now 4.5 seconds over Charles Hall in second. I thought Charles Hall might be able to take the fight to Leon Morel in this race, but so far that hasn't proved to be the case.
105.437 now, getting closer to the practice times. But down the field there's a train of cars disputing a position. About half a dozen just gone past us. But what a wonderful view this is around Trackmon, Anglesey circuit.
Yeah, the battle that just went past us, I think, was the battle for 16th, and it was Christopher Seymour, number 9, that was at the front of that group, the driver from Carnival, with just behind him number 86, Stephen Riley, one of the SR1s. It's still Martin Bull leading in the SR1 class with a couple of cars between himself and the George Nutton.
Morell's in a class of his own, isn't he, in this company?
He certainly is, and he's performing very strongly this weekend. I've had a few car issues, I recall, to contend with at Silverstone last time out, where Charles Hall was able to finish ahead of him in the second race. You can see here Doug Carter in the blue car has just got away from this battle, those cars that he was struggling to get past, including that of Scott Marshall. So we're trying to set off in pursuit of Ross Drew now, but Ross is about 5 seconds up the road. He's going very well actually in the number 117 car. There is 42, the car we were just talking about. Just behind him is Ben Higgs in number 90, the driver from Hockley. Ben Higgs second in Class B coming into this weekend behind Pedro Oliveira. 6.5 minutes of this race have gone, still 18.5 minutes to go. There's the 50 car. That is had a bit of a moment and is recovering from that. That's Darren Nutton. So he's dropped a little bit down the order. Another fastest lap there for Leon Morel, 105.142. So he's gradually improving his lap times as this race goes on. And the lap record for here at Anglesey, a 103.90. So still some way outside that mark, which is held by Josh Smith.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very, I imagine it's very physical to drive these cars around here, particularly those of the higher downforce. And you can see how consistent as well as quick our leader Leon Morel is. That's the group behind Doug Carter, which is Scott Marshall, I think, and Ben Higgs at the head of that one.
Yes, that's right. And just looking out our commentary box window, and I can see them just heading past the school building there. We've got a great panoramic view from our commentary box as well as on screen here. There is Doug Carter, the man from Cumbria. It's a long time racer in the 750 Motor Club. He's now pretty much on his own. Has he made any ground to Ross Drew? No, he's not. Looking at the time of speed, it's about 5.5 seconds adrift of him. So he's found himself in a little bit of no man's land just now. This is the top of the circuit. This is a very technical part of the circuit. Rocket and Peel. And into the corkscrew. It's actually one of the slowest average laps of any circuit in the country, Anglesey, this particular coastal layout as well. There's a lot of corners for the length of lap. Now, for second place, I wonder if there's a battle brewing here. I'm not seeing it on our screens yet. It
looks a bit like it. They were closer last time through.
Yeah, it was actually Aaron Rose took out 9/10 or nearly 9/10 from Charles Hall on the previous lap. So we'll pick that up maybe in a moment, because that's the battle for second overall and second in Class A as well. Over the line there goes the number 86 car, which is Stephen Riley's SR1, which is the car that is currently in 4th in the SR1 class, which has it's a very tightly controlled set of regulations for those particular cars. Here is this battle now for second place overall, Marcus.
Yes, here they come, and that's we've got the one there, 77, really wide Charles Hall over the curbs. Coming onto the start straight. He's got a lead of about 4/10, but they come even closer now because he lost momentum in that and allowed Aaron Rose to get closer.
Yeah, so they're onto the back straight. They've got traffic ahead of them now as well that they need to contend with, and that's going to come into play. There's still more than half of the race to go.
Charles Hall has a long, distinguished background in racing.
That's right.
Got as high as Formula 3 briefly, didn't he?
Yes.
Back in the day.
That's right. Successfully in single-seaters. Had a big accident, didn't he, in single-seaters?
He did.
Came back to race with the 750 Motor Club several years later in various different motorcycle engine cars, not necessarily just radicals, but
his father Bill used to race historic Formula 1 cars.
And there is Aaron Rose in the number 8 car, the driver from Lutterworth in Leicestershire. Just picking his way past those back marks now, trying to keep on the coattails of Charles Hall, both a bit cleaner through the final corner of the lap that time, and onto the very short start and finish straight we have here.
Yeah, that's 9 laps down. Gap is almost 10 seconds, first to second, isn't it? With the chasers still within striking distance of each other, but Charles Hall making a little bit of a break. They come into lap one of their teammates, which is complicated, isn't it? Because so many cars in the same livery up towards Rocket.
We lost one driver, by the way, a little bit earlier on to the pit lane. That's the number 82 car, Nicholas Bailey, Congleton driver, in his Radical SR3 Supersport. So he's out of the race, but 22 cars, I think, are still circulating, with just over half of the race to go.
It's relentless pace, isn't it?
It certainly is. That time through Morel in the 106s, possibly a bit delayed by traffic on that occasion. Here are the two for second, almost nose to tail as they go through the corkscrew. There's about 2 lengths between them as they cross the timing line there.
I think it's easier to chase with the corkscrew, isn't it? And it is allowing Aaron Rose to close in on Charles Hall.
So up at the banking again, Hall perhaps a little bit deeper into the corner there, and Rose trying to make the most of the exit, but these cars very evenly matched. They're the same type of car. They'll be prepared, I'm sure, to a very similar state of readiness as well, being run from the same awning. And those two are locked in combat as they head up towards Rocket once again. There they are, in fact, we can just see them there now. They're just coming up to lap. That's the number 50 car, I think.
It's not always easy to get past on a circuit of this nature because the corners do compress little gaggles of slower cars, and you've got to be quite brave, but it's also very easy to go. Look at that, he went offline to just avoid the slower car. Round they go, and they got past those two together. 6 and 50, I think that was.
That's right.
But they're through, and the class of those battlers really showed there.
Yeah, Robert Gilman and the 50 car being that of Darren Nutton there. Those are the 2 cars involved. So Class B, that's still being led by Pedro Oliveira. He is about 14 seconds clear of the second place car within that class, which is number 99, Matthew Jones. The SR1 class is getting close. There's now no other cars between Martin Ball, who leads, and Robert Souster, who's moved up to second place in the number 26 car. The driver from Cannock, who did some Formula Ford racing back in 2008. There's a car going slowly through the corkscrew. That's the number 2 car of Bill Patterson, and he's still continuing in the race. He's been lapped, I think it is the 22nd.
Doug Carter having a really good dice. He's got ahead going up the hill into Rocket. It was chasing True, I think that was. And very evenly matched they were up the hill, but Doug braved it out.
Yeah, that gap had come right down. It was about 5 seconds, but it's come down quite significantly. There's the 45 car going through. And there is Bill Patton, just mentioning him, and we can see behind him the number 47 car of Sharif Posney. And 11 minutes of this race to go. Leon Morel, number 35, still leading, by the way, leading now by almost 14 seconds. So it's going to be a touch wood for him, a very convincing race win. See if we can pick up on the SR1s in a minute, the 41 car. There is Morel, our race leader though, heading down into the corkscrew, coming through to complete lap number 13. So he deals with some more traffic. 45 car there was George Nutten in 15th place.
Morel through for the 13th time, but meanwhile out with that wonderful backdrop. That was really tight, three together. The battlers for second place, overtaking one of their teammates into the first turn, but sitting pretty 14 seconds up the road is Leon Morel.
Yes, I think we should see those next cars coming shortly. Here they are, and yes, they're absolutely together on a spin up at the top of the hill. That's number 30, Mark Grayson, but were they side by side there? They're coming up to Rocket now, about to appear over the crest, I think.
I think the order's still the same, but it was not for want of trying.
Yeah, it is still Charles Hall ahead of Aaron Rose, but they were very close as they went along the long backstretch.
Charles Hall was having to position his car very, very cannily.
Yeah, he's doing well here to keep Aaron Rose behind him. I think he's realised he's got nothing to offer Leon Morel in the way of a challenge today, so he's got to do everything he can to try and keep second place, and he might not do it, because up on the inside, into the final corner there went Aaron Rose, but he couldn't quite make it work. He couldn't quite get close enough and slide his car from the inside. It is really difficult to make a move at that last corner. I have seen it done, but not on that occasion.
Yeah, their best laps are about a couple of tenths apart, Hall just slightly the quicker, and they've done now, what, 14 laps?
Yeah, 14 laps completed by the top 4 or 5, certainly. With 8.5 minutes to go. It's Radical Club Challenge, 12 rounds in the season. They go back to Silverstone, the international circuits next month. Sorry, in August I should say, then Croft and Donington Park to complete the season. 2 races in Wales today. And Rose has not given up on his hopes of getting second place here. Still putting the pressure on Charles Hall as
you just get the impression, Ian, that it might really just happen in traffic somewhere.
Yes.
Expect the unexpected, something will happen, one of them gets slightly delayed, and Rose might be able to pounce.
There's a couple of back marks that they're dealing with now. One of them they get past at target, turn number 1.
Yeah, you've got to put yourself on the line there in target if you're trying to pass a back marker, or a slower car, because there really isn't a lot of room. Very easy to rub shoulders.
There's our Class B leader, 57, which is Pedro Oliveira, the Brazilian, 20 years of age, based in Bristol these days. He's an engineering apprentice at Airbus in Bristol, started racing in 2024. The runner-up last season in Class B, and looking to go one better this season. He's 22 seconds clear of his nearest rival in Class B today here at Anglesey Circuit. So looking good for what would be another victory. It would be his 4th class win of the year. He's beaten in round 2 at Brands Hatch by Daniel Headlam, but Headlam hasn't competed in the last couple of meetings. There's the 77 car of Charles Hall, still with Aaron Rose behind him. There's a bit of a gap this time actually between those two. Few drivers have been during this race warned of track limits infringements, but no one's yet got any penalties for that. It's not one of the circuits where traditionally track limits have been such a big issue as some venues we visit.
Now this will be interesting because the chasers are faced with a slower car going up towards Rocket. It'll be a brave man who goes past, and Charles Hall does. And Rose is forced to chase through there, as we can see on the screen. He's still not past the black car.
Good news this for Hall, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
He's made it now. At speed, it would seem. He really sort of was keen to get through before Peel and lose another corner behind the back mark, which was 45, which is George Nutton. SR1 class, gap is 10 seconds between Martin Ball, number 41, and Robert Souster in number 26. So Martin Ball looks like he's going to get his second win of the season, to add to the one that he had in the first race at Silverstone. Souster's had 3 of the 4 wins so far this year. 12.5 minutes to go. This gaggle of cars making their way through Rocket and Peel. And here are the two battling for second.
Didn't take them very long to reunite, did it?
No, not at all. There's more traffic ahead of them to deal with before the end of the race as well. 41 car there is Martin Ball, so he's our leader in the SR3 class, just ahead of Christopher Seymour's Class A car.
Yeah, he's well clear of the other group, isn't he?
Yeah. So we're all in a convincing position. It looks like a game. We're going to have a clean sweep of Class A, B and the SR1 class, all being won by the Leon Morel motorsport team. Leon taking the honours overall himself. The 4th time this season, looks like that's going to be the case. Tough to beat him this season. So he had won the first 3 races, beaten by Charles Hall last time out at Silverstone. Aaron Rose 3rd in the Class A standings coming into this weekend. Club Challenge, replacing the Bike Sports Championship that 750 Club ran for many years. Just now limited to cars built by Radical, as you'd expect. But we've had good grids this season. I think more than 20 cars at every event so far this year. It's been really great to see. We're watching the 117 car of Ross Drew there now. It's been caught by Ben Higgs. So we saw that Doug Carter got past Ross Drew early in the race, but now it's Ross Drew being caught by Ben Higgs.
Yeah, he's had to go on the defensive, hasn't he? Here they come. They've got Doug Carter's not that far ahead of them, really.
He's not pulled away very much, has he?
No, he'd made a little bit of a break a couple of laps ago, but it looks like he's been hindered somewhere.
Ross shares the car with his brother Miles. They share the ownership, they share the driving as well. We've seen Miles out in the car during the course of the season. In the first 2 events, he's picked up a few finishes, but looks like the best run this car's had this season in the hands of Ross. The orange David Drew garages liveried number 117 car, the SR3 RSX. Just another 3 minutes of the race to go. Leon Morel just is over the line now, so I think he will have 3 more laps to go in this race.
Got the impression he'd throttled back a bit that time through.
Was it in the 107 as that lap?
20 laps down. Yes, a 107.6. So yes, we weren't imagining things. They're the chasers. There's Doug Carter. There's that next Drew and Higgs together.
Yeah, that's right. Here they are up at the top of the hill. He's got that fin on the back of the SR3 there, hasn't he?
Is that an adipose fin? I think it might well be.
How that affects the handling, not quite sure.
In crosswinds, that probably does get picked up.
Yeah, and it is a breezy day here.
Very blustery.
And the circuit is such that there's lots of changes of direction, so you'll catch it at different parts of the circuit as well.
Yeah, the topography here is absolutely magnificent. On a day like this, I mean, it could not be any better.
No, it's a wonderful venue. And a great favourite of the drivers, often listed as the favourite track of the drivers. I think any circuit which has got gradient change, as this one has, is always that bit more special. First part of the lap is relatively flat. You've got the banked hairpin, of course, in the second half of the lap. you've got the climb up to.
Yeah, it's 10% the banking, I believe.
Yeah, which is relatively steep, isn't it?
And unusual.
Yes.
It's not Monza.
Not quite.
Monza isn't used because it's incredibly dangerous.
45, we just saw going through, that's George Nutton, who's third now in the SR1s behind Martin Ball and Robert Souster.
Again, the chasers are very brave into Rocket.
Into the last half minute of the race, so Morel, I think, is just going to come through. He's going to start his final lap now.
Higgs is all over Drew as they come through target there.
You can see the last lap board has gone out to Leon Morel here. So he's lapped well up the field, hasn't he? So I think the 9th position. It's not
1085 that time. So, now what's happened here? There's
you've got a change.
That's happened in a little bit of a kerfuffle down there at the final corner.
Yeah, indeed. We've got so Aaron Rose has gone ahead of Charles Hall, and I think it looked like it happened in traffic as
it did.
Yeah. So after all that work that Charles Hall was doing to keep Aaron Rose at bay, they've swapped positions now. I can see them heading through Church, and it's Rose with several car lengths in hand. Also to the pits, by the way, is club number 86, which is the car of Stephen Riley. But Leon Morel, just trying to pick him out. He's going to be somewhere at the top of the circuit, I think. Yeah, he's just coming out of down towards the corkscrew now. So Leon Morel going to come through to complete his 23rd and final lap of the race and make it his 4th race victory of the season in the Radical Club Challenge. There is the checkered flag, and Leon Morel takes a very dominant victory in the first race of the day here at Anglesey, the Radical Club Challenge. His 4th win from 5 races this season. And second is going to be Aaron Rose. He comes over the line now after all of that chasing for very nearly 22 laps. He finally gets ahead with just over 1 lap to go, ahead of Charles Hall, who finishes there. So 35, 8 and 77 in the top 3. Pedro Oliveira, he comes home only 2 seconds behind Hall in the end to win Class B. And he's going to have quite a comfortable win, I think, over the car of Matthew Jones, which is number 99, which is shortly to come through. And the SR1 winner has come through. Yes, he has. Martin Ball from Robert Souster. The gap between them was 17 seconds in the end, and George Nutton was 3rd. Just now, I think Matthew Jones is coming through. Yes, he is in the dark green, British Racing green, number 99 car. He comes home in 5th and 2nd in Class B. But that was a dominant performance, really, from Morel. We didn't see too much of him on stream, but he was out on his own.
He was out of the blocks like a rocket, wasn't he? And he just shot away. And he was so quickly into his stride and so consistent when he got there, built that lead of 14, 15 seconds, and then was able to back it right off in the last few laps. He still won by 13, but that is a driver absolutely at the top of his game.
So look at the results there. Number 35, Leon Morel, took the race victory with 23 laps completed. He was 13.8 seconds ahead of number 8, Aaron Rose, in 2nd place. 77, Charles Hall was 3rd. In Class B, 4th overall was 57, that was Pedro Oliveira. In 5th place, number 99, Matthew Jones. Rounding out the top 6 was Doug Carter, number 5. 7th overall and 3rd of the Class B cars was 117, Ross Drew. Then 8th number 90, Ben Higgs. 9th number 42, Scott Marshall. And 10th, 24, Ian Charles. Then came the top 3 in the SR1s. 41, Martin Ball. 26, Robert Souster. And 45, George Nutton, ahead of Mark Grayson. And then the rest on the next screen, I think we had about 5 or 6 more finishers. Sharif Hosday, Scott Lear, Darren Nutton, Robert Gilman, Christopher Seymour, and Michael Seymour, with the rest of them either retiring from the race or multiple laps down. So we'll have another Radical race towards the end of the day. We're going to have Clio's out on track shortly. We've got Clio's, then we've got a practice session for Classic Stock Catchers. We'll talk you through that as well. And then we go back to racing for the remaining 6 races of the day with the Lancang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. We'll be able to head hopefully down to Parc Fermé very shortly to see if we can have a word with our class winners from the Radical Club Challenge. Before we bring you the details of the grid for the Clio's, the cars of which are going to be released onto track very shortly. Just looking to see if we're in a position to head down to race to Parc Ferme. So yeah, we can go down now to Parc Ferme and we'll hear from our class winners with Ben McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Ian, and welcome, one and all. Great to see you here at Anglesey. And let's go and speak to our winner, shall we? Leon Morel, absolutely dominating this race. In fact, we've got to go a little bit over there to find him, in fact. Leon, congratulations on your victory. Firstly, your hats, customary.
My son's hat, he gets the hats, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that was pretty dominant, I think that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, my father-in-law said drive as slow as you need to. Well, drive as fast as you need to win the race, but don't go any faster than that. The track is so abrasive, it murders tyres, so we're not going to get a track record in this temperature. If it cools off later, we might open the taps a little bit, but for right now, it's about scoring the points, bringing home the points. Just get it round and make it survive, basically.
Obviously, we can see the sea over there. How much is the wind playing a factor in the stability you have in the car?
Nothing. You don't even notice it. You literally don't notice it. I'm flat in sixth through church, so car's absolutely mint. I don't think anything would knock that thing off its line today. So yeah, 10 out of 10 to the boys. Real proud of the team. First in all three classes. Second and third and fourth overall, I believe. So I don't really think as a team we could achieve much more. Our other drivers who are on the podium, they're growing in seconds every day. So really motivating, real nice group of people to be around, and thank you to them and the team's hard work.
Well, you certainly set the bar yourself, Leon. Congratulations. Next up, let's go to the B class. Pedro Oliveira is somewhere, hopefully, in in Parc Ferme with us. Pedro? Pedro, Class B winner. Very well done there. I mean, the start's always frantic for you, but after that, was it just about kind of settling into the pack and bringing it home?
Yeah, pretty much. So I just wanted to stick it close behind my teammates in Class A. Yeah, I started off the race pretty strong, I'd say. Just wanted to keep the other Class B driver behind me, and I knew that I had the pace over him because I was quite dominant in qualifying. So once I managed to keep the lead on lap one, I just kind of just drove away and took it steady for the rest of the race.
Well, congratulations, Pedro. It's great to speak to you. Let's now head to Class S1. Martin Bell, the number 41, winning that class. Martin, hopefully, is somewhere along here. Martin is over here. Martin, congratulations on your Class SR1 victory. Leon was talking about how hot it is on the track at the moment. How much was it a difficult challenge for you?
For the tyres, it was very difficult. So I think everyone struggled with tyres. The lap times went off. I was probably half a second slower. This is a guess, half a second slower per lap. And yeah, you're just having to look after the tyres, not slide it too much. But yeah, it was great overall.
Obviously been a bit of a wait today with a few stoppages earlier on. Does that increase the nerves at all, or do you just take it in your stride?
It was actually the opposite. I was nervous going into the race because we had the big build-up. I was super flat, really calm. Red Bull woke me up for the actual race, had a delayed effect, and off we went.
Martin, congratulations. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to head back upstairs and talk again to Ian and Marcus for the next race here at Anglesey.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben. Yes, we've got the cars already on their green flag lap for the PSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Can tell you that the cars are lining up like this. Pole position has gone the way of number 35 Joshua North, and besides him number 30 Darren Ransom. Second row of grid is 72 Pete O'Connor and 56 Chris Lawrence. Third row 12 Matt Hipkins and 75 Greg Hill. On the fourth row 11 David Rudshaw and 18 Mark Witherington. The fifth row 298 Scott Carruthers and 28 Taylor Norton. Row 6 is 29 Jerry DePrato and 56 Matthew Poncia. The 7th row 51 Oscar Swainton and 31 Chris Page, and the 8th and final row will be 58 Ryan Earl and 32 Graham Bishop. That's the way the grid lines up. The championship has Greg Hill leading the way on 115 points coming into this weekend, from Stephen Richardson on 114 and Matt Hipkins on 104. two different classes, Class A for the 182s, Class B for the more modern, the heavier 197 and 200s. But the race gets underway with the red lights going out. Not a good start by Joshua North on pole position. It's Darren Ransom from the outside of the front row that makes the best of the starts, and North might lose. Yeah, he's lost 3 places in all here and has gone down to 4th position, because it looks like Chris Lawrence, number 56, has gone through to 2nd place, and Pete O'Connor in 72 has gone through to 3rd. In fact, North has lost another position as well. I think that's Matt Hipkins, the championship leader. He's got through to 5th place, but a really slow start from North.
And someone got a fly. Joseph Prato in 29 from down the field. He went past 3 or 4 cars off the line, absolutely fired away. But it's that blue car that leads the way, which is Darren Ransom. And that's Chris Lawrence in 2nd place, isn't it?
Yes.
In the works BTCC livery of yore.
Absolutely right. So he's a champion of the past, and he's made a very good
Massive lock-up. One's gone off at Rocket.
Yeah, straight on, actually, all the way. And that's North. That's our pole position driver.
And he'd locked up all the way up the hill. He locked up, and there was a plume of smoke went flying off. So he's got back going again, but his challenge is shot.
He's gone from first to last, hasn't he? In half a lap.
Hero to zero.
Absolutely. So he's got work to do from the back of the grid. It's been a shake-up up front. We've got 3 for the lead, with the pack having been split then as they come down through the corkscrew. It's Darren Ransom, number 30 then, that has the advantage. Winner of 2 races so far this season. 2nd place is number 56, Chris Lawrence, and Pete O'Connor is in 3rd place, number 72. Then Mark Witherington it should be, is in 4th spot, and he's leading in Class A, so he's got ahead of Greg Hill. He's made a very good start, and somewhere along the lines, Matt Hipkins lost a bit of ground. He was briefly 4th. Possibly he was distracted by the big lock-up for Joshua North or something like that, and he's dropped back a bit to 6th position behind Greg Hill. So Mark Witherington, number 80, not Mark Errington as it says on the screen, leading in Class A at the moment. So the cars making their way up towards the Rocket and Peel complex, and it's Ransom out front at the moment, number 30, the driver from Hastings, an experienced campaigner now in the clears. He's been racing in this championship for many seasons. He's ahead of Chris Lawrence, who was the 2023 champion in this category, and then Pete O'Connor is 3rd. He was the 2024 champion, so he's got some experienced hands behind him. Both Lawrence and O'Connor won from Class A in the 182s, and then they've graduated to the 197 200s in Class B. In fact, Ransom also did the same as well. He was 2nd in the championship last year. He was 3rd the year before. So looking to go 3-2-1 and win the championship this season. He's got a bit of work to do because he had a non-finish in the opening race of the season at Croft. That was a triple header, but he did come back to win in round 2. And it was Joshua North that won rounds 3 and 4, and Ransom that won round 5. What of Joshua North? Well, he came into the pits, I think, at the end, or maybe he finished the pits and went back out again, possibly, looking at our timing screens. So, it's Ransom, Lawrence and O'Connor out in front, and still then Witherington, the best of the Class A cars, in 4th position overall. As they round the second part of Rocky, you can see how stiff the breeze is with the way the grass is blowing. It really is very blustery out there today. And there's Greg Hill, and he's got a few cars up behind him now. He's got the 29 car of Joe DePrato and the 28 car of Taylor Norton there. So Greg Hill, the radio control racer, has got his hands full. He's got a black and orange warning flag going out now, and that's to the 111 car, which is who? We don't have a 111, we have an 11, which is David Redshaw, but I think his door may be open after some contact earlier on in the race, and that's why he's being shown the meatball flag. Look at this, Greg Hill has got those cars behind him. He's also got Joshua North, who is starting to make some progress back through the field by the looks of it. I think his transponder must have stopped working because he's in a position on track that does not correspond with his position in the race. Also, you can see here Mark Witherington in number 18 has got the Matt Hipkins car behind him. He's the man that's leading Class B in the championship. So 2 different classes there, and the points scored according to your class position, not overall position. But Mark Witherington, he'd be keen to keep that that Class B car behind him, Marcus, as a shield.
Yes, absolutely. The buffer back to Greg Hill in the emerald green car. Greg Hill, son of the late great Mick Hill, super saloon hero of the 1970s with his big Capri V8s and a multitude of cars after that. The VW Beetle Chevrolet was another of his great creations. But Greg's a good season. Here's a super battle going on for the lead. It's 3 for the lead now.
Yeah, and they're coming through Target, the first corner, and the thought Christos was going to just sneak his way up the inside of Darren Ransom there into the first corner. Pete O'Connor right with them as well, and it's side by side here a bit further back as Matt Hipkins is trying to relieve Mark Witherington of his 4th position overall. You can see there's a bit of a size difference in the cars. The 182 a slightly smaller car, and with the Hipkins they're trying to drive all the way around the outside. But here are the 3 leads. It looks like Ransom's got slightly more of an advantage as they head up past the racing school, and then you've got this next group. You can see Greg Hill also still has his hands full of 2 or 3 cars behind him.
Yes, that's right. And there's O'Connor having a good little nibble at the back of Lawrence as he goes through Rocket. He's quicker than Lawrence in some parts of the circuit, but then it all unwinds and goes the other way. So overall, the lap time is very similar. Touching the grass there on the inside, just kicking a bit of dust, is our race leader, which is Darren Ransom in the blue car. Down through the corkscrew they come. And anyone's going between these 3, and then the next 3. Greg Hill's actually snuck closer to the pair he's been dicing with, and I think that Witherington's got back past, hasn't he?
So Witherington's lost out to Hipkins, I think. So you've now got the 2 Class A leaders together. You're seeing them on screen.
Yes, Hipkins
now.
has gone past. There you go.
Witherington in the red and white and blue car, and Hipkins in the Greg Hill in the green car, just behind. So we've got the Class B and Class A leaders now right together in this 6th round of the championship, a double header this weekend for rounds 6 and 7. After meetings at Crofton and Silverstone so far, they get Alton, Sletton and Donington in the second half of the season, meeting on the 25th of July. These 3 leaders climbing up towards Rocket and Peel once again. It looks like O'Connor is a little bit closer to Lawrence than Lawrence is to Ransom. O'Connor in that number 72 car, man from Bristol, works in IT and finance, 43 years of age. Started car racing in 2022, having done some Club 100 and Arrive and Drive karting, a bit of production BMW quite a few years ago now as well.
Come the leaders again, and Ransom just beginning to eke out a little bit of a gap to Lawrence, who's got his hands full of O'Connor. There's the next group coming through with Hipkins ahead of the next man through there, which is Witherington, then Hill.
And Joshua North is back in the pit lane as well, so having made some progress through the order, he's back into the pit lane once again. Of course, he had that bad start and he locked up dramatically into Rocket on the first lap, and he's driving straight through by the looks of it.
Weird line by one of the bright yellow cars, sort of kind of veered from side to side of the track coming past the pits. Couldn't see what that was about.
Past off commentary position comes the number 11 car of David Redshaw. There's our race leader though, Darren Ransom here, and he looking for his 3rd win of the season, to add to wins at Croft and Silverstone.
Hill's very keen to keep Taylor Norton behind him, isn't he? And Taylor Norton looks quite threatening at some parts of the circuit.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick up on that Class A battle in a moment or two. 5.5 minutes of this race remain. It's Class A, of course, that has the overall championship leader in it, Greg Hill, and Stephen Richardson, who's not here competing this weekend. but Taylor Norton is third within Class A points coming into this weekend. Class B cars, the top three overall, I'd say they're a bit more spread out now. There's just over 2 seconds covering the three of them. It's looking a bit closer now in Class A, and we're just seeing these cars run in towards our view at target, and it's Witherington with about 0.8 of a second over Greg Hill and Taylor Norton. Those three together are class leaders.
Yes, that time Hipkins did his best lap, 1:23.578. Behind them Witherington 24.4, 24.7 for Hill, 24.7 for Norton. So it's much for muchness, but they are losing out fractionally to Matt Hipkins, who runs fourth.
Witherington's not had a podium as yet this season, so looking to correct that with a win here. He did win at Mallory Park at the end of last season. Be his first win altogether, but his first of this year potentially, if it stays this way. But Greg Hill and Taylor Norton, for that matter, both if we have had podiums, will be trying to prevent that from happening. Greg Hill, winner of the last 2 races at Silverstone, and Taylor Norton's been on the podium 3 times this season already.
How many races at Silverstone did Mick Hill win back in the day? Pretty much every one he entered for a number of years. With those 2 Capri V8s.
Greg Roy racing something a bit more modest in the Clio 182, and he's doing it really well here, but he's working hard to keep Taylor Norton behind in that number 28 car, the Londoner.
Is he drawing his way fractionally closer to Witherington? Yes, a 10th or so. Last time back, clawed back.
Witherington, the 42-year-old from Malton Mowbray, an Autosmart franchise. He started racing 20 years ago with the MG Owners Club for 3 years in an MGB initially. He's done some Track Day Trophy and Giro car racing, and did the Keep 6-hour race last year as well in a Lotus 6. And this car was built by someone else but never raced. He prepares the car himself, as many of the drivers do.
Interesting, because Greg Hill now has closed right in on Mark Witherington. Here they come, working their way out of Rocket. Of course, momentum is everything going uphill in cars which are not particularly high powered.
And then through Peel.
Wonder if Greg Hill's looked after his tyres very well in the early laps of this race. Now has a little bit more grip, a little flash of the lights for O'Connor on Lawrence, and Hill is trying really hard to unseat Witherington. Witherington is washed a little bit wide, and this is going to mean that Greg Hill can get back on the power, stab the power a little bit early coming out of that final corner. He's in the slipstream now. He's not close enough to challenge into target, but at the end of the day he may get a very good run out of the banked hairpin here. It's all about turning in really late at a lot of these corners and getting back on the power early, because it's exit dependent, speed dependent. You carry a bit more speed out, you're going to magnify that all the way to the next slow part of the track.
Well, we're hearing from Leon Morel after the previous race that he said the circuit was eating the tyres basically. He wasn't expecting any track records. Well, actually, Darren Ransom's best one, 122.149, only fractionally outside the Class B lap record, which is 122.10.
Yeah, different type of car, I suppose, and here they come again. They're not quite tripping over each other, but Greg Hill just looking to tuck the nose of that emerald green car in under Mark Witherington's.
Yeah, through Peel and again Taylor Norton. Selecting a different line. Here comes Greg Hill down the inside into the corkscrew. Seizes his chance, mirror to mirror here. He's going to be on the outside line for the next part of the corner though.
Has to cede.
Or does he? Because the next part's a left-hander. And they're going to be side by side again, almost on 2 wheels there was Greg Hill. He's certainly putting some effort into getting the lead here. The danger is he's going to lose out to Taylor Norton.
Yeah, Norton was good though. He didn't scrape the back bumper and destabilise the car of Greg Hill. They come up into the hairpin again. And this is an enduring tussle.
It's the last lap of the race as well. Already our overall leader Darren Ransom is on to his last lap. He's up at Rocket already, and he is 2 seconds clear of anybody else. There he is, just going through shot there ahead of Lawrence and O'Connor, who are still disputing second position quite intensely. And then Hipkins we saw a brief shot of in third, and then it's going to be the Class A battlers heading up the hill. I'm just keeping an eye on them out of our commentary box window. They're not changing order into Rocket as Darren Ransom is about to come down through the corkscrew. Here he is.
Yeah, it's clever, isn't it? You can see that camera angle. Here comes Darren Ransom. He's made this look very comfortable. Chris Lawrence and Pete O'Connor still chasing in vain. But here he comes then, Darren Ransom with the P&J Motors car, ducks across towards the pit wall to celebrate, and he's made it. But what of that next battle?
Yeah, they're just coming down through the corkscrew, I can tell you, and it's still the same order as it was. Witherington, Hill and Norton through the final corner now, and I think it's going to stay that way. It's too short a run for the line for Greg Hill to win a drag race. So it's going to be Mark Witherington that takes his first class win, indeed first podium of the season in Class A, from Greg Hill and Taylor Norton. So Darren Ransom makes it 3 wins so far this season, overall with a 2.1 second win over Chris Lawrence and Pete O'Connor. Good battle still coming over the line actually, and it's going to be, I think, Oscar Swainton. Is he just going to hold on to the final position inside the top 10? Yes, but by less than a car length in the end over the number 58 car of Ryan Earl. There was only about a tenth of a second separating those two, and Chris Page as well, who grabbed 12th position. So everyone's now made it home. Let's take a look at the results from that race. Darren Ransom it was that took the win in car number 30 from Chris Lawrence 56 in second place, and Pete O'Connor third, all 3 of those in Class A. Class B I should say. Number 12 Matt Hipkins was 4th, and our Class A winner was number 18 Mark Witherington in 5th ahead of 75 Greg Hill and 28 Taylor Norton in 7th. 8th place to number 298 Scott Carruthers. In 9th place was 29 Jerry DePrato. Completing the top 10 was number 51 Oscar Swainton, and the result has disappeared off our screens, so not going to be able to tell you any more about the result, but we've got through the top 10. So congratulations on Darren Ransom. Then I can see he's just heading down through the corkscrew now. He's going to turn sharp left into Parc Ferme, and as he's doing that, there's cars heading into the pit lane. Those are the classic stock hatch cars. They're going to have their practice or qualifying session now, 15-minute qualifying session. So I think we'll get this session underway probably while we're hearing from our drivers at the end of the Clio race. And I think we're ready, are we, in Parc Ferme? So we can go down already to Ben McCarthy. I wouldn't have found the 1, 2, 3 boards. That's very good news. Let's head down to Ben.
Thanks very much, Ian. What a race. What a race in the Clio Sport. And you can see there Darren Ransom getting out of his Renault Clio, struggling to do so, it must be said. We're going to speak to him in a moment. Just 2.7 seconds separating the top 3 at the end there. A fascinating race, it must be said. He goes over to shake hands there with Chris Lawrence. Let's go over and speak to him. To them both, in fact. Still exchanging a few words. He then goes and places his helmet in his Renault Clio. Darren, what a race! What a race! When you're in such a hot, intense race, are you just focusing on yourself, or is it too difficult to ignore the threat from behind?
Too hard to ignore that, yeah. Chris, I missed the gear coming through the corkscrew. I missed the gear, jumped out of gear, and he was right on me, and I thought, oh no, what have I done? But I just managed to manage it. The tyres, literally after lap 3, 4, they're just gone. There's nothing. There's so much heat. But yeah, it's good though. Yeah, I was happy with that.
Well, congratulations. Take your cap. Enjoy that, as is customary at the 750 Motor Club. Best of luck. Chris Lawrence. Well, Darren said that was one difficult race. That's one way of putting it. I guess it's the same for you.
Yeah, I think he missed a gear as well. So I got a bit excited, but just had to keep cool, because this is the weather where you've got to just not overdrive the car, and round here is really grippy and quite a technical track. I had Pete in my mirrors, down in front, but I was just happy to be on the same pace. We've had a couple of difficult weeks from the last round, but no, fully enjoyed that. want the podium, so second will do. See if we can get one more better in race 2 tomorrow.
I was going to say, how much confidence does that give you?
The car's there, I've just got to sort myself out really. But yeah, the car's there, I've just got to get my head on and not overdrive it and not overthink things, so it's good.
Well, we look forward to seeing that tomorrow. Thank you very much. So then, Peter O'Connor, 3rd place. We said earlier on, just before we started the interviews, 2.7 seconds separating the top 3. Does it feel as intense in the car as it does watching?
The start was, well, nothing else. Like, I got the inside of Josh, who was the pole man. We went round the first corner side by side. There's 3 abreast. And I'm like, and then the race was basically full chat. I couldn't go any quicker. We were within 3/10 of our fastest lap, so it was heavy going, yeah. I didn't get a chance to get Chris, but it was a decent set of points, yeah.
How difficult is overtaking after the first lap?
It ebbs and flows, right? You always got certain bits of the corners or the track that you're fast on. So Chris was fast around the last corner, which meant the straight was out. So the last bit was where I was quickest, but you'd have to be confident, or I'd have to be confident to avoid his dad if I did a repair bill. So it was a fine balance.
Wow, congratulations. What a race, what a show you put on for us. We look forward to seeing more of it tomorrow.
Just give a shout out to my 2 kiddies, Cleona and Jake, who are watching. So see you soon.
We send our wishes as well. Now, our Class A champion, Mark Witherington, is somewhere, the number 18. Let's see if he is somewhere in Parc Ferme. I can't quite see his car just yet, but Mark Witherington beating Greg Hill by less than 0.2 of a second. So it was really close. We'll see if we can go and see him. Can't see the number 18 just yet. He may have headed out of Parc Ferme, but hope to those of you watching on Alpha Live, also those of you who are listening to the tannoy around Anglesey Circuit, you have been absolutely treated to that race. We're going to take a brief pause from the racing as we have the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship practice, which was meant to take place earlier on, but for that I'll head you back to Ian and Marcus.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen backed Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen Driver Media Programme.
So coming up to the halfway point in this qualifying session for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship, and at the moment it's number 10 fastest, which is Jake Word. So he has set the best time of the session so far with a 1 minute 25.716 seconds. That's just over a quarter of a second clear of number 73 Ewan Lince in second spot. Third fastest is Jake's father, Jason Wood, number 41. He is about 0.4 of a second slower at the moment. Fourth fastest, number 3. That is the car of Andrew Thorpe in the Citroen AX. Fifth fastest, number 31, Thomas Lince, and completing the top 6 at the moment is the multiple champion, number 72, Lee Scott. As I say, just over half of this session still to go for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship. The final qualifying session of today. Still 6 more races to come today. 2 more qualifying sessions tomorrow morning as well. A situation in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship coming into this weekend is that it's an all-Wood family battle for the championship, it would seem, this season, because it's father Jason who has a 3-point lead with 85 points to Jake's 82 in second place after the first 4 rounds of the season. Harry Palmer in his very first season of racing, but with lots of racing pedigree, he is third in the point standings on 60. Lee Scott has 59. James Hazelhurst, the champion from last year, champion without winning a race last year, he is in 5th position on 54 points, and Darren Bassingthwaite is 6th on 52 points. And that is the situation coming into this weekend. We've had races at Brands Hatch and Silverstone. We've had some tremendous racing so far this season that has produced so far 4 different winners. Jake Wood, Lee Scott, Chris Deere and Neil Dudman taking the victories so far this year. So it's been hugely competitive as ever, the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship, for cars from the early 1990s and late 1980s. It's a 12-round championship, so rounds 5 and 6 this weekend here at Anglesey, and it's cars of up to 1600cc if 2-valve per cylinder, or 1400cc if they're multi-valve. Andrew Thorpe's Citroen AX GTI, an example of that, and the cars, as the stock catch name suggests, have to remain pretty standard in terms of the bodywork, the chassis, the engines, and so on and so forth. And they're all these days on Toyo tyres as well. The R888R, that's new a couple of seasons ago. Something else to look out for in this championship is that success ballast comes into play. You get 25 kilos of ballast if you finish first, 15 for second, and 10 kilos for third. And it's based on your last 3 finishes. So your last 3 race finishes contribute to how much success ballast that you have. So Paul Thorpe, he'll be with me in the commentary box for the races tomorrow. He'll have all of the details on that there. But looking at the results from previous races, I would have thought Jason Wood, yeah, he's had 2 seconds and a third in those races. So I think he's probably going to have more ballast than anybody else here this weekend. Neil Dudman, who potentially might have a similar amount, he's not racing this weekend, so he'd have to carry that through to the next meeting that he does compete at. So that's going to possibly be what's holding Jason Wood back a little bit here this weekend. He's only 3rd fastest at the moment. Jake is quicker than him in their neighbours. There we can see the number 62 car, Alan Dooley, in his Ford Fiesta XR2i, a stalwart of this championship. Some enthusiastic fans watching on from the spectator banking. Great place to watch the racing here at Anglesey, up on the top banking at the top of the hill, up by Rocket and Peel. A great vantage point from where you can see basically the whole circuit, apart from the start line pretty much. But not a lot of green on our timing screen, and green means people are going faster, and there's not a lot of that. As I say, the top 6 haven't changed until, as I said that, Pete Morgan, number 5, the drive from Wrexham, so I suppose this is nominally his home race, although I expect he's closer to Alton Park than he is to Anglesey. He's just gone 5th fastest. He's improved by a few places, doing a 1:26.481, but that still puts him about 3/4 of a second off the pole position time. There's number 31, that's the car of Thomas Lince. Number 6, that's the pink Nova. Quite a few Novas out, many of them prepared by PDC Racing. He's about to come through and complete another lap. Any improvement from Thomas that time? No, it actually goes a little bit slow into the 128s for him that time through. Just watching as Jason Wood crossing the line, no improvement from him. You can see the wind turbine there, giving you a very good impression of how breezy it is out there today. Bit of a choppy sea I can see out of our commentary box window. A few white crests of the waves, they crash against the rocks. All very spectacular. We can see a bit more of the mountains now than we could earlier on. The sun is gradually melting away the hazy cloud that's covering the thin peninsula, which we can see from our commentary position. Ted Cooper, he's just gone a bit quicker. He's moved up to 6th place, a 126.820 now for him. He's in the number 2 car and was the runner-up in the championship to James Hazelhurst last season. Hazelhurst with the Peugeot 205 GTI. So 2 minutes left in this practice session, and then we'll be back racing again with the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship. First of 2 races this weekend for these cars. Just watching Andrew Thorpe, he's just going over the line towards target for those watching on the live stream. Seem to have been generally well behaved in this qualifying session. I think there's a couple of cars that have had a few dramas. Pete Morgan, I know, has had a couple of spins as the session has gone on. But I think he's put that behind him now. And perhaps not surprising, we've seen few improvements in the qualifying times here, based on what drivers have been telling Ben McCarthy after previous races, that the tyres are soon getting chewed to bits by the heat in the tarmac. Then maybe drivers were always expecting to get their quick times early on in the session, and the rest of the 15 minutes has been more about familiarisation than anything else. I don't know how many of these drivers were here testing prior to the weekend. Possibly not so many in Classic Stock Cash. It's a real clubman category. Not such big budgets as some championships, so I suspect this is the first opportunity this weekend the drivers have had to drive the circuit. Unusual format this weekend for the cars, as they have 1 session today and 2 tomorrow, rather than 2 on the Saturday and 1 on the Sunday. Both of their races tomorrow, one of them at before 10 o'clock and the other at around about 1:30 tomorrow. Looking forward to the 2 Classic Stock Catch races we have tomorrow. There is Jake Wood. He's our pole position driver. Looks set to be confirmed very shortly, because there's only 15 seconds to go in the session. And he's going to be, as I say, just over a quarter of a second faster than Ewan Lintz, who is a bit further back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in the championship coming into this weekend. That's a good qualifying performance. Check flag has now gone out. The first drivers major on the final lap. Only his 2nd season of racing, but he's really taken a step up this year, and we've had that great fight with his father at Brands Hatch on the track, that was. And they're just coming through now to complete, or he's going to come through to complete his session. He's going to be one of the last drivers to do so, I think. Just a few more drivers to come through to take the checkered flag. And I don't think we are going to see any further improvements to the times there. So it does look very much of it's going to be Jake Woods who's going to put himself in a good position to try and overtake his father in the championship in the first race tomorrow, because he's going to be first on the grid and Jason's going to be 2 places behind him. Unless anything changes very dramatically as the final 4 or 5 cars come across the line now. Looks like the last one is going to be Harry Palmer in number 53, and he's a bit further back on the grid than he might have expected to be, down in 11th position, having been contending for sort of top 6 positions in his races so far and be 3rd overall in the championship. So 15 drivers qualified there. Titch Castle wasn't seen, unfortunately, but it's Jake Wood that has the win. has the pole position time there with a 1:25.716. Second to Ewan Linzer, 1:25.900. 990, I should say. Third to 41, Jake Wood, 1:26.143. Fourth to number 3 was Andrew Thorpe, and then the rest, and the times have disappeared from our screens, which is because we're going to go straight into our next race just as soon as these cars are cleared from the circuit, and that is going to be for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. So last few classic stock hatch cars just clearing from the circuit, and then the cars we brought out onto the grid for the Sports 1000s. These cars don't have a green flag lap, so they get straight into racing. This is going to be round 7 and 8 this weekend. Round first 6 races we should have had. We've actually had 5 races because the third race at Croft did not take place in the end. So it's just 2 races at Croft and 3 at Silverstone. And the man that's done much of the winning so far this season has been Noah Osbaldeston. He's won 4 of the 5 races that have taken place, and he's on 113 points and 14 clear of Carl Austin, who is second. And Dan Clues, number 9, with 95 points, is third. He's been on the podium 4 times in a row. Johnny McGill 4th, Colin Chapman 5th, and Daniel Ashby 6th in the championship coming into this weekend's racing. Sports 1000, it's for motorcycle engine, open top 2-seat sports cars, up to 1000cc 4-stroke motorcycle engines from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki or Yamaha. They're from specific model years. They're standard unmodified engines. They don't have wings or dive planes or diffusers. They have to run tubular space frame or steel and aluminium monocoque chassis. Fairly limited what you can do with the suspension as well. Standard bike gearbox, and they run control tyres as well, with minimum weight of 550 kg for front engine cars and mid and rear engine cars, which is all of them actually. 580 kilograms the limit there. 2 races for these cars this weekend. We've already had the triple header event, so the grid for this race set by the fastest time set in qualifying, and the grid for the second race will be set by the fastest lap time in race 1. There's one car, actually that is the Titch Kelsall car that's just been recovered, and now that's been recovered, I think the Sports 1000 cars are going to be released out onto the circuit. Noah Osbaldeston, interestingly, is late arriving into at the assembly area. I don't know why he's suddenly arrived. There's the Mattel Cars team working furiously at it, and he is about to, head out into the session. So if we do get to interview him after the race, there's possibly a story there. I'm sure Ben will get to the bottom of that if we do speak to Noah and find out why he was late arriving in the assembly area. But he's coming to the grid now, so I'll tell you how the grid is going to line up. So based on the fastest times in qualifying, so there's 24 Noah Osbaldeston on pole position, and besides him will be number 1 Dan Clues. Second row of the grid is going to be 44 Carl Austin and the 72 car of Johnny McGill. Third row is going to be 63 Colin Chapman and 33 Daniel Ashby. And we do have a grid now, that's caught me out. So there's your top 6. On the top, the fourth row of the grid, we've got 15 Naeem Hack and 34 Marco Di Pieri. The fifth row, 69 Ian Hutchinson and 88 Chris Brayshaw. And the sixth row, 61 Vincent Dubois and 22 Tony Williamson. All of the things to say about the Sports 1000s is that the drivers showed tremendous camaraderie, and they always here at Anglesey put on the Marshall's barbecue as well. So many thanks to the Sports 1000 drivers and teams for putting on the Marshall's barbecue, which I'm sure will be very well appreciated by everybody this evening once they get off post at the end of a warm day. Hopefully there's some nice cool drinks for them to enjoy as well. So we've got the cars coming to the grid here. Last few of them just coming into position. It's going to be a 20-minute race for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. 1 minute board has been shown. We'll very quickly follow that with the 30-second board and the 5-second board as well. So it's Noah Osbaldeston in number 24. That's the black and red car. It's the two-tone blue and orange car of Dan Clues. The two Metalls next to him on the grid. The lights go out. The race gets underway, and it's a pretty even start, but I think it's going to be Clues that wins the drag to the first corner in the number 1 Metal. Yes, it is. So it's Clues that gets the better from the outside of the front row of Osbaldeston in second place. Then I think it is, well, a challenge on for the lead there. It's Carl Austin there in third. Colin Chapman has made it up to fourth place. And then I think it's Daniel Ashby fifth, and possibly Johnny McGill having dropped down to sixth place, but it's side by side for the lead of the race through Church, and it's Osbaldeston on the outside. I think he's got the lead back from Dan Clues already. So it's Osbaldeston, the teenage driver, that is in the lead as the cars stream up towards Rocket for the first time. So number 24, oh, he's spun it, and Clues has collected him, and the rest of them go either side, and Clues has got his hands in the air to say, what can I do now? And the answer is, Dan, not a whole lot, because we've got Carl Austin then that has gone through to take the lead of the race. Those two are still entwined up at the top of the circuit, and they're going nowhere. The marshals are on scene now saying there's nothing that can be done here. These cars are stationary, and we've got a yellow flag for the safety car, and it's going to be Carl Austin that is coming through in the lead of the race, but I think this is going to have to be a red flag, Marcus.
What a shame. That was a real drama, wasn't it? We had a little bit of a problem on the start. Osbaldeston didn't get going very quickly. It kind of crept, and he checked it, and Clues got the better start, but Osbaldeston was back ahead, and then to drop it like that was so unfortunate.
And I think he did spin it on his own, and then it was just it rounded the corner. Clues, the track was blocked.
You're faced with this sort of broadside car. There's not much you can do. Traditional kind of corner, you probably aim at where you first saw the car spinning, but when it's so close, you just have to accept what's there. Been in that situation before, it's not nice.
And the two teammates there as well for Metal cars as well. That's unfortunate that they should have been coming untangled. Of course, it was. It looks like we need a lift there as well as the signal from the marshal. Osbaldeston was late arriving in the assembly area as well. We know not why. Red flag being flown, and no surprise there with those two cars on the circuit. So we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that later on. But yeah, that's most unfortunate. The two drivers that were quickest in qualifying, Osbaldeston to 1:10.778, Clues 1:11.686. They're both quite a long way clear of the rest, but it looks like it is going to be one of the rest that is going to get the win when we do get this race back underway.
It's kind of derailed the Mattel charge today, hasn't it, for this one? Such a shame. The two of them sort of so dominant on the first row.
The grid for tomorrow is set by the fastest lap times in today's race. Well, neither of them have got a lap time in this race.
No.
So they'll be at the back of the grid, we can tell you that.
I'm sure the cars can be fixed. There seems to be sort of relatively light damage, but I suspect that there's fiberglass under a front wheel or something like that, which is precluding them from being moved from there. What is pragmatic is, of course, the little cut through here, which allows the cars to come back to the grid. The surviving cars, the two flatbeds have gone out.
Yes, they've come through on the national circuit, effectively, the national circuit link the wrong way.
Isn't this where we're going to see an interesting situation with lack of lifting facilities?
It could be. It could be.
You need a bunch of husky chaps to be able to lift one of these without a high ab onto the back of a truck.
Yes, that could prove to be a difficulty. The fire truck has gone off at great speed, a lot up the grass, rally crossing its way.
And someone else coming from the opposite end.
So I'm sure they will make this work somehow. I can see the driver of the high-ab is now aboard as well. I think he's going to head out onto the JCB, heading out onto the circuit. So we're going to get the cars re-gridded here.
Oh yes, here we go. Bringing in the heavy hitters now. So no row one.
No, and I'm just looking to see. Yeah, confirmation one car does require a full lift. The cars are locked together, so it's going to be a while, this, I think, before the race does get back underway, and when it does, it's obviously going to be a reduced grid that we'll have at the front of it. Carl Austin and Johnny McGill, who will be the default front row. The drivers could be sitting in their cars on a warm day for quite a while here, though, Marcus. Let's have a look at the replay of that. I think we can probably have another look at this, and we'll see if we can dissect exactly what happened. Here we go. Marcus, you have a look at that's just watching what's going on now. We'll see if we can. It didn't work, unfortunately. So that was a nice idea, but we're not able to bring you the replay just at the moment. We'll see if we can get that to you in just a second. But yeah, the drivers will be sitting on these cars for potentially a while, which probably they won't enjoy too much.
No, and now we've got 10 cars on the grid. We've got that's 44 and 72 there at the front. Carl Austin up from Newton Abbot in South Devon, a town famous for its short oval racing in years past, and he sits there in his Spire GT3S alongside 72 there, Jonathan McGill, Doncaster in Yorkshire, with his Spire. Next row is 63, familiar face of Colin Chapman from Perthshire and Worcestershire, and then 33, which is Daniel Ashby from Milton Keynes, down in Buckinghamshire beyond Silverstone. 15 is next up, the white and green, almost brawn coloured, sort of key lime pie colour, isn't it? That number 15 car. That's Naim Hack, the eye surgeon from Salisbury. Been racing for about 3 years now. Started with an MK, which he shared. Here comes Clues coming back. So he was just kind of wedged by the looks of things, and hopefully he's got away with that.
I wonder if there was just a little bit of contact as he got into the side of Osbaldeston's car, just broken something on Noah's car, which means that it needs the lift.
They're looking at the front splitter on that car, and just see one of the marshals running a little pole underneath that front splitter, just to make sure there's nothing kind of adrift among it, but he's back there.
So Clue's car's been removed, but Noah's car hasn't. It's about as manoeuvrable as an arc, I suspect at the moment, the Osbaldeston Mattel.
We're just talking about Naim Hack there with the Spire, the eye surgeon. He started with an MK, which he shared with a buddy, and then got into these Spires. I think he had an early Spire to start with, and then got this one last year. And interesting fella. And I met him only this morning, and he's from down my way. And extraordinary that he lives 30 miles away from me, and we share a very good mate in John Percy, Ringwood's leading driving instructor, who got him into racing and taught my kids to drive. So how fantastic is that? The next row of the grid, we've got 69 there, is that? Yes, it is. Ian Hutchinson, not the Doncaster driver. There's lots of the Doncaster Rovers. They're out and about. McGill and Hutchinson, Spire again, and then 88. Chris Brayshaw, Londoner, with his Spire. And then the back row, who do we have there? 60.
You've got Vincent Dubois in 61.
Dubois, yeah, from Hatfield, in the Sabre T2.
Yeah, ex-Tim Hovard car, that one.
Yeah, and then yes, I remember the Hovard craft, as we used to call it. And 22, Tony Williamson with his Mattel. So the Mattels are at the front and the back. Here comes 24. This is Noah Osbaldeston's car coming back. There we go. There's a nice view. It's an interesting view of the McGill car, 72, and then one ahead of him. Ultra low, these motorcycle engine cars.
Absolutely right. And it's actually been a much shorter interlude than we expected, because we're going to get the 1 minute board already. How long are we going to have? 14 minutes this restarted race. So we're only losing 6 minutes, aren't we? Because it was due to be a 20-minute race. So revs are rising. It's Dan Clues then on his own now on the front row of the grid as the lights go out. And it's a good start by Carl Austin. Actually, he might get through on the inside of Clues up into the first corner. It's nip and tuck between the two of them. I think he has just made it, though. And we'll watch them as they head into the banking. Then it is Carl Austin then that leads then from Dan Clues in second place.
It's quite possible that Dan Clues is just feeling that everything is okay with the car going up to speed in case the tracking has been knocked awry or something like that. Probably hasn't, but it'll take him just a little while to get his head round it.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Clues chasing. It's McGill in third, Dan Ashby fourth, Colin Chapman fifth, and Naeem Hack in sixth position then. But it's going to be Carl Austin here, who's probably wouldn't normally expect to be ahead of Dan Clues. He's going to try and drive a wide spy here to keep Clues at bay. Did look up a bit on the way into the corner, but I think so too did Clues, and he's lost momentum though. Is he going to lose a place as well? No, he just about holds on, but you've got McGill and Ashby ganging up on him, and this has given a useful lead here to Carl Austin as the next three battle.
And that was that Ashby looked up the good side of McGill. Didn't quite make it, backed off out of it. It's 44, Carl Austin. One is Clues in the Mattel, then it's McGill. Colin Chapman there with Naeem Hack chasing him down. Through they come.
Yeah, Clues leading Bodged over a second at the end of the first lap then, and 1.4 seconds between Clues and McGill in second place. We're watching McGill and Ashby and Chapman, who's been racing for 27 years now, started off in the 750 Motor Club 7 Championship for Caterhams, did some racing in the Venezuelan Tin Top Championship in 2000. Our thoughts with the people of Venezuela at the moment after the earthquake there a few days ago. As we're watching up the hill towards Rockets, we've got the gap coming down between Austin and Clues. It was a second, it's less than that now as they crest the hill. And there's about a car length between them as they turn through the second part of this slow sequence at the top.
Yeah, it's amazing. Fabulous track, and the contours, the topography are absolutely exceptional. Really inspired carving this into this escarpment overlooking the ocean. And there is McGill. He's running in third place in the 72 in the kind of almost it's that Maserati GT team ran that colour for years, didn't it? Vitaphone team colours. Ashby and Chapman still following Hack, and then a gap back to 34.
Yeah, so here is that battle for third. McGill and Ashby coming through. Very close together to one another there. Last time these cars were out in a very different venue. It was on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit where they shared a grid with the 750 Motor Club Sport Specials Championship. Noah Osbaldson swept all before him there. Not going to do so in this race, however. Dents his championship hopes. He had a non-finish here. I think they are still count. You do still get the points for the next position you would have been in the finishing order had you been classified for non-finish in this particular championship this year. Here are the top two, Austin and Clues. Can Austin, for the next 10.5 minutes, keep the more experienced Clues at bay? You can see from the number one on the side of his car that he was the champion last year in Sports 1000. He'd been runner-up the previous 2 years. He was the COVID year F1000 champion as well, and that shortened 2020 season, having raced and been successful in that for quite some time. Johnny McGill, though, now in third place, is just in the best lap of the race, a 1:13.482 for McGill. He's in the blind screen, fastest lap of the race. Lap record for these cars is, he said, a 1:09.68. Set 8 years ago by Billy Allbone. He was a rapid driver, wasn't he, Billy Allbone?
He certainly was. Yeah, incredible driver.
So he's I don't think he's going to be on the flat this weekend. It's several seconds faster than...
And it's far too hot. And,
it is.
It's getting very close up at Rocket, isn't it? Because we've got Clues stalking down the race leader, Carl Austin. There is Dan Clues in car number one.
But McGill's catching, isn't he, with the top two here?
Yeah, McGill's got that little gap. It's easier to chase than get involved in a tussle, and he's enjoying that. And there's Clues.
Yeah, Clues in the number one car from Newcastle. He's now got the fastest lap as well, a 1:13.188, so it chisels a bit more off the best time. It is the blind screen fastest lap of the race. Want to change further back down the order. Chris Brayshaw, the accountant from London, 39 years old, has got his way ahead of Ian Hutchinson in the number 69 Spire GT3.
Hutchinson had an MK at one point, didn't he?
Yeah.
In his early days of racing. Now, Clues is getting under the tail now of the leader as they go up to Rocket. Comes up alongside into the corner, and he's going to try to work it out around the outside. There's not enough room to do it. He's lost out as a result of that. He's lost a couple of 3 lengths, but it hasn't yet exposed him to the chase car of McGill.
It's really difficult to pull off an overtaking manoeuvre through those corners when you've got cars of a similar speed.
Yes.
Because you've got the tight left-hander and then followed by a corner that goes in the opposite direction, and the next corner after that is also the wrong way. So,
And it's also blind when you come
Yeah.
to the apex, isn't it? So that's tricky.
it is very difficult to pronounce. So it's a tough circuit to overtake on this Anglesey circuit. And you've got to be reasonably committed and brave to be able to do so. Austin from Clues by 0.6 of a second. None of them improving on their best lap times that time through.
Now, the tyres have got right up to their temperature and probably past it now. And incredible how these cars are made so low, the Spires and the Mittels. Very, very low sight line. And again, you can see Clues hurtling through the right-handed kick up. He takes a little bit more speed there, but he's not close enough to have a go. He'll know from last time round that he's got to try somewhere different, and he's much closer as a result. He's got it down to probably about 3/4 of a car length between them, and they chase their way down through that sweep. It's quite reminiscent of one of the sweepers at Cadwell Park, isn't it? Chris Curve.
Yeah.
And then they start to plunge downhill into this remarkable corkscrew, named or inspired by that wonderful corner of the same name at Laguna Seca in California. Remember those Can-Am photographs of the 1960s, the cars coming through there? Amazing.
It's a great feature of the corner spinner. It's Liam
That's
Hack
Hack.
out of the final corner, and he's fortunate to keep that out of the pit wall. He's spun across to the outside of the circuit to the club circuit link road there. And I think his car is going to fire up. He's waiting for the gap.
I think
to
he
go.
might have just clipped the curb on the outside, which derailed him.
So he's back into the race. Meanwhile, Carl Austin still has Dan Clues for very close company. Up through the right hand they go, and Clues goes to the right hand side, tries to get alongside. Oh, and he's done it this time. There's contact between the two of them, though. It was the Austin on the left, Clues on the right. No real harm done, I don't think. I think it was just bodywork touching each other, but there was certainly a bit of hip and shoulder there as they went through Rocket there, and Clues showing how committed he is to getting through, but couldn't quite make it work, and it showed how difficult it is to do that here. So it's still Austin, and you can see, I think, the tyre mark from Clues' car now on the number panel on the right hand side of his car. But they both survived, which is great news.
And all the while, I should think that Jonathan McGill in third place was thinking to himself, ooh, might benefit from this.
Yes, exactly. And he's been racing in Sports 1000 for a long time as well. Winless so far, though he's come close. Maybe today could still be the day.
And here, so this part of the circuit, you'd sense that Clues is probably a bit quicker, or perhaps a little bit more committed. And he's pushing. He's not quite as close up into Rocket this time. It's not into Rocket. He's going to make that move. I think if anywhere, it'll be later in the lap. It's not particularly wide up there. There's not a lot of options in terms of the line, but he's making a good fist of it.
Absolutely great race. This 4 minutes of it left, so probably 4 laps I would think at the end of this one. Coming through now, so that's going to make it a 12 lap race.
Yeah, 2 different types of chassis, similar power, and so evenly matched. Little wiggle going through target for leader Carl Austin. result of which Clues just sneaks a little bit closer. There's probably 4 lengths between them coming down onto the sweeper, and then it starts to go uphill through Church. There's a chapel down there in the, on an island. And up the outside goes Clues.
Not quite enough, not quite able to make it work.
It's almost a stop there at the top, isn't it?
It pretty much is, isn't it?
3-point turn and continue.
Yeah, it's, I'd say, unique on a British circuit, isn't it? That corner, that type of corner. But yeah, you are very nearly coming to a grinding halt there, and before turning the car through more than 90 degrees. So with just 3 minutes to go now, it's Austin, Clues and McGill. No real improvements in lap time as the tyres have been already taken to their limits and beyond. Colin Chapman still there in 4th, number 63. Daniel Ashby 5th in 33. And Marco De Pieri 6th in the number 34.
It's actually only 12 thousandths of a second between their fastest laps. That's how closely matched they are on the leaders.
And here are the leaders sweeping through Church. Towards the hill towards Rocket. And again, I think Clues has wised up. That's not going to be the corner he's going to make the move for the lead. But then he's thinking, well, which is the corner where I can make the move for the lead?
It may be down on the exit of this last one at the end of the corkscrew. I sense, but you'd have to be very brave, very committed, and to a degree, the leader would have to let you have the corner if the lunge was correctly timed. You would be very much dependent on the other party. McGill has crept closer as a result of this, I sense. There they go. Another lap down, and fastest lap to McGill again, and that is 1:13.067.
Okay, yes, so he's taking a bit more time out of the cars in front of him. And they are making their way onto the back stretch once again. There'll be one more lap to go at the end of this. And here comes Clues again. He goes to the right hand side. He is going to have another go at Rocket. Again, it's not quite worked out for him. And he's got to be mindful here that Johnny McGill is not too far behind now either, in 3rd place. So he cannot afford a slip up here because it would be costly. One more lap to go at the end of this one. Austin, who is in 2nd place in the championship this weekend, took the victory in the opening round of the season at Croft.
Almost overlapping there. And checkered flag is to come out early, and it does. And there it is. Top 3 finished together. It is Carl Austin from Dan Clues, from Jonathan McGill. Colin Chapman is 4th. 5th is Daniel Ashby. And in 6th place is going to be number 34, which is Marco De Pieri, ahead of Chris Brayshaw and Ian Hutchison. Or the finisher comes Naeem Hack, who spun during the race, got a dramatic spin.
Yeah, so he's going to come through, and that leaves 2. Vincent Dubois, the ex-Alfa Romeo racer, he's just going to come through in the Sabre to complete the top 10, and I think that's just going to leave Tony Williamson in the Mattel to come through. So yeah, check flag shown 24 seconds earlier than we expected, so we've only got 11 laps rather than 12. Let's have a look at the results then at the end of that race for the Nanking Tire Sports 1000 Championship. So second one of the season for number 44, Carl Austin, had one at Croft, now one at Anglesey. 11 laps completed for him, and he was 0.4 of a second clear of number 1, Dan Clues, in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of Johnny McGill. 4th place went the way of 63, Colin Chapman. 5th to number 33, Daniel Ashby. 6th to number 34, Marco De Pieri. 7th was 88, Chris Brayshaw. 8th, 69, Ian Hutchinson. 9th was 59, Hack. Completing the top 10, 61, Vincent Dubois, with 1 on the finisher being number 22, Tony Williamson. So cars are heading into Parc Fermé. We've got plenty more racing to come this afternoon. Next up is going to be the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. There's the first ever capacity field of cars for that race, and they don't get a green flag lap either, so it's going to be straight into the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge race. They've got a triple header this weekend, but we'll do that after we've heard from our top three, which we'll do in just a moment. Down there in Parc Fermé, I think we've pretty much caught up the time that we lost earlier on in the day now, which is good news. The Swift Sport Challenge was due off at 2:40. It might be off by about 2:47ish or something like that. So we've made up some of the time that we had lost. And that's certainly good news for the marshals, who've got a long day in the sunshine. You can see that we're getting drivers out of their cars, so shortly we should be able to head down to Ben in pit lane or in Parc Fermé, ready to speak to them. And it's yeah, as I say, 5 more races to come this afternoon. Swift Sport Challenge, the GTN Sports Car Cup 90-minute race, 750 Formula Radical Club Challenge, and Tagiwa Road Sports Championship. And shortly we're gonna head out down to Ben in the in Parc Fermé, just waiting to get everything queued up. So we'll be with them shortly and be able to hear from them in just a moment. And then we've got the Nankang the Swift Sport Challenge cars about to come out very shortly on this warm afternoon here at Anglesey. I think we can now go down to Ben McCarthy in Parc Fermé.
Carl, well done. Right, let's speak to Dan. Dan, oh sorry, there's Dan. Got mixed up there. Second, Dan. That was a race full of epic battles, particularly the start and the restart. Absolutely incredible. What was it from your perspective?
It was quite an entertaining race, really. Obviously the first start, Noah had a bit of a problem. And the guys were working flat out to fix it. And as he turned into the left-hander at the top of the hill, the car just flipped round on him, and I got absolutely nowhere to go. So we sat there sort of apologising to each other, and nobody, apart from the contact at the end, there was nothing in it at all, so no issue with that. But then I'm shuffled back to the front, right, make a decent start, and we'll get away, and we'll drop these. And that didn't quite work. Cole got down the inside into the first corner and robustly showed me where the exit of the track was. And then I couldn't quite make a move stick throughout the rest of the 20 minutes. So, yeah, good race then.
But thank you for the action. We enjoyed it. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Right, then. Jonathan, love it.
I'm on the podium.
Well done. I mean, we talked about what a crazy crawling race that was. I mean, you might as well be the winner. You're elated.
Well, no, I am. I don't get on the podium. It's only the second time I've been on the podium, and it's such a good race series, you know, so cheap to run and stuff, and we've got a great garage. And Tim Gray looks after it all, you know, so it's fantastic. And to get on the podium, I mean, yeah, don't get there very often. Yeah.
Well, we've still got another race this weekend.
I know.
So you're not going to be distracted by that, are you? Or you going to enjoy the moment?
No. I mean, my lap times weren't that fast, so really, I've got more to go. Really, I should have been hunting them down more. Yeah. So looking forward to it. Yeah.
Well done. Congratulations on your podium. Right, we're going to head back straight to Ian and Marcus. Why? Because we have the Swift Sport Challenge coming up next. So let's head over to Ian and Marcus now.
Thanks, Ben. Apologies, we didn't manage to hear from Carl there. I think we'd already completed that interview before we were able to head down to Ben on that occasion, but hopefully we'll hear from him again tomorrow. Swift's heading out onto the grid. There's 34 of them on the grid, last few just lining up now, so I'll run you through the grid if I can. 87 is going to be on pole position. That's Louis Woodward. Alongside him is 28. That's the car of Sam Copeland. Second row, 19, Matthew Weymouth. and 89 Archie Carter. Third row will be 25 James Saggers and 69 Jake Spencer. Fourth row 821 Aaron Mullen and 707 Elliot Fuster. Fifth row 66 Michael Sanford and 26 Jack Wood. The sixth row 54 Dale Bamford and 85 Samuel Relf. The seventh row 18 and 70, that's Thomas Littlechild and Darren Lucas. The eighth row 43 and 27, 43 Graham Coombs and 27 Jonathan Woolley. The ninth row 5 and 2, 5 Ben Monroe, 2 Melissa Bexley, and I'll give you the 10th row as well, 99 Lewis Noon and 52 Mikey Brissenden as the race gets underway for 15 minutes of action. It's a good start here from the pole position car of Louis Woodward then, who's got the car in black into the lead of the race, but a good start from the second row of the grid by Matthew Weymouth, number 19. He is up into P2, so it's two more experienced drivers that are underway. We've got a car starting on a 10-second delay after some issues in qualifying. That's the number 71 novice entry for Jake Lucas, but he's going to have to try and catch up with the rest of the pack, and there's been a spinner further back. That's number 33, which is Colin Flanagan. I think everyone has managed to miss Colin though, and that's good news indeed. That was on the exit of the banking. So the race continues then in this first race of 3 for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge this weekend, and there's 3 abreast going into Rocket there for third position. They all managed to squeeze their way through, but it is number 87 Louis Woodward that's leading from the number 19 car of Matthew Weymouth in second place, and I think third is that the number 69 car, which is that of Jake Spencer, as they continue their way around this first lap.
This is hugely competitive and very exciting for me, Ian, because I've not seen one of these races before. I've seen a few of the cars racing in those experimental pre-series races and of the last couple of years, but it's fantastic to see so many people out there going racing.
And lots of novices as well. It's bringing lots of new drivers into the championship as well, which is one of the main reasons that the 750 has been created, is to bring new drivers into the sport, but it's brought out some experienced hands as well who fancy to go at racing in this championship as well, like Louis Woodward, who is leading, and he was the driver that won the inaugural race at Silverstone just over 12 months ago, probably about 14 months ago now actually. So he's leading this one here from Matthew Weymouth in second. He's been a road sports race winner with the 750 Motor Club in the passenger sharing car with his son Alfie as well, and then Jake Spencer in the 69 car. He's in third position, 32-year-old who started racing last year, racing Ariel Atom in Sports Specials, so he's switching to something a little bit slower now in this Swift Sport Challenge. We've got the novice, oh what a spinner, that's the 821 car of Aaron Mullen. Also involved in that is number 18 as well, which is Thomas Littlechild. So those were in 8th and 10th respectively at the start of the lap. So that will promote, amongst others, Jack Wood, who's our novice class leader, number 26, the driver from Ilkeston, up into the top 10. But hopefully, there's still one car stranded there, double waved yellow flags covering that. Marshall's rushed over to see if that car will move, but it may need I don't think it will. Looking at it, looks like some damage. Yeah, it's going to need a lift. Unfortunately, with that damage to the front end, and that's going to mean at least a safety car, Marcus.
Yeah, it looks like it, and I reckon that front corner's been tagged, whether it's flattened the tyre or with just pushed the wing in on the tyre. I can't tell from this distance, but it's a shame to be a hiatus of one form or another.
Yes.
I remember when this series was announced, and I'd never really noticed Suzuki Swift out and about, and then every time I went out I saw about 10 on the way to the shops at different sort of places. I thought, this could work, and clearly it has. I remember James Winstanley from the 750 Motor Club getting very excited. He espoused the whole thing. They're rushing up the hill. They need to be slowing right down here. Yes,
double waved yellows. There is that car on the circuit. We've got the safety car now having been scrambled, but it will pick up at the end of the lap, so they just all need to tread very carefully and avoid that car that is stationary at the top of the hill. I think most of them now seem to have got the message that they need to slow down, so I think that's good news.
Yeah, they've cottoned on.
Yeah, so that drama, there will need to be a rescue and recovery of that car here, that car of Thomas Littlechild. We've not had a chance to tell you about the championship standings. Tom was actually 5th in the standings coming into this weekend behind James Saggers. He's leading on 115 points in the number 25 car. He was 5th when the safety car came out. Graham Coombs second on 106. He's a long time experienced race from the Will High 24-hour race in the early 1980s. Lewis Stannard third on 104. Avery Weymouth fourth on 100 points. That's a team car being driven, the Mad Motorsport car, by his father Matthew this weekend. And then Little Child was 5th in the points. Jake Boydell 6th. He had dramas in qualifying this morning. Then Aaron Merlin, who was also involved in that schmozzle. Sam Copeland, who is 3rd on the road. Samuel Relf, who's the leading novice in the championship. And Elliot Fuster, who is next up.
Where's Elliot Fuster from?
Elliot Fuster is from number 64. No, not number 64. That's the wrong number. 707, isn't he? So he's on the next page. He's from Driffield.
Okay. I always remember Fuster and Woodkirk garages used to be very big into racing with Trevor Thwaites, who was the British sports car champion in 1970 with a Chevron B8. Later went on to race in Formula Talbot, the single-seater series powered by methanol, which was brought in at a time of an oil crisis. And these cars can be put together pretty simply and inexpensively by racing standards, with a kit of parts available sort of through the club, through the 750 Motor Club, as I recall.
Yeah, it's based on the car from the 2006 to 2011 model year. You can see that tyre has gone flat, hasn't it, on the front right of that car. The Swift Sport 1.6 ZA31S. Only European.
I thought it was.
I thought, yeah, I knew you'd know that. The European specification models only. There's a safety devices roll cage, 6-point harnesses, etc. for the usual safety equipment. You can't stiffen the chassis apart from put the roll cage in. There's not much you can take out in terms of the interior. They have to have laminated windscreen. All the other windows are manufacturer glass. The engine remains standard. There's a penalty in terms of kilograms if your car is more than the base 126 brake horsepower. Engines are sealed. They've got a ram air induction kit, yellow speed racing coilovers, standard gearbox and diff, standard calipers and plain discs, and 15-inch Speedline Corsa wheels with Davanti Protura tyres running on these cars. So come to the halfway point in this race, trying to recover the car from the top of the hill, being that of Tom Littlechild. I suspect we're not going to get a huge amount of racing laps after this is finished, unfortunately, but I know 750 Motor Club mindful of time that we did lose early on, and we've made up a little bit of that, but still not quite back on schedule, and there's still 4 more races to come, including a 90-minute race up next. So mindful of the timetable here and trying to keep things moving. And there are 2 more races tomorrow for the Swift Sport Challenge as well. But generally speaking, Mark, as a championship like this, where you've got inexpensive, easily prepared, equally matched, underpowered really cars, it usually produces good racing.
It does, and thus it's proved. And it's kind of, you never kind of call these things a sellout, but capacity grid tells it all. And they're more in build, as I understand, so could be heats to the final yet. Well, the car that's sustained the damage is now halfway onto the flatbed truck. It's being winched on.
Yes, the Littlechild car is almost back on the back of the truck. So once they've got that into position and that car safely out of harm's way, and the truck out of harm's way, we should have time for at least a few more racing laps here, which is good news. Great to have a capacity field of Swift Sport Challenge cars for the first time. We've been close on previous occasions, but it's testament to the popularity of the championship that we actually fill the grid here at Anglesey, one of the furthest flung circuits in the country. Bit of a trek for many drivers. but certainly well worth it, and well worth making a weekend of it here as well. It's a beautiful part of the country. Why not make it a holiday weekend?
A triple header is always good value as well, provided you survive the first couple.
Absolutely. Yes, you're probably a bit frustrated if you're eliminated with a problem early on, aren't you?
Oh, we had the car that had that sustained that damage this morning, a huge mechanical damage, I would imagine, because it ran having flung most of its oil out on the way up the hill to Rocket.
And talking of long journeys, one of those who's made one is Sam Copeland, who's there in third place, number 28, the 35-year-old garage owner from Saltash in Cornwall.
Oh,
it's a long way around, isn't it, to get to Anglesey? I think it was 6 hours for you, wasn't it? From,
it's 8 hours for me.
It's 8 hours.
It's a drag from Saltash to Wiscombe Park Hill Climb in East Devon.
So yeah, good commitment there for Sam Copeland, who raced for the first time 2 years ago in the 116 Trophy, and his car self-built in 2025, sponsored by LSV Vehicle Repairs of Plymouth. And his favourite circuit is Anglesey, so no surprise that he's here and going well in third place this weekend. We've touched on Jake Spencer a little bit already. Matthew Weymouth, 54-year-old from Great Yarmouth, opposite end of the country, but another long schlep. Company director. Started racing in 2009, had a second place in the Burkitt Relay on handicap in a BMW 328i at one point. Did road sports in a BMW M3 called Pammy, having runs at Croft and Snetton, and was with his son Alfie, was the team championship winner last year, looking to retain that this season.
Here comes the damaged car, and it's off the track.
We might be able to go racing this time, and yeah, I can see that Stuart Dungate down there on the pit wall is holding the green flag now, so I think he's going to wave it this time because the safety car lights are out, so we're probably going to get probably only a couple of laps of racing, but that's one more than it might have been. Just depends how quickly they get around. Their lap times are 1:26, so yeah, I don't think they're going to get more than 2 laps here, but they should get 2. And a bit of some pressure here on Louis Woodward because he's got 30 odd Suzuki Swifts ganging up behind him here. But lots of experience. He's raced in the 116 Trophy and Road Sports and Armed Force Races Challenge as well in various BMWs.
And here he comes. He's made a little bit of a run for it as he came down through the corkscrew, used it to build momentum. But work to do for a couple of laps now to hold on.
Yes, so we'll see if he can soak up the pressure from Matthew Weymouth and Sam Copeland and the rest. Jake Spencer in 4th and James Saggers in 5th. Here they come around the banking, and he's done a pretty good job of the restart here as Louis. And he's got a few car lengths in hand over Matthew Weymouth in 2nd. And Sam Copeland completing the top 3. Through Church they come.
Top 6 or 7 are pretty much equidistant. I guess the first 5 are, and then a little bit more of a gap back to 6. So a couple of Mr. Transit cars in the field. Series supporter.
Often the way, isn't it, after a safety car that you do get them fairly spread and fairly equidistant for the restart, don't you?
I can't believe that we've got the leaders right up at the top of the track and the tail enders still battling away. Charging down towards Church.
The car at the back is the one that had the 10-second penalty, which is Jake Lucas, and so he's not really been able to make the most of that opportunity to make up some places. Still at the back of the field in the number 71 car, but Woodward coming down to us here to start, I think, the final lap. The last lap board hasn't actually been shown. That doesn't mean they won't show the checkered flag this time. He's got a lead of just under a second over Weymouth, and another second back is Sam Copeland in 3rd and Jake Spencer in 4th position. So fairly well spread. There is a car that has come to a stop at the exit of the final corner, and is that the 89 car possibly?
It's getting going again.
Archie Carter. It is going to get going again, but towards the back of the pack. Yeah, it is Archie Carter. So that's a shame for him. Going to back in the race, the 19-year-old from Basingstoke. So up to the rocket for the final time goes Lou Woodward. Doesn't look like there's going to be any change here before the end of the race.
James Saggers in the field. I always recall Stuart Saggers. I think he raced in Formula Forward or something like that.
Yes, that's right.
Maybe stepped up from Formula First to Forward.
Yeah, James himself, he's going to make up a place here, and this is for third position. So he's on this last lap of the race, as I think it will be, come through to third. He's got ahead of Sam Copeland there. He's also got ahead of Jake Spencer on this lap. It's going to be Lou Woodward through the final corner now. Checkered flag is made ready. Clock's counted down to 0. Checkered flag is waving, and it is then a win for Lou Woodward in a sort of slightly truncated first race of the weekend for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. Matthew Weymouth takes second, James Saggers takes third, having made up 2 places on the final lap. 4th place goes the way of Sam Copeland, 5th Jake Spencer, and 6th to Michael Sanford in one of those Mr. Transit cars, ahead of Elliot Fuster, Graham Coombs, Jack Wood, our novice winner, and Samuel Ralph, only a second separating those at the end of the race. So the top 10 separated by just under 10 seconds, and surprising given the sort of 2-lap dash to the flag after the safety car period. So we've got the cars coming through at the end of this. Let's have a look at the top 10 finishers at the end of the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. Confirmation then of the win for Lou Woodward. 8 laps completed, but only about 3.5 of them in full racing order. He was a second clear, very nearly of number 19, Matthew Weymouth. 25, James Saggers was third. Sam Copeland, 28, was fourth, ahead of 769, Jake Spencer. Michael Sanford was 6th in 66, 7th was 707, Elliot Fuster. 8th was 43, Graham Coombs. 9th, and our novice class winner, was number 26, Jack Wood. 10th number 85, Samuel Ralph. Then 11th, I'll just give you these, Jonathan Woolley, Lewis Noonan, Melissa Bexley. Dale Bamford in 14th completed the top 3 in the novice class, and then you can see the rest of them feeding through on your screens. So, Mark, that's your first time seeing the Swifts. We didn't really get a full look at them because there was only sort of 2 or 3 laps of racing. What did you make of them?
Didn't get the full flavour, but it looks absolutely hoot. It looks brilliant. An ideal place for youngsters to get involved, and also satisfying for some of the more experienced drivers who are looking for just a cheap way to spend their weekends on a racetrack. Or I say it's all relative, but certainly it is attainable for a huge number, as we can see by this monster grid.
Absolutely right. No, it's been a really popular introduction over the last 2 years by the 750 Motor Club, and it's been tremendously successful, and I'm sure it will continue to be so. We've got 2 more races for these cars. They're out again tomorrow morning at around about 20 past 10, and tomorrow afternoon at 5 to 2 in the afternoon. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Ben McCarthy is going to speak to our top 3.
Louis Woodward, our winner from this race, as he gets out, and he's going to come and join us. Not before, though, he's awarded his 750 Motor Club cap.
Need that today.
You do indeed. I mean, that was a race you were in control of, and then of course we have the late safety car. How much pressure did that put on you at the end?
Yeah, obviously a safety car always mixes things up, but yeah, seemed to have the pace here. Done a few laps around here before in different things. Just managing the temperatures and just keeping everyone behind. That's the main aim of the game.
You mentioned temperatures. How much of a challenge has that been today?
It's not been as bad as this week, so we're grateful for the cooler weather here at Anglesey, and we had a bit of rain this morning, but you know, it's obviously dried up and it's glorious, so yeah, no, it's been okay to manage it.
Congratulations on your win. Right then. Almost got in the way of your handshake there. Matthew Weymouth, second place. I mean, the safety car gave you hope of the victory at the end, but second place, we can't disagree with that.
Pleased as punch. I saw the hard work. I've got to say thanks to the sponsor of RS Fishing. He looks after our tyres, he looks after our logistics. But yeah, no, great. Louis, I don't know if the race would have went on longer. I might have had a go at him. We were very evenly matched, but they were juggling behind, so I felt second was secure. So I've just tried to hang in there, and yeah, a bit of a mixed race because of the safety car, but yeah, thoroughly enjoyable, and that's my first podium, so I'm pleased with that.
Congratulations on that. How are you going to relax? It's hot today.
Well, England are playing tonight, so it's a beer, obviously, isn't it? What do you want,
Yeah, that's the responsible answer. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So then, James Saggers, third place. We've mentioned the heat. We've mentioned what the late chaos with the safety car, but it's still a podium for you.
Let the tyres temperatures go down a little bit, so obviously we had a little bit more for the last couple of laps. So yeah, it was still learning the circuit. It's the first time I've raced here, so yeah, it was good.
What does that say about for the next race? If this is the precedent that you set already, what's possible?
Boys are quick though, so who knows? We're all very level. I mean, the times are very close, so as you can see. So it's good. It'll be a good race next one.
We're looking forward to it. Congratulations. Well then, the time has come not only to pass back to Ian and Marcus, but to head into the GT and Sports Car Cup. Back to you, Ian and Marcus.
Thank you very much, Ben, down there in the paddock, and great to speak to those drivers. Just going to run through the grid for this 90-minute GT and Sports Car Cup. It's the second race of 4 this season. We've had Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We go to Castle Combe in September, and then at the end of October to Portimao for the Algarve Classic Festival. It's a series, an invitation series for pre-66 GTs and pre-63 sports racers. In fact, it's all GTs, this field, and it's a fabulous field that we have, and it showcases some of the great marks and of the 1960s cars which had international race history.
We've got the grid up now, Mark, if you want to
yeah,
run
and the
through
grid is up there, and on the front row we've got Reid Gom, the Canadian, in the car that Nigel Greenswell put there. That's the low drag coupe E-Type number 1. Then we've got the number 232. Alongside we have 88, that is John Clark Ben Mitchell. John Clark, Scottish Motor Baron, drives that one. Third place on the grid, Steve Jones starts the Lotus Elan, number 84. Fourth is the Alexander Hewitson Healy. We handed over to the very rapid Jack Rawls. Then it's 36, which is Nick Sleep in the Dynaglaze of Hawaii, Hairy Canary AC Cobra, 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine, 450 plus horsepower. Then it's Oliver Marseille in 32, sharing with Jeremy Welsh in the Healy. Oliver starts that one. 246 will be Bill Rolls, who will double stint in his Healy before putting Jack in. Jack on double driver duty. And then it's 125, that's Will Garrett in the Hilton and Moss, absolutely immaculate 63 Jaguar E-Type that Tim Crichton will take over. 33 is John Minshaw from the Demon Tweaks Dinner Street, who's got the legendary Ben Cussons alongside him, past chairman of the Royal Automobile Club. And then 275, Benjamin Tarlow, Mark Hamilton Peters. Mark Hamilton Peters starting the 275 Elite that leads the GT2 class. Michael O'Sullivan, the Irishman, is next up with William Nuttall sharing this weekend. He's in another Elite, number 8. Will Nuttall brought up the car very close to its team pace setter in practice. Normally that car is driven by Ollie Bryant as well, but Ollie's elsewhere this weekend. 186 is the Cobra Coupe of David Smithies, the Bristolian, and his fellow Bristolian, Chris Clarkson, the lead driver from North Borneo. He was born in North Borneo, now Sabah, and he shares that with David Smithies. That's the Tour de France lookalike Cobra Coupe. 207 is Crispin Harris in the Healy. He shares with James Wilmoth, this driver from St Lucia. And then in 14th place is 55, that's Mark Hope, who starts the MGB with Jason Minshaw, brother of John. Then we have the Oliver Marseille and Thomas Waterfield. Tommy Waterfield, SK120. Tommy starting that car because Oliver's higher up the grid in the Healy. Then we've got 25, Jonathan Hopper, who starts MGB, sharing with the great Chris Ward, who won at Brands Hatch last weekend. The next Guy Edwards Nolan T292. Guy Edwards having passed away just before that weekend, so very poignant win for him. Dr. Alan Ross Jones starts the Triumph TR471. He shares with his son Dan, and then Joe Ward, Giuseppe Ward, or Joe Letton, as he's sometimes known here in Anglesey. He's in his Healy. Then we've got the little Broadspeed GTS, which Alice Lock drives for, putting Father Richard in. Then we've got Charlie Goddard in our Morgan. Beverly Phillips starts the 37 MGB. Richard Frankel, the Alpha, and Lee Howe, the Elite at the back. And away they go. What a fantastic sight this makes. The two Jaguars side by side through the first corner. Different iterations of the Jaguar E-Type. One a semi-lightweight roadster, the other a low drag coupe. And John Clark, who been racing for many moons, head of the eponymous automobile group in Scotland. Raced in the British Touring Car Championship in the past, BMW M3 among other things, and he leads from Reed Gom, the Canadian, who sometimes shares with Andrew Keith Lucas, but the Cobra is coming blasting up alongside the snarling AC Cobra of Nick Sleep. Had moved up, car that was raced by Dick Neal in periods, a proper car which raced in the Sports Car Club of America events. We've got the Healy there of Hewitt's in the middle of that. We've got that gorgeous early E-Type coupe roadster, one of the two in the race that were very close together in quali. Healy still managing to hold the Cobra off. So the Cobra with about 450, 460 horsepower, something like that. Top Jags with probably 400. The Healys with about 270 brake, the top Healys, but weighing about the same as the Cobra. Look at the little Climax-powered Lotus Elite there. They're so nimble, so agile. Just 1216 cc of all aluminium Coventry Climax FWE engines, and away they go through past us. Brilliant to watch. And a great mix of cars. The oldest car in the field is the XK 120 Jag with the red hardtop, a little broad speed mini coupe. It's mini underpinnings, designed and built by Ralph Broad, raced in period by the great John Fitzpatrick. So as they race away, what's happening? The two Jags are under pressure here. And those claws of the Jags are out, but the venomous Cobra is coming up to challenge them in the hands of none other than Nick Sleep. So Alex Montgomery from Edinburgh driving. It's 350 odd miles from Edinburgh down here, and John Clark comes further from Dundee. The Jags very close, almost side by side, and there's been, I think, a little bit of a change there. It looks like the Cobra's come up into second place, but Clarkey in the 88 Jag just holding sway at the moment. And in second place is Sleep. Third is Reed Gom. Fourth is Alexander Hewitson down, another driver from Scotland. Car certainly based up there. Look at that, the iridescent metallic blue of Scotland, kind of a Courier Cos colours on it, and through they come again. It's John Clark, who is a tremendous driver, but up the inside, just brute force, has taken Nick Sleep through into the lead at the start of this lap.
It was inevitable that was going to happen, really. I think
Yes.
It was fourth going into the previous lap, was second by the end of it, and then it was a matter of yards into lap 3 when Sleep was able to just power ahead into turn 1, and no real defence offered there. I think the drivers knew that that Cobra was able to make up ground quite quickly, and already has pulled out quite a few car lengths over the Jags, which are still in second and third position as things stand. Wonderful to have the GT and Sports Car Cup here, joining the 750 Motor Club for the race meeting this weekend. A first ever trip to Wales, trip to Anglesey for this particular series, which Marcus says only does a small number of races each year. Has already raced on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit about 4 weeks ago.
They've been as far afield as places like Enna Pegusa in Sicily, Monza, but this is the 7th circuit they've raced at in the UK, and the first in Wales, and it's wonderful to see them, and even better that the sun has come out today, because it looked pretty bleak at times yesterday afternoon. But it's Sleep who leads the way, and look at John Minshaw coming up. Now that's an earlier spec Jag. That is the early pre-63 type Jag, E-Type. The Jaguars debuted at Alton Park in 1961 with Graham Hill and Roy Salvadori, the front runners, and they won. Graham Hill won first time out, and the car entered by Tommy Sopwith of Equipe Endeavour, from the Sopwith Aviation family. He ran the Endeavour Motor Group based down in Sussex. But Jags have always had a wonderful competition history, and they face the Cobras in period. You'll see a Cobra Daytona Coupe in there, the 186 car, which is driven by David Smithies. That broke its gearbox after only about 3 or 4 laps at Silverstone. And it's quite interesting that David Smithies, who does all the work on that car basically himself, he's 78 years old. Chris Clarkson, his co-driver, is 73. We call them Team 151 now. That's their total age, but they're not the oldest pair in the field, because Chris Connolly and Joe Ward, winners of the Spa 6 Hours a couple of times in 75, in 95 and 96 in TVR Griffiths. They top them by 2.
Wow.
They're 78 and 75 respectively, but we also have very young drivers in the field. We have Olivier Marseille. We also have young Alice Locke, who pedals that little broad-speed GTS very, very well.
And it's a great array of drivers, but also a great array of cars. We've got a change there. That's John Minshaw making up a position there, and he's gone up to 3rd place now. He's gone past the 232 car. That's the Reed Gom E-Type, although Reed Gom trying to fight back there on the way into Church, but Minshaw's made that place himself, and indeed it looks like he's going to be caught here, Reed Gom, by the 132.
Well, he's got this trio of Healey's behind him. We've got Hewitson, Marseille, and the 3rd of those Healey's is that of Crispin Harris in the number 207 car. That car's nicknamed Ali after Crispin's son, Ali. Ali on the 2 front wings, and look at the little broad speed going along. A fantastic lick for a car powered by a 1293 BMC A series Cooper S-type engine. The nimble Lotus Elan 1600cc Ford bottom end, Lotus aluminium twin cam top on it. That probably makes somewhere around 175, 180 horsepower. The best of those twin cams these days makes towards 200, which is staggering considering that Jim Clark, when he raced Lotus Cortinas with these engines, had 150 at best. That was probably from an ultimate fuel injected engine. The Jags straight 6, 3.8 litres. Beautifully balanced cars. They're long in the wheelbase. They have very sophisticated independent suspension, disc brakes all round, inboard at the back, and they're fabulous to watch, just awesome to watch. The MGB's accessible historic cars, but what I love is these Healeys, the 3 Healeys, which remember were also Works rally cars that had an enormously successful career in things like Alpine rallies and things like that. Quite remarkable. Good to see the XK120. That engine, incidentally, was first seen in 1948. The XK engine, which powers the XK120 in this race, powered the C-types and D-types that won at Le Mans in the 1950s. 2 C-type winners, 3 D-type winners, and there's that battle of 32, which is Oliver Marseille, very, very tall young man. His parents, Flavien and Vanessa, run this GT Sports Car Cup, have done for 20 years. This is the 20th season of GTSCC, and this battle between the 2 snarling Jaguars with the 3.8 litre straight 6 engines and the 3 Healeys, and Hewitson so quick off that corner at Target, actually was trying to have a nibble at Reed Gom's low drag coupe. The low drag, one of the 3 distinct homologated body shapes for the E-types. Malcolm Sayer low drag type body on it. Malcolm Sayer did the aero on the D-type Jag. Remember the fin D-type Jaguars? And the fin was slightly offset just to give it a little bit more stability on the Mulsanne straight at Le Mans. And here come the Healeys then. They raced at places like Daytona and Sebring in the States. In fact, the silver car is the same colour as the, I think, the Works Sebring cars that ran there. And now Marseille's trying to get his way. Oh, he took advantage of the fact, or tried to take advantage of the fact that Hewitson was slowed very, very slightly. And he tried to have a go at Rocket, but there wasn't enough time. Hewitson's, I think Hewitson might have missed a gear. He suddenly dropped back from that group. So the top of the GT3 Healey is now Marseille, but of course top of GT3 is John Minshaw in the Dove Grey E-Type convertible with the hood on it. There he goes, just going through. John Minshaw, absolutely brilliant. He's running in 2nd place overall.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? Because he's escaped from the GT4 class cars, and he's trying to go with the Cobra, and on the last lap was within about a second of the Cobra's lap time, but he's going to struggle to catch that car, isn't he? I think he's going to be able to put daylight between himself and the rest, but
it won't catch the Cobra on pace. The thing that they were always worried about with these cars is the punishment meted out to the transmission and brakes on a circuit like this. The vast majority of the competitors have not been here before, and it's been an absolute breathtaking eye-opener for them.
I was going to say, what they made of it? If
they're absolutely very positive, and they don't need all the flash of some of these continental venues. When you've got this on your relative doorstep, you don't have to take a ferry to get here. But it's brilliant to see. 32 and 207 then locked in combat. And those are the 2 top Healey's. They're 2nd and 3rd in the GT3 class, and that's Oliver Marseille, new to this car this year, a car that was raced by Tony Worthington a bunch of years ago. Then Tony retired from competing. That's the British Racing green car. The Works red Healey colour is behind, and that is the car of Crispin Harris, who has with him James Wilmoth, driver who has a St Lucia nationality.
Great to see these Healey's, because they're always so spectacular to watch, aren't they? The back stepping out, it's just, they're always so impressive to witness.
Watch when the 32 car will be taken over by Jeremy Welsh, of course son of the late Dennis Welsh, who was the maestro in historic Healey's. Dennis Welsh Motorsport still looks after a lot of these cars, but it's brilliant to see. Of course, all the cars, these Healey's with some of them have wire wheels on them, some have alloys, but great to see the down the field. The MGBs are in battle, but I'm looking at the top. That's 10 seconds now that the Cobra's ahead, but the Jags are so closely matched. John Clark and Reed Gotham, both of these drivers have got secret weapons in their pocket. You've got Ben Mitchell waiting to take over John Clark's number 88, the semi-lightweight roadster with the bubble top. That little vent on the boot, that basically vents air out of the rear brakes, and the transmission diff coolers in the back of those as well. And the low drag car, Nigel Greensword, that Nigel who's been racing more than 100 races a year.
I was going to say more than 100 years.
Well, it seems like it, doesn't it? I remember him driving that Formula 4, was it a Rail RP26 or something like that, when I was a lad.
Yeah, it's a star of Mallory Formula Ford, stalwart for many years. But no, very experienced.
I think Nigel's probably got a good 10 years on me, in fact, in the wrong way from my point of view. But the Jags, absolutely brilliant to see, and so beautifully matched. So you've got this pair of Jags chasing the Cobra, the pair of Healeys chasing the... the red Healey took an interesting line there, and the red Healey's gone through, but it's the 207. Crispin Harris, that was a really brave move. He dived up the inside of Olivier Marseille into Rocket, and kind of almost took him by surprise, and it worked. It was one of those out of the blue type moves, so Harris took that place.
He did. So we've been enjoying this battle in the GT3s and the GT4s. In the GT2s, by the way, at the moment, is the 275 car that is leading the way at the moment. That's the Benjamin Tarlow, Mark Hamilton, Peters Lotus Elite. They are in 11th position overall, and they've got quite a gap actually back of 5 cars between themselves and the next car in that class, which is the Mark Hope Jason Minshaw number 55 car, which is the MGB. GT2, a well-supported class. There's 7 cars out in that class here today. GT4 have got, again, 5 cars, GT3 I think we've got 9 cars this week. We've also got one car in TC2, well, TC1 and TC2 class cars.
Here's a pit visitor, and this is the Hilton and Moss Jaguar coming into the pits. That's Will Garrett, and I'm not sure that's whether he wants to hand it over to Tim Crichton now.
Is there a pit window that they have to observe particularly, Marcus, in this?
They can stop when they want, as long as they make the 2 stops.
Okay.
Maximum stint is 40 minutes, regardless of which stage of the race it is. So you could do a 40, a 10, another 40.
Yeah.
But the owner or the nominated lead driver of the team has to do a minimum of 50% of the race. So that's our first pit visitor.
There's been, just see here that the number 28 car.
Oh, look at that. Look at the Healey's. They've changed again. They went each side of the number 14 Lotus Elite there. And the 14 Elite is Lee Hauer, the American driver.
Yeah, that's dramatic, certainly, as the cars came on to the start and finish straight. Got a slightly slower car, that Elite. It's running in 21st position, being mugged either side by the much quicker, more powerful big Healey's. I was just going to say, the number 28 car, that's being observed. It's been spotted to be smoking from the rear of the car. That's the XK 120.
That's Tommy Waterfield.
Yeah. And
car's owned by Sir David Scully, oldest car in the field. And 207's off, and that's Crispin Harris, unfortunately, and he's gone off at Rocket at the top of the hill.
Yes, that's gone straight on, hasn't it, to the barrier. So whether he locked up, more than possible there. We've already seen someone do that in an earlier race this weekend. He's actually reversing out now of those recticel barriers, and is he going to get back into the race? Or
he's going to get himself back to the pits, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe get it back to the pits, get it checked over. It is handy not having a defined pit window, isn't it? In that you don't have to think, I'm making a stop outside of pit window here, so I'm going to have to make another stop as well in later in the race. But the marshals are now trackside with that 207 car. Up at the top of the hill.
I wonder, I can see yellow flags around here. So, a safety car has been signalled. We have 1 hour and 12 minutes to go. So of the 90 minutes, we've got 72 minutes to go.
Yeah, I can see people on the pit wall saying, get in now, behind the safety car.
There'll be a clamour to put drivers in, but of course they won't see that necessarily. Yeah, they do. The safety car board's out now, so actually no one's decided to come in as yet. I suspect they might do, and I see the Hilton and Moss Jag is back out on track. In comes one of the elites. That is the Akuri Shirley car that was raced in the States in period, and that is going up to its pit.
Yeah, so safety car is out, but cars are starting to come in, including the car from second position. John Minshaw's in. And well, most of the field seem to be following him in. I don't think the leader stayed out there. The lead you can see on screen, it's been picked up by the safety car.
So Minshaw in from second. Clark is in as well. The XK's gone out again.
246 car's staying out. It's quicker, I think, to tell you who's staying out.
Yeah, 246 that's Bill Rawls, whose son's going into that car at the end. He's going to double stint anyway. 275's gone through. 14 that elite that got mugged. He's in as well. There's a change. Jones to Tinkler in the grey Elan. Ben Tinkler, the 2023 HSCC Classic Formula Ford champion. The red elite is the Lee Hauer car. and Tim Gregorio.
I'm watching Charlie Goddard. She's been ignoring the pit-in signal. She's signalled it on the previous lap. She's been signalled it again. She's still out there in the Morgan. Graham Smith is the driver that she'll hand over to, the Caterham Graduates front runner in days gone by.
There you go. And we have got Chris Ward going into one of the MGBs. That'll be fireworks because he's a very, very rapid pilot.
Right.
It's in the 25.
That Healy is going to need some outside assistance to be recovered. So you can see the JCB's heading out onto track now to facilitate. That's the Crispin Harris car, isn't it? The Austin Healy.
So that's here comes the lead Cobra.
That's in now.
Coming into the pits. And that will be in at 14 laps.
Yeah, 14 laps gone from the lead of the race then. Obviously the timing screen obviously becomes hard to decipher. Now we're into the pit stops.
It's quite interesting that Ben Cousins, who once done a lot in that Jaguar, has gone out into this middle stint. Now, if it took 15 minutes potentially to sort the issue out, that would take us down to how many minutes to go? Would take us down to 54 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
Which would mean that John Minshaw could leap in relatively soon after that, in that you can only do 40 minutes. So Ben Cousins really has got to run until there are 40 minutes left in this race. There's the Rules Healy, which was due to be Papa Rules driving it first and second, because his son, very rapid Jack Rules, was going to jump into Alexander Hewittson's Healy. And at 14 laps, as we have it now, the run through, 14 laps, it's the Sleep Cobra, which Alex Montgomery was jumping into. We've got the Rolls Healy in second place, 246. Third, Hamilton Peters with his Elite, just because the stagger hasn't unwind. Fourth is Cousins in the Grey Jag number 33. Fifth is 132, which is Hewitson in his Healy. Sixth is 32, which is Oliver Marseille, excuse me. And then we've got 232, which is Reed Gom in the low drag coupe. 48 is Joe Ward in the red Healy. 84 is the Jones Tinkler Elan, and then in 10th place is the Annis Lock Broadspeed Mini Coupe, and it's the Hope, and who else is in that one? 55 is the Hope and Jason Minshaw MGB in 11th place, and it's the Clark Mitchell car in as the Jags XK's in again. I saw Tom Waterfield's fetch something to he's having a play with the rear corner. He's doing something down there. I can't see through one of the other team members what he might be doing, but that means that Oliver Marseille will now be in that car rather than the Healy, and that Healy that was running 432 will now have in it Jeremy Welsh, the sort of preeminent Healy racer for the last decade or so, but there are plenty of young chargers in there as well. We'll see Jack Rolls in action in 2 of these cars today. Jack Rolls from the Bill Rolls Classic Cars Company down in sort of Alton Way in Hampshire in the south of England, and they're leading specialists too in the Healys. They're big Healy race coming up at Donington, I think, next weekend. Something like 40 Heelys in it.
Wow.
Should be very exciting. And we've got an Ian Cox Memorial race at the Castle Combe Morton Classic in the middle of September, which Bill Rawls Classic Cars is supporting. But great to see such a mixture of cars. We unfortunately lost the lone Mini, the actual Mini, in testing yesterday, which broke its gearbox after just a few laps. Car that Elliot Birchenough of Dorset Racing was going to share with Malc Fitzpatrick. The Jesty entered cars, Paul JP Jesty car, and they're still going round.
Including now the 207 car that's been recovered is able to make its way back under its own steam, as it were, to the to Parc Fermé. So we're going to go to Parc Fermé, into the pit lane to see if we can get the car back out competitively for the remainder of the race. Obviously, to be many laps down.
If it's going to Parc Fermé, the scrutineers will have a look at it and decide whether if there is a potential for it to continue.
But it'd be good news for them if they can at least get another.
Would be good, wouldn't it?
Number of racing laps out of it, albeit not going to be contending for any prizes any longer, I don't think. So safety car.
They've had such a rough time. They had smoke to piston. It's coming in. Look, it's coming in. Look, it looks.
The only mystery now is why it needed outside assistance to be recovered, because it.
Quite.
Anyway, I think the JCB is still up at the top of the circuit. It's rearranging the recticel that was in turn rearranged by the Healy.
Yeah.
10 minutes or so ago.
Just giving it a little fettle with those forks.
Yeah, I think that will do. And there's the car. I mean, I don't think there's too much damage because those recticel cushions, they do.
They are remarkable, aren't they?
Fantastic work, don't they? To absorb the impact.
And that car smoke to piston at Silverstone. Jeremy Welsh rebuilt the engine in double quick time so that they could come here and race. And they're just prying the wheel arch in, aren't they? They're getting that off the tyre.
Yes, that must be what the perhaps the extent of the damage.
Yeah.
But and that's perhaps why they couldn't start it, because they just couldn't get the movement on.
No lock on the wheel.
On the wheel. Yeah. So if they can just lever that out of the way, then should be good to get back into the race, and we'll get underway once the JCB has finished its work. But some precision engineering going on there.
I think the term is it's been bingled.
Yes.
It's been bingled.
Well, they're desperately trying to unbingle it now.
That'll work. Yeah, bit of debingling going on.
But it seems to be working.
You almost think it might be simpler to take the wheel off and whack it with a copper hammer.
We've got a hammer here, haven't we? In the
we have.
For reasons that aren't quite clear.
Yeah.
But we could bring that into.
I don't think a claw hammer.
No, perhaps not the right tool for the job.
If I had a hammer, well, do.
Anyway. So
two lovely elites running together. Those cars styled by an accountant, you'll be pleased to know. Peter Kerwan-Taylor.
Accountants well known for their creativity and design ingenuity.
Exactly. Fiberglass monocoque cars. That little Coventry Climax engine in there as well.
So this is the second race this season for these cars. It was a 2-hour race at, there we go, there's the hammer. 2-hour race at Silverstone last time, 4 weeks ago, on the Grand Prix circuit. And then they go to Castle Combe, as you were saying, for the Autumn Classic in September.
Then the wonderful Portimao, the Algarve Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, which is about an hour from Faro, easy to get to. Magnificent place, very, very different to this. You don't have the view. You have some nice views, but not this view. And they're freeing now some of the lap cars. That was the Jaguar that made that early stop, the Healy. So they've freed that. They've waved it past.
I think it's now got the right car behind it, hasn't it? The 275 car.
The 275, yes, 275 Elite, because it hasn't stopped, is actually the lead, the de facto leader which is Mark Hamilton Peters. It's the only car not to have stopped.
Yes, all the others have, and in twice has been the XK, the Waterfield Marseille number 28 car. We saw that come in twice. It was reported to be smoking anyone.
I should imagine it's the first having a Lotus Elite leading the GTSCC race overall. The safety car lights are off by the looks of things, so come round to the conclusion of 18 laps. How long still to go on the time screen?
Just under an hour, 59 and a half minutes. So about 2/3 of the race.
Yeah. And there they go.
And immediately John Minshaw takes the lead of the race.
For photographers out there, you've got the opportunity to have a photograph of the of all three Lotus Elites together, and they're contrasting colours, which is really cool. So they're all together on the track.
Yeah, and just about to head round the banking towards Church Court. It's a fast sweeping right-hander.
So Ben Cussons is in the Jag that leads now. Of course, he has a long history of racing Jaguars, C-Type among others. The Healey's are back at it. Jack Rules is now in the 32, the Hewitson car, and Jeremy Welsh is in the car that Oliver Marseille started, number 32. So that's going to be a very, very interesting tussle between two very, very rapid and hugely experienced Healey racers. Oliver Marseille has only had a limited mileage in a Healey, but it's proving that he can drive it pretty much as quickly as anybody, so great to see. And he's one of the young guns in the field.
Who do we think's in the Cobra now?
Cobra should now be Alex Montgomery.
Yeah.
Because Nick Sleep started it and was at lunchtime. He told me he was due to finish it, or the team did, so that's fine. There it goes. And then Reed Gom was double stinting in the low drag coupe to let Nigel Greensall gun for glory at the end. I got two MGBs side by side, the powder blue one going past one of the reds. The Morgan's there as well, because that's powered by a Triumph engine.
Gloriously chaotic restart of this race with lots of cars out of position having been lapped, but the four cars you see on screen are effectively the ones that are disputing the leading positions here. We're going to get a change for third. That's Montgomery, Alex Montgomery in the Cobra getting a position. Is he going to hold on to it though? Meanwhile, it's side by side for the lead of the race, and we have a change there too because Rules has gone through, I think, to take the lead away from Ben Cussons now. The Jaguar's gone down to second, and we've still got them fighting side by side for third place as they head through Peel, and it is the Healey that is prevailing at the moment over the Cobra.
Yes, it is, and that's because it's got the redoubtable Jeremy Welsh at the wheel, but he can't resist the Cobra that's got best part of 200 more horsepower, weighs pretty much the same. Have a propensity for eating tyres, but there we go, look at that. Through goes the Cobra, and that was really tight because Cussons was there in the Jaguar and he had to back right off and kind of breathe in the hope that he could draw the sides of the car away from the Jag, which he did. The Jag's absolutely immaculate, by the way, as is the Cobra, but you don't want to scrape them. But that was an interesting move through Rocket. So Alex Montgomery moving up there.
It wasn't just Ben Cussons having an intake of breath there, it was me as well, because I thought that was going to end in some contact there. Fortunately,
and look at the Jaguar getting a little bit skew whiff coming out of the corner there.
It's got the Elan with him now as well, the Ben Tinkler now at the wheel of that, I think.
Yeah, Ben Tinkler, classic Formula Ford champion back in 2023. He's a very, very rapid driver, also a very good preparer. Worked with Andy Wolf, his renowned team. Andy Wolf has won GTSCC races over the years in Lotus Elans. Lotus Elan won at Silverstone. It's in the hands of Connor Kay and James Hughes. Connor Kay, the first driver born in this century to win a GTSCC race, because he's 23. So we've got these two drivers, two teams in the race. The Daytona Cobra team, their drivers at the combined age of 151, and the Joe Ward Chris Connolly team, twice winners of the Spa 6 Hours in TVRs, with a combined age of 153.
Here are the two leaders then at the banking, and it is Montgomery up on the inside and gets the lead away from the Healy. So it was leading before the that round of pit stops behind the safety car, and it's
Jack
back in the lead
Rawls.
again.
Jack Rawls in the Healy in the middle bit of it, because he's going to jump into his dad's Healy, the white and blue American sort of Briggs Cunningham kind of coloured car. And there goes Tinkler charging down the inside past Jeremy Welsh, and Welsh will try to come back at him using a bit of the torque of the straight six engine in the Healy to gobble up that twin cam, that impudent twin cam engined Elan. But this is fantastic stuff. Montgomery is second, Welsh is third, then Tinkler fourth, but not anymore because he's gone past up the hill to Rocket. Then we've got Cousins running fifth. Reid Gomez sixth in the 232 Jaguar. Ben Mitchell is next up. He's in the John Clark car, and then it is the Smithies Chris Clarkson car. Lord Borneo at the wheel of that. Chris Clarkson, Bristolian motor trader, born out in the Far East where his father was working in the rubber industry. And there goes Ben Mitchell up the inside of Cousins. The two Jags in two different specifications, side by side, round target corner.
Meanwhile, Ben Tinkler's the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment. Did a 1:23.119 last time through. He's 2.2 seconds behind the race leader, Alex Montgomery in the Shelby Cobra. He's up to second place now. He's got past the Jack Rawls Healy. So that gap coming down all the time. So could we have the diminutive, relatively Elan 26R of Ben Tinkler take on the Shelby Cobra before much longer in this race? We're coming up towards the halfway point. 52.5 minutes to go. 45 will be the halfway point. And we've got quite a race, and it's fantastic to see these different types of cars. Both of those two lead cars are GT4 class. Which has a real mix of cars, the big sort of heavyweights and the more slippery Elan as well.
This is fantastic. This is 23 laps down. Montgomery leads in the Hairy Canary, the Dynaglaze of Hawaii back car.
Let's head down to the pit lane. I think we've got some news from there.
So the 207 car of Crispin Harris and James Wilmoth, the car came into the pits, and already they're having to remove some of the bodywork, trying to get it away from the actual tyre. That took a number of minutes, and then before the car departed again, the 207, they had to sellotape the bonnet down. So a lot of time lost for the 207, but fantastic to see them back on the Anglesey track.
I like that. Ben. Sellotape, that's the first time it's been used for fixing an Austin Healy, I think, but there we go. Fantastic to see them back in. That's the spirit of the GT and Sports Car Cup in its 20th season. So Steve Jones is Elan, the grey one, in the hands of Ben Tinkler, is in second place, number 84, the only Elan in the field. Then it is the young Rolls driven Healy 132 is in third place. Welsh in the 32 Healy is next up. That's the dark green one. And then it still is Reid Gom from Ben Mitchell, moving up the order in John Clark's E-Type, which is number 88, ahead of Clarkson and Cousins. The interesting tussle between the MGBs, Mark Hope and Jason Minshaw, just ahead of the car of Jonathan Hopper and Chris Ward. So that's a tussle. Minshaw and Ward have raced each other many times over the years. Both Alton Park aficionados of yore. Chris Ward, who raced in Formula Vauxhall at one time, and for many years was chief instructor at the Silverstone Driving Centre. So lots of ability there. Of course, John Minshaw, multiple winner of the Spa 6 Hours over the years, won it several times with his brother often, and with Martin Stretton with Valley Motorsport attended Jaguars. So great to see this race unfolding. There's the leader to 84, which is Ben Tinkler, and he's working lap 25. In fact, sorry, he's second place. He's chasing the Cobra down. I've forgotten the Cobra up there. So Tinkler chasing him, and Cobra has the best lap of the race on a 1:22.871. But Tinkler has been eating into that advantage. Was quicker in the Elan last time round again, only by a tenth or so, and then Rolls in third place, put in a personal best lap. And here comes Rolls in that silver blue Healy. The three Healys are together, which is absolutely brilliant to see. And that's Rolls going past, actually that's the Rolls going past the 207, I think, wasn't it? That will now have James Wilmoth in it.
Yes, but last lap was the first and best lap of the race for that car. And needed to as well, because Jeremy Welch was starting to put on the pressure in the number 32 Healy.
Gap is about 2.9 seconds first to second. Absolutely brilliant to see. Here comes the leader, and this is the hairy canary, number 36, in the hands of Alex Montgomery, and Tinkler is chasing for all he's worth.
That time through, it took another 2/10 out of Montgomery, so the gap down to 2.8 seconds. But Jeremy Welch delayed somewhat. Didn't manage to get ahead of the 207 Wilmoth Healy. That's multiple laps down. How many laps down is it? It's 10 laps down on the lead now. There's the 32 car, which is the one I was just referring to. I think it has now cleared the Wilmoth car, and it's got clear daylight between itself and Jack Rolls, but the gap getting on for 3 seconds.
And Bill Rolls on lap 26. Bill Rolls is now ahead of Ben Cussons in the Dove Grey Jag, which means that Bill Rolls is now third in GT3, and the Jag of Cussons is fourth.
GT2 class being led by Mark Hope and Jason Minshaw in the...
But not by far.
Not by far, that's the 55 MGB now. So they are ahead of the Hopper and Ward car by 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, because the lead that didn't stop and found itself at the head, the 275 car, that's obviously dropped back
and it's
into the mix.
It's in the pit lane now.
Yes. Yes.
For its second stop, and the bonnet is up.
How long still to go, Ian?
46.5 minutes.
So 6.5 minutes will take us to a point where a third stint in this mandatory two-stop race will take a driver to the end of the race, and we'll see Jack Rolls jump out of Alexander Hewittson's Healy, which is running third, 132. Take over the car that his dad's driving, which is 246. So that'll be interesting to see. And there is, I can see Jack Rolls going up the far side there. These Healys. There's the 207, number 207 for the registration plate as well. And James Wilmoth still going great guns in that car. It's
slightly cross-eyed now, isn't it? After the damage earlier on.
It doesn't look quite as steady into the corners as it might, but you wonder whether the tracking has taken a little tweak in that car. But great to see
They may need to get the hammer out again.
It'll be fine.
So there is that car that is powering on in spite of its off at post 7. Got to report all the marshals in that post that was collected by the Healy. They're all okay. That's good
2.3 seconds now, first to second. By the time this stint is over, I think they could be running nose to tail, and it may well be that works in traffic. Remember, we get to see Nigel Greensall, but his take on the race in Reid Gomm's E-Type, which is the car number 232, which is currently about 26 seconds off the lead of the race.
The Ben Cussons Jag is going backwards. It's lost another position on that lap.
Yeah.
Down to 11th.
Yeah.
And it was a slow lap of 1:36. So there's something wrong with that car, or there's a
Probably run out of tyres.
Oh no, it's had a spin. I can just see that's
okay.
come up on my screen. It did have a spin on that lap, so that would explain it. That would have been at post 4, which I think is at Church. I'm surprised we didn't see that. There's a yellow flag out at Target as well, so there must be someone off at the banking, I think. There we are. It's the number 8 car that's been off the road and rejoining it. So that's the O'Sullivan and Nuttall Elite GT2 class car. It's going against the yellow flag's withdrawn.
And that is O'Sullivan, because I can see Will Nuttall down there in the pit lane. So O'Sullivan still in that car. So he must be double stinting. 29 laps down. The gap is 1.6 between these lead cars, and this is great to see. There's the Daytona Cobra. They built 6 of these cars. Shelby American brought some of them to Europe, chasing the World GT World Championship for Makes for GT cars, which they ultimately won. Likes of Dan Gurney raced them, Bob Bondurant. That car is chasing the Jaguar there of Ben Mitchell.
Safety cars being called
Is it?
out.
And it's 42 and a half minutes.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
It is, and there's a car, I can see there's a driver out of a car, and it's a car that has rolled, unfortunately.
That's the broad speed.
It's
the broad speed that's in the grass.
The driver's out of the car,
That's
which is good news.
Car of Richard, meant to be Richard Locke in the middle section.
But no, that's good news. That's the 53 car. That's at the top of the circuit at the second element of Rocket where that has happened. We didn't see the incident happen. We saw the driver out of the car, and we saw the car inverted.
And until we get to 40 minutes, the drivers can't continue and drive to the end.
Yeah, so they need to wait another lap or so.
But it's a 45-second stop if you're double stinting, 1 to 2 or 2 to 3, quick as you can otherwise.
There are a few cars coming in now.
Well, the door is still open.
Yeah.
The potential is there, but it might be that it might be a very, very good call. It's a 25. That's the 25 MGB that came in. This is Jonathan Hopper, Chris Ward. Chris Ward now out of it. So he's putting Jonathan Hopper in. They were second in the class, were they not, to the car of Jason Mitchell, which is the Mark Hope MGB. I can see more drivers down here waiting to take cars over, but I can't pick up their IDs at this point.
So the safety car has picked up the leading car.
Yes.
Which is the Alex Montgomery Nick Sleep Shelby Cobra. Driver out of the car, confirmation, we saw that, the marshals are on the scene. The issue is, the reason why I've got this safety car is because that rolled car is right on the edge of the circuit, so it will need recovery.
Yeah.
Before the race can continue at
and that is on the right of that screen there, that's Tim Crichton for Hilton and Moss. They're looking under the boot lid, aren't they? Oh, this is the bonnet. There's the bonnet. Couldn't see where they were.
Yeah.
Having a fiddle around in the engine bay. So he'll have done his session of Will Garrett. Unless Garrett did a double stint, which he might have done, we weren't told. In comes the grey Elan. The Cobra is still out.
Yeah.
Driver put his hand out the window to acknowledge what's going on. Ben Tinkler is going to jump out of the Elan. Steve Jones is going to jump into it. Not Steve Jones on cameras, another Steve Jones, I think. Who said men couldn't multitask. And we've got Tom Waterfield waiting to take over the XK, which means that Oliver Marseille can jump back into the Healy, the dark green Healy. Charlie Goddard's going to take over the Morgan. I think they've dragged. So that Graham Smith has been dragged out, and he's very animated. Quite sure what's going on there, but.
275 car's been pushed away, hasn't it? That's no longer for this race. The Lotus Elite of Benjamin Turlow and Mark Hamilton-Peters, that's been pushed back into the paddock. They had working on that car for quite some time, but I think they've given up with that endeavour.
Yep.
So we are now into the final 40 minutes of the race, so 38 minutes or so to go. And I suspect the drivers were not rushing to make the stop, because one, they knew about the 40-minute rule, and B, because they could see it was going to be a lengthy safety car anyway.
Yeah, and if we look at the live timing...
Oh, we're getting a red flag now, I think.
Are we? Okay.
They're bringing a stop to the race. Yes, they are.
With 37 minutes to go.
And I suspect that's because that car is going to be too difficult to recover behind the safety car.
Yes, and we're also into that last kind of sector of the race, the last 40-minute sector, which means that anyone who drives can now drive to the end.
Yes.
Subject to obviously a restart. We have done what 31 laps. And at 31 laps, the Tinkler and Jones Elan was leading by 2.7 seconds from the Cobra of Montgomery at that point.
How would that happen? Well, when did Tinkler get ahead of...
I think he'd
been into the pits, hadn't he? I think he'd probably
he'd pitted and got back out again.
Timing beam.
Yes, yes.
Whereas the Montgomery car, not having called in the pits, hadn't cut the beam. I think that's what's happened. And now they're all coming down the pit lane because they're of the red flag. So
they can't go out anyway.
Any cars in the pit lane will be a pit lane starter, it says. Well, that's quite a lot of them now.
Yeah.
Or in fact, I'd go as far as to say all of them.
All of them, yeah, that's the term.
Because they've all followed each other in. So it is going to be a question of making sure that the driver is okay. We saw them out of the car.
13 teams are on the correct map. Oh, we've got... where's that going?
Where's what going? Well, I mean, it is on the track for a restart behind the safety car, I suspect, when that happens. And everyone that's not on track will start from the pit lane, which is most of them. You can see there on screen, the car is still upside down. There is one of the, I think the windows has just been, or something's been collected by the one of the marshals there. They've got their brooms out. So clear up any debris, but obviously the more pressing issue is recovery of the car, which is still not fully on its roof. It's sort of tipped over onto its...
just a small number of these broad-speed GTSs built. This one raced in period by John Fitzpatrick, who was the works driver and drove for Broadspeed for many a long year. And there weren't very many in racing spec, but a few built as road cars.
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye on the screen to see what news I have of the restart for this. They're getting the... it lost a wheel, that car.
Did that precipitate there?
Well, yes, not quite sure. Was that cause or effect? But either way, a wheel was lost by the Broadspeed in the course of all of that. The circuit staff are up there to help with the clear up as well, and we'll get news on what happens in terms of a restart soon, I'm sure, from race control. They need to first analyse how long it's going to take to clear this up, of course.
These were cars that are on the grid. These are cars that had been into the pits, I suspect. Those are 8, 186 and 28. Let's just have a quick look.
I'm just having a look as well. Yeah, 186 and 28. They've all been in twice, three times in the case of the 28 Waterfield and Marseille car.
Yeah. So they've been in and were out on track when the thing happened. But
yeah. So, but yes, I think probably if the red flag hadn't been called, then a number of the drivers that are in the pit lane would have headed into the pit lane anyway.
Yes.
For their second stops. But because they've come in, some of them have come in after the red flag was shown, their second stop, quote unquote, has not been registered on the TSL timing screen. So I'm not quite sure how this is going to play out in terms of the regulations. That's above my pay grade to try and sort all of that out. But I'm sure down in race control they'll have this all under.
I can see various musical chairs things going on. I can see Jack Rawls, who's now striding up the pit lane. He was due to get into the white and blue Healy, which is the one that his dad double stinted in. He's just going up and talking to one of the officials up there. He's now walking back down. Looks like he's counting his steps. He's just, I think he's chatting to his dad now. He was.
So we've got drivers chatting to one another in pit lane.
We shouldn't come in.
Probably trying to work out exactly what's going to happen in terms of the restart of this race. I can see that there's going to be one lap under the safety car before the restart. So that suggests to me that we will get the 37 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. And we'll restart behind the safety car. The rescue unit has come back into the paddock, and it may well be that the driver of the car involved is aboard that, and they'll go to the medical centre for some checks. As is usual after any kind of accident like that. The car up at Rocket, I think, is still in the process of being recovered. There's a couple of flatbeds there and some circuit flutters, but it is now it is on the back of the flatbed, and it is the right way up, at least, that car now.
Yeah.
So, and hopefully not actually too much damage to that car. It would have been a relatively low speed inversion at that part of the circuit.
Yes, it looks to be missing its rear left wheel.
Yeah, which is consistent with what we were told. Driver changes are allowed. I'm presuming that means within this red flag period, and I think that's what you've
Yes,
seen going
yeah,
on.
exactly. The musical chairs has been underway for a while. Yeah, poor little Broadspeed has been scuffed about a little bit, but I'm sure the Valorosa team will have that back in fine fettle.
So it looks like we should be too far away from getting a restart here, because that car was brought into the paddock. And
it's the Anglesey Circuit Track Mon race control building, in which we're situated in the top.
There we go. We're on the top floor there, just above race control.
Sounds like a sacred pagoda, isn't it?
It is.
Pagoda of speed.
This was put up about 2011, I think it would have been, when the was it 2011 when the circuit was reconfigured? Was it even?
I remember commentating here. I think in the corner of the timing room on one occasion.
I think that's right. I think
all sorts of things happening around us.
But yes, the circuit was opened before the new race control building was built. I can see that Ian Thornton's loitering, wanting to talk to me. So we have starting drivers for road sports a little bit later on, which we'll try and make sense of in due course. There's a view over the coast, the Irish Sea. One of the concrete bunkers from wartime. It was a radar station here, an army base here at Anglesey Circuit.
De Croix, as it was now, used initially for rallycrossing, I think.
Yeah.
Bike racing, I think, and rallycross.
And there was car racing on a previous iteration. Did you ever cover a meeting here on the old circuit, which was at sort of 90 degrees to the one we're on now?
I think I did, but it would have been a long while back.
Yeah, I came to several here, commentating or reporting.
I came here and competed in that Tour Britannia.
Oh yes.
In a Lotus Elan.
Yes, no, it's a very much improved circuit from the just over 1 mile circuit that originally ran here, and it's the only corner that survives is School Corner on the national circuit, which is not in use on this particular layout, but then took a sharp right after they then climbed up behind the spectator banking here and headed out towards the hairpin behind the small group of houses. It's over a mile, but it was a good base for racing in the northwest. Used by things like the Northwest Formula 4 Championship and Northwest Sports and Salatons quite readily. Still red lights flashing here at Anglesey.
Well, I sense it won't be too long.
No, not at all. As soon as there is a circuit vehicle going out now. Tractor. It's got the brush on the back. Is that to brush away some debris, possibly? Yeah, there should be some bits of glass there on the road. The marshals have no doubt done their best with their brooms, but they're getting the sweeper in just to make sure that the circuit is in good order for the restarted race, which will come up very shortly.
I've got a message. It was Alice Locke driving the Broadspeed at that point, so she was double stinting then.
Okay.
Because she was starting it, but the good news is she's absolutely okay, and that's from Vanessa Marseille, who's the organiser of the series.
Well, that's very good news that Alice is okay. I'm still a little bit no doubt shocked by what happened, but good to hear that she's all right, and hopefully the car will be as well.
Cars have better cages in them than they had in period, because you didn't have to have gauges in touring cars or GT cars. But yeah, good to see, and it'll come back. It'll come back just as good as before.
So this hiatus here will hopefully not last too much longer. It looks like we're just going to do a bit of sweeping, and then we'll get the race back underway. 5 minutes, yes, it's saying to clear the car, to clear the circuit.
So 5 minutes, we should be seeing drivers leaping into cars now and getting ready to go.
Yeah, it's a busy old pit lane, isn't it? With so many cars there to get out.
Jack Rawls is just adjusting the lap straps in the Dad's Healy.
I think we can head down to the pit lane, and let's hear from Ben down there.
A flurry of action here in the pit lane, of course, due to the red flag. Teams, cars making their driver swaps with about a third of the race left. You can see also a lot of drivers out of the car just chatting to one another. We only have a handful of minutes before the restart, but we're entering the crucial juncture of this race now. Everyone's closed up, everyone's looking towards making their final driver change. This is really going to bunch up ahead of what should be a thrilling end to this race.
Thanks, Ben. Marcus, good news, we've just been invited to the Marshall's barbecue tonight as well.
How splendid.
If we would like to attend, so that's
I think that's
good news.
Got to do that. It's a very kind invitation.
Yes, so thanks to Colin Chapman for sending that message. As we mentioned, the Sports 1000 drivers putting on the spread down in the paddock to thank the marshals, who I'm sure will be eager to accept the generosity. Meanwhile, back in the GT and Sports Car Cup here at Anglesey, we've got a red flag. We're expecting to be back underway very shortly for the remaining 37 minutes of the race. Marcus is looking through his binoculars to
just trying to see who's getting into what. Yeah.
That's always the difficulty with these races with multiple pit stops. Is although drivers may well tell you what their plans are,
that's right,
are at liberty to change them.
And you can, you can also you can double stint as long as you don't do more than your 40-minute max stint. You can go in, come out, get out of the car if you wish, stay in the car if you wish, and go on to another 40 minutes, which leaves 10 minutes for your co-driver at the end. While we knew of a couple of drivers who were definitely planning to double stint, as you say, those situations do change from time to time.
You can see drivers are down in the pit lane. Well, I was going to say chatting to one another. They're not actually speaking to one another.
I can see Ben McCarthy striding purposefully down the pit lane, wielding his microphone and headset, and.
See if we do get a chance to speak to him. But
right,
I sense we're actually going to get racing again shortly.
Looks as though we're going to get going pretty shortly.
So I think we have to assume that everyone has made their 2 stops now, because although they won't necessarily tell us that on the screen, because some of them did make it effectively under the red flag, that's been permitted.
Yeah, so the order as we're going to restart, it's going to be quite interesting how they're going to determine that.
Yes, well, it's almost going to be every man for himself getting to the end of the pit lane, well, man and woman, I can say.
Yeah, that's right.
Themselves.
That's right.
Getting to the end of the pit lane, because in theory the leader is Ben Tinkler.
Yes, who is still in the 1965 registered Elan BUA 843C.
And second should be the Sleaford Montgomery Shelby Cab. Who's that? And
one of the Healys has just gone
past the red light. Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why.
That was the Hewitson car that Jack Rawls had driven.
I think, has it got to the end of the pit lane and stopped, or has it continued?
Don't know.
So what we should have is the safety car. Yes, it has. Well, maybe if it stays there, all will be forgiven. But I think what we're expecting is that the safety car will lead them round. The sweepers left the circuit. The marshals are back on post. But the safety car, I think, will lead the 3 cars round that are behind it that have already made their stops. And then everyone else, I think, will follow out of the pit lane in a chaotic order.
Tom Waterfield is in 28, the XK. David Smithy should be back in 186. The 8 car that Michael O'Sullivan started has Will Nuttall in it, as I can see his overalls. The green Healy heading them out of the pit lane should be Oliver Marseille now. Nick Sleep's back in the yellow Cobra. Jack Rawls is in the white Healy, the number of which is 246. I can't see it from this angle because nothing on the boot lid.
See on the screen now the cars in the pit lane.
55 and 25. The MGBs that were tussling at the front of their class now have Mark Hope and Jonathan Hopper in them respectively.
Right, safety car lights now showing. Yellow flag is waved, so the countdown is on again.
Right. Joe Ward is back in the red Healy. Nigel Greensall is in 232, the Reed Gom Jaguar. John Minshaw is in the grey GT3 Jag, which is number 33. Mitchell ahead of the Demon Tweaks Empire that his late father Alan started, and they go through.
Countdown on the live stream, by the way, is not right because we've actually got 36.5 minutes race left, not race of the race left, not 18 minutes as shown on the live stream. So we'll try and get all of that aligned.
Okay. The Charlie Goddard Morgan has gone.
Where the leads are in all of this. We've got the Elan, that's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars between itself and what we think is the car in second place. Although, no, having said that, they have now, they've now decided that David Smith is Chris Clarkson Daytona Cobra's leading.
Okay.
By a lap potentially on the
Really?
screen. I'm not quite sure about that myself, but that may be a quirk of exactly how that race was stopped.
A quirk of nature.
But I don't think it is a lap ahead somehow. Safety car's going to pull in. 207 cars having some work done on it in the pit lane still, but the race is going to get back underway, and it's being led across the line by the Will Nuttall and Michael O'Sullivan Lotus Elite. Green flag now waving. Cars will shuffle in their order, but the TSL Thomas Green is insistent that David Smiths and Chris Clarkson are a lap ahead of everybody else.
Okay.
But I'm still not quite sure how that works.
I don't think you can overtake before the timing line somehow, but
no,
doesn't seem to deter.
Yes, 1 or 2 may have been guilty of that, but I think everyone's now past the timing line and back into the race. The 186 car is now taking the lead position on the road as well. It's got past the Elite. And it arrives at Rocket. 1 or 2 cars in its wake, locking up a little bit for that very tight left-hander at the top of the hill.
Yes, at the moment. Yeah, it shows 33 laps, isn't it? And one of the Healey's, does that come in again? The 132 Healey, which is the Hewitson car. It's shown as in the pits on my.
Well, that's the one that was
the silver blue one.
That sort of left early,
no,
wasn't
it's there. Yeah. So here they go. So through they go, and the Smithies Cobra appears to have shown 34 laps.
We've got one stop there, Marcus. The Lee Howard Tim Gregorio Lotus Elite has stopped up at Rocket again. All seems to be happening up at Rocket today. That's the number 14 car.
Is it going again?
No. Marshall has wandered over to chat to the driver to figure out if it is capable of going again. Yellow flags. Oh no, sorry. It's at Church.
It's at Church.
It is going.
Pulled off on the grass.
Intrepid Marshall's there. It's on the move, but only very slowly.
That's going again.
Yeah.
It's going again.
It is. So let's go back into the race.
Oh, careful! Don't spin it.
Yeah, it's not the best place to be rejoining when you've got cars tearing around the corner.
No. Meanwhile, you've got the Cobra Coupe, which is David Smithies, Meerkat as he's nicknamed. He leads it in 186. 32 is Hewitson in the silver blue Healey. Then we've got Nigel Greensall snapping at the heels. He's the danger man.
If you took a lap off Smithies here, this would be the battle for the lead of the race. But
yes, it would.
And I wonder if he should have a lap taken off him.
And there we go. Greensall's looking everywhere. He's looking left, looking right. He's got back in the power in the Reed Gom Jag. And here we go. He'll gobble up the Healey in a straight line and does so.
Yeah, so that's Nigel Greensall making a move, and he's going to make a move on the Shelby Cobra as well. In that 232 car, we've taken over from Red Gum. And he's leading on the road now, but not in the race, because on our timing screen at least, David Smith and Chris Clarkson have done 35 laps, and the next 11 are all done 34. And there's the 14 car. It has stopped again. Where has it stopped this time? That isn't at Rocket this time. It stopped wrong the previous time, but it has definitely stopped at Rocket this time because the yellow flags are out up there. And just going past it, that stricken car is the 232 car of Nigel Greensall. Yellow flags there. Everyone's mindful of not overtaking into there. Well, we've now got one into the barriers as well.
Oh no, that's
one of the Healeys, isn't it?
That's one of the Healeys. That's what colour is that?
Is that the Hewitson?
Is that the silver blue one? Safety car is being called.
Third time in this race, and that. Was it not? Was at the part of the circuit where that car had stopped as well, interestingly. So third safety car of the race, I have to say, Mark.
Most unusual. He's got going again.
He has.
232 is going again.
Damage to the rear corner, which might indicate there was a tag to that car.
Yeah, there's only it's not a particularly solid piece of bodywork that. So they're easy to crumple in.
Yeah.
Probably a judicial whack with one of these hammers, like on our desk.
Yeah.
We'll take it back out again.
And the 32. There's the other half of that incident, because that's the 32 car that was doing battle with it.
Okay.
That's the. Is that Oliver Marseille at the wheel of that one at the moment? Do you think? Let's get back out into the race. Sans one headlight. The 14 car's on the move again. It's all happening. And I have to say, I wasn't expecting it to be the GT and Sports Car Cup that was going to give us 3 safety cars this weekend, Marcus.
No, absolutely not. Now, this presumably is going to give Nigel Greensall the opportunity to catch the back of the pack, isn't it? Because he'd gone past the Cobra into target, and here he comes. He's stuck behind the red.
Yeah, that's car that's just recovered, hasn't it? That's the Howard and Gregorio Elite.
Yeah.
And he can only go. You can't overtake it, Nigel. You can only go as fast as that car because we're behind the safety car.
It might be going as fast as it can.
Yeah, I'm sure Nigel will be hustling it, trying to encourage it to go a little bit quicker. Safety car lights are off because the car that it was called for is gone.
Yep.
So we'll get a restart. So Greensall will make up some ground, but not as much as he otherwise might. But yes, Nigel Greensall now showing on the same lap as the leader, 1 minute 23 seconds behind. And 14 cars certainly seems to be back up to speed. And Greensall's doing everything but overtake it. He knows not to do that. He's done this long enough not to do that. Anyway, green flag waves. We're back underway for the final 28 minutes or so of the race. Confirmation there was contact between those two Healey's. That's on my screen now. The notification of that. And that is the car that's leading, the 186 car. David Smithies and Chris Clarkson, AC Cobra Daytona. But behind it, you've got all the Elan's gone through to unlap itself. That's the 84 car being driven by Ben Tinkler, the ex-Formula 4 1600 racer. And others have also now gone past that Daytona Cobra as well. 3 of them all on the way up towards Rocket that time.
Yeah, this is absolutely fascinating how this is all panning out, because at 37 laps, Smithies leads by a lap from Greensall, effectively, and then Tinkler in the Elan, and then what is now Jack Rawls in the Healey. Then it's the John Clark Jag.
Confirmation of the 132 Hewitson and Jack Rawls.
2 Cobras running together now, although they are a lap apart.
Also into the pits once again has come the number 32 car. That's Oliver Marseille there. That's the car that was down on one headlamp after that contact earlier on. There it is. Whether I think they may have decided that that's all of the entertainment for the day for that car. Look at the Elan now, it's been passed by the Jag of
Greensall's over here.
Yeah. I was going to say, Greensall's now only 38 seconds behind the leading car.
Yes.
Mechanic looking underneath that Healey as if there's a problem underneath. There's the Elan.
You wonder whether there's a steering arm or something's taken a whack at that point.
The Jag just ahead of the Elan is the 88 car, which is the car now being driven by Ben Mitchell, isn't it?
Well, if it might be Ben Mitchell, yes, because it depends whether John Clark double stinted, and I'm not sure.
It did a personal best lap on that race, if that helps.
Which suggests it probably is Ben Mitchell.
121.542.
To see if I can see Clarky on the pit wall.
So yes, Ben Mitchell, great connection to Stoke Motorsport. We've seen all kinds of things in and now new fastest lap of the race goes to Nigel Greensall at 120.346. This is what you're expecting to happen, Mark, in the second half when we've got some of the quote-unquote pro drivers out on track. Pace would hot up somewhat, in spite of the fact that the tyres were already taken a hammer in the first hour or so. 24 minutes of the race left. We don't have the timing table on the screen at the moment, so I'll just tell you it's 186. David Smithers and Chris Clarkson leading.
Yeah, and the GT3 is led by the Rolls and Rolls Healey. 2:46,
which is
the one car that is still in immaculate condition.
Yes, I think the 207, that's also retired now. They were trying to fix the wing.
The Joe Ward Healy's still running,
it's back
which
out
is
there,
cool.
is it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the 48 car, Joe Ward and Chris Connolly. So in battle at the moment, the TR4 of number 71.
Minshaw Cousins Jaguar is second in GT3. Waterfield is third in GT3 in the car that Oliver Marseille mid-stinted in. Joe Ward is in 9th place in his Healy, and 10th is the Ross Jones family car, the Triumph TR4. Best of the MGBs leading GT2 is Mark Hope, who took over he started and took over to finish his car, which Jason Minshaw drove in the middle, and Mark Hope is ahead of the Jonathan Hopper car by a couple of seconds. Jonathan Hopper's car is another that had a very rapid driver in the middle of it, because that had Chris Ward driving it.
Meanwhile, Nigel Greenswell has got the gap down to 27 seconds now, so it's making up 5 or 6 seconds a lap on the race leader, so give it another 5 laps or so and he'll be with the Smithies and Clarkson. That's just coming over the line now to complete lap number 41. It's lapping the 126s. Greenswell's doing 121s. Just looking at him coming actually down through the corkscrew out the commentary box window here. So see what the gap is this time. Was 26 or so. It's going to be, I expect, less than that this time. 232 car crosses the line now, and the gap is 21.2 seconds, so another 5 seconds.
That's the GT3 leading Healy on the screen, 248. It's got John Minshaw chasing him down, and that is a battle for 6th place overall. They're behind. Yes, Minshaw tucks the Healy and the Jaguar up alongside the Healy, but they had to also clear the red Lotus, which has got who's in the red one now? That's the 8 cars, Michael O'Sullivan, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've got 21 minutes of the race left. Smith is leading, Greenswell second, Ben Mitchell third, Ben Tinkler fourth, Nick Sleep fifth, and the Braun's car in 6th place.
There goes the Cobra again, 186 charging through. He's got Will Nuttall chasing him in the Bob Chalman Curry Shirley E-Type. That's the Sullivan car. The two MGBs are absolutely together, and that's for the GT2 lead. They've gone through, and it's 55 and 25 together.
Yeah, you can see them on screen now as well.
And it's 25 that's now ahead, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is the car of Jonathan Hopper and Chris Ward.
Only just though, less than a car length in it. As they
that's only just happened.
I think it's who's aboard the other one? Is it going to be Minshaw or Hope at this stage?
It's Hope and Hopper now in the cars.
Okay. Well, Hope's alongside Hopper, but on this occasion Hope doesn't win out, and Hopper is still ahead of those two. So they turn their way towards Peel. I suspect this isn't the end of this MGB battle. Meanwhile, Nigel Greenswell had the gap down to 16 seconds on the previous lap. He's going to come through, cut the timing line now, and the gap's down to less than 10 seconds, 9.9 seconds. So I reckon 2 more laps and we'll have Nigel Greenswell going for the lead of the race. Continue to watch these two MGBs as they complete lap number 1:43 in their case.
Yeah, and that was that's Hope back ahead of Hopper, 25 and 55.
So that's a great
Battling. Gringsall carrying immense speed up towards Rocket. He's going to find the red Elite ahead of him.
Yeah, he's lapping considerably faster than anybody else. Ben Mitchell is the second fastest driver out there at the moment in the 88 B time, and Tinkler with he's lapping the 1:23, so not as quick actually as the Shelby Cobra.
And there's the MGB battle for the GT2 class, and they're having a whale of a time, these two. 25 and 55. 25 is Hopper, 55 is Hope. Leader comes through again, and there is the chaser. It'll be this lap, I suspect.
Yeah, 2.6 seconds. I don't know if we can pick up on the leaders. We have picked up on the leaders. There they are. There is the 186 car, David Smithers, and that Cobra Daytona. He's got one back marker behind him, and then there we are in the same shot now. Nigel Greensall, who's done a tremendous job. He unlaps himself, helped by a safety car, that enabled him to catch up about half of the ground, but he's been doing 5 or 6 seconds a lap.
I wonder whether Mitchell can catch the Cobra as well, because here comes the change, and they're coming down towards Church Curve. They go through up the hill, and the low drag E-Type owned by Reed Gomp is now back ahead, and trying to get in on the act there is the impudent little number 8 Elite, and that has Will Nuttall at the wheel. And a big Lura's half spin, and well, that was the 25. Jonathan Hopper
out of the
MGB
GT2 class then, unfortunately for him. That's handed Hope. I knew Hope the advantage in the GT2 class, but yeah, I don't think Ben Mitchell will catch the Cobra. He's lapping 5 seconds a lap faster, but he's 45 seconds behind, and there are 16 minutes. That's going to be what? That's going to be about 11 or 12 laps, so it's possible.
It'll be close, I suspect.
Yeah. I was re-evaluating the maths as I went along with that one. So, yeah, touch and go. And about 7 seconds behind Mitchell is Tinkler in the Elan.
The timing needed rebooting then on the live timing. I was quite sure when that was. But,
yeah, don't have the timing tab for you on the screen for you at the moment, unfortunately, but I can tell you it's Nigel Greensall now, 2.32, leading by 3.9 seconds from 186 David Smithers is second, 88 Ben Mitchell is third, 84 Ben Tinkler is fourth, 36 Nick Sleep is fifth, 33 John Minshaw is sixth. Then it's the
that car leads GT3.
Yes,
having got ahead of Jack Rawls and 246.
Then Thomas Waterfield in 28 with Oliver Marseille. 71 Alan Ross Jones and Daniel Ross Jones, and 48 Joe Ward and Chris Conley complete the top 10. And then it's the MGBs, the GT2 class battle, being led now by Mark Hope by about 19 seconds after that spin for Jonathan Hopper at Church a lap or so ago.
Yeah.
So there is the Hope MGB now on its own.
Hope Springs Eternal.
It does. It's nice coming towards the end of the lap there. Certainly an entertaining hour and a half we'll have had. Just a quarter of an hour to go in this race for the GT and Sports Car Cup. First time that we've seen it racing here at Anglesey. First time with the 750 Motor Club. And a very welcome addition it's been to the bill. It's beautiful machinery. Plenty of spectacular driving, including there. Look at the Shelby Cobra bring its neck absolutely wrong. It's right with now the 84 car. So this is for position. It's for 4th place. 7/10 was the gap at the start of the lap, but Nick Sleaf's been catching Ben Tinkler here in the Elan.
Yeah, it's brute force overhandling, isn't it? And here they are together. Elan with that cruciform backbone chassis and the twin cam engine front, and the Cobra with the hulking 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine making something around 460 horsepower. About 3 times the power of the Elan, but is probably a third as much again in terms of weight in the Cobra.
Just going past the Alfa Giulia there, I should say.
That's the car that Richard Frankel started. I think Jeff Turrell is in it now. Cobra can't quite hang on to the Elan over the course of that. A well-driven Elan is a very, very wieldy tool.
Especially around a circuit like this, you would think it'd be more well suited to this than the.
I was surprised that Elan won at Silverstone actually, but that was really down to a late stop for the Pearson's Jaguar, which needed another rear tyre. And that just cost them a few seconds. Just cost them. But nonetheless, in it to win it when that comes down.
You'd think this is a circuit that's not all about power. It's got one of the lowest average speeds of any circuit in the country.
You can see that Will Nuttall is just hanging on to the back of the Smithies Cobra. Several laps between them, I'm sure.
Let's have a look.
Lots of really interesting nuances in this race, aren't there? Here comes the 88. That's the Ben Mitchell, John Clark Jaguar.
23 seconds behind now.
And you can see where they are because at Church we saw the Cobra, and going into Target we saw Nuttall. Continues. That's the Hauer and Gregorio Elite. One of our 2 American teams in the race.
.246 Rawls. He doesn't look to have the pace that it did earlier on. Yeah, out into the 127s now. Best lap of 123 in the earlier part of the race. Yes, there's 3 laps between the 2 cars you see on screen. Between Smithies and O'Sullivan.
Although it's Nuttall in that car now.
Yeah. So those 2 have been a good dice.
There goes the 88 Jag. Now, where is the Cobra Coupe? Because a lot of time nick back there.
18 seconds the gap now. Another 5 seconds bound on that lap.
Yes, 5+ nick back with 10.25 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's into the final knockings of this race now. We'll see that 88 car, I think, catch just about before the end of the race, Ben Mitchell. So I think we'll end up with E-types 1 and 2 most likely here.
About four laps to catch him, I suspect.
Yeah, and probably 7 laps to go, 7, 8 laps to go, something like that.
Yeah.
So should work out for him.
Sleep all over the back of the Elan.
Fantastic to see these cars being pushed so hard around here. Cars from, I guess, now 60 plus years ago at a circuit that at the time they were built
Amazing,
didn't
isn't it?
exist. Yeah.
You look at a Jaguar E-Type, made its race debut in 1961. So that's 65 years ago. Graham Hill winning that race at Alton Park for Equipe Endeavour. Tommy Sopwith's company. Morgan still going strongly, having a good little tussle with one of the MGBs. So one of the another red MGB locks a rear wheel coming down into the corkscrew. There goes Greensall. He's through. The Jaguar is also going to win GT3 by the looks of things with 33. John Minshaw, who's won 6 GTS-CC races in the past, but in later spec Jaguars.
Yeah, he's now 10 seconds ahead of the his class rival.
Yeah.
The Healy. I think we're now at the point where Ben Mitchell almost has the Cobra Daytona in his sights.
Does, yeah.
Gap down to 6.4 seconds. Another 6.1 seconds taken out on that lap. So it might be even before that. So it might be another lap or so before they're together. I wonder if that.
Sleep did get past Tinkler, and
yeah.
He's now next in line to try to catch the other Cobra.
Yes, but I'd say that's less likely to happen.
There is the Cobra, Cobra Coupe climbing the hill towards Rocket. Still unable to shake off the White Lotus Elite. And here is Nick Sleep coming down through Church, and he'll scale that incline in a moment.
Just watching the Nigel Greensall leading E-Type on our screen at the moment. R232 is well out in front now. He's lapping 6 seconds faster than David Smith is well clear. But we should, if we have a look at the Cobra. Yeah, the Cobra's now just coming through.
There is Mitchell on the back of the
with him. So
on the back of them.
Switch to this one in a moment. They're coming through. They're about to come into the start and finish line towards turn 1, which is one of the MGBs. That's the Beverly Phillips car.
So past. I think that's Chris Phillips in it now. Beverly started it, son Ollie took it over, and Ollie's now Chris finishing.
You can see the Cobra being hassled by the Elan of Tinkle. That's not given way, but have we had that change for second position? Just having a look. Yes, we have. So change for second position has happened out at Church Corner. So through has gone the number 88 car now. You can just see a glimpse of it on screen. So that is Ben Mitchell now to second position. And as you say, the question is, can Sleep catch that car as well? Possibly, actually.
I think he can. It's looking increasingly likely.
13 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Lapping 5 seconds pretty much faster.
And 5.5 minutes to go. So
yeah,
we've got
time.
3.5, 4 laps, something like that.
Yeah.
Depending on where the leader is.
A little bit of a mistake there, I thought, from Ben Mitchell through the corkscrew, but doesn't seem to have cost him anything.
I think the car's a bit sort of a bit lively through there.
I think it's probably as well a sequence that you think you can attack a bit faster than you actually can. So you always have to rein yourself in a little bit, I think, going through there.
There's a bit of a missed gear there for Tinkler. Third in that GT3 is the XK120 with Tommy Waterfield at the helm. I'm sure that the team is giving the Hairy Canary Cobra the hurry up, because it's charging after first the White Elite, which is Will Nuttall. Here comes down through the corkscrew John Minshaw in that pristine Jaguar Roadster he's sharing with Ben Cousins. Cousins, who's been a big supporter of the GT Sports Car Cup through the Royal Automobile Club. There's the Rolls Healy, rest of the Healys in terms of current position.
4 minutes, or less than 4 minutes now remaining in the race.
Another elite mug by Ben Mitchell going into that corner, into target.
Gap between Smithers and Sleep is 5 seconds now. Could happen this lap. So they've just headed through turn 1, through target, heading up towards the banking. Perhaps we can pick them up in a moment. So watching the Minshaw E-Type make its way through. Through Peel. Right, there we go, there's the shot. You've got the Cobra Tate, then you've got the Shelby Cobra, both in the same shot. Now they're climbing up towards Rocket. They're going to be the next cars, I think, through. Here we are. Not quite going to happen this lap, Marcus, but another one maybe.
Absolutely. This is the Cobra Daytona Coupe that lasted only a few laps at Silverstone before its gearbox broke. They put the spare in for this event. Have the first one rebuilt in time to go back to Spa for the 6 hours in September, when they do every year.
Yeah, but now there's no cars between them.
That was fantastic. You could see 3 cars coming down through the corkscrew, another 2 going up out of Rocket in the background. Brilliant to see, and the Cobras are together, and Nick Sleep thunders past one of the MGBs.
Is it going to happen at the banking? Carrying more speed, yeah, he's going to do it, isn't he? Up
Down the inside, yeah.
And number 36 goes through to claim 3rd position. Nick Sleep with probably only 2 laps to go, actually, only 1 minute and 3/4 left on the clock. Where is Nigel Greenstall? I think already towards Rocket once again. Probably going to be the last lap board this time. See Jeff blocks him down there in the pit wall, ready to get the checkered flag shot at the end of the race. So through he's come. 12 seconds remaining. Oh, in fact, there he goes up the hill now. To Rocky, so he's got another 1.5 laps to go here. Nigel Greenstall, I reckon. Taking over the car from Reed Gum for the second part of the race. He's got an advantage now of nearly 50 seconds to come towards the end of this race. Lapping consistently 121s. Now Ben Mitchell and Nick Sleep have got past the David Smithers car. They both seem to have settled into the 123s, having been lapping a second or so faster than that before. Right, there is the last lap board. That's gone out now to the race leader Nigel Greenstall here with 17 seconds left. He's going past the number 37 Chris Phillips MGB, one of the GT2 class cars that's running in 6th in that class and 17th overall. I think possibly, to be fair, the last car still circulating, but nevertheless a good performance from that team. And the next car it's going to pass is the 14th car, which is the car in 16th position. That's the Howard and Gregorio Elite. But Nigel Greenstall has probably done what we expected to do here. Marcus has come good in this final third.
Yeah, very much so. He's the consummate professional, and he loves to do the chasing right at the end of a race. And if there's just a sniff of blood, a sniff of victory, you can guarantee that he'll be pouncing. And he has done, sliding that pristine Jaguar through, owned by Reed Gom, the Canadian, and it's been around in the series for many a long year. And the checkered flag awaits then for Nigel Greenswell, who waggles the tail of Reed Gom's Jaguar low drag coupe through to complete lap 57 and win this GT and Sports Car Cup race. In second place, we are going to see, wait for it.
We're going to need to wait a little while, aren't we? Because it's still nearly a minute he'd got.
Somebody locked up, I mean, last lap, somebody locked up at Rocket. They're still trying really hard down the order.
I think we'll get our GT3 winner through next, Marcus. Just
we are,
through corkscrew.
And John Minshaw and Ben Cussons are going to win GT3 with the 33 E-Type. Here it comes, the Paddy Motorsport car. And 88 on your screens, that's Ben Mitchell in the John Clark car. And if we look down on the pit wall,
we had our GT2
thumbs up from Clarkey, so that's great effort there.
And his third place over the line now as well. That's the Nick Alex Montgomery Shelby Cobra as well. So just a handful of cars still to make it to the check flag, including that in fourth place, David Smithers and Chris Clarkson in the Cobra Daytona, and in fifth the Lotus Elan of Steve Jones and Ben Tinkler. So very entertaining race that, Marcus, for the GT and Sports Car Club on there.
It was.
Anglesey debut.
Absolutely brilliant. What a superb race it was, and full of drama and excitement, and just superb to see. And those Jaguars have excelled themselves today. The Minshaw and Cussons car, early spec E-Type, has won GT3 by 14.4 seconds over the Rawls Healy. And if we go back to GT2, Mark Hope and Jason Minshaw have won that one, that class, from Jonathan Hopper and Chris Ward. And third in that class, the number 8 elite Michael O'Sullivan, the Irishman, and Will Nuttall.
Yeah, wonderful race that for the GT and Sports Car Cup. Can't tell you any more results because they've now disappeared from the screen. But it was thanks for running through the key class winners there, Marcus. A few cars with a bit of damage, but hopefully that will be repaired. I mean, the next run in this series is not until September at Castle Combe, but I'm sure many of these drivers will be out elsewhere.
They will
before then,
and they'll be fettling away, and their prep teams will be hard at work to make sure the cars all look in immaculate nick for the next one. So it is I suppose about 10 or 11 weeks away.
Yeah.
And then there's a month or so to the Portuguese finale, which if you've never been to the Algarve Autodromo International do Algarve, then it is well worth the visit. It's a wonderful place to spend a few days at the end of a long season. Weather is often exceptionally good, rather like this. Sometimes goes the other way.
Certainly does. Hopefully shortly we'll be able to head down to Parc Fermé to have a word with our successful drivers. There's still 3 races to come this afternoon here, or this evening I should probably say, here at Anglesey. We've got the Race Park 750 Formula Championship. We've got the second race of the day for the Radical Club Challenge, and then we're going to move to the 45-minute endurance race or mini endurance race for the Tiguan Road Sports Championship to round out the day. You can see we've got cars just coming onto the grid for the 750 Formula race. And shortly we'll head down to the Parc Fermé, which we'll do now, and we'll hear from Ben McCarthy, one of the successful drivers in the GT and Sports Car Cup.
A fantastic GT and Sports Car Cup here at Anglesey Circuit. Still 3 more races left today. Next up, we'll be heading to the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, where Ian and Marcus will, of course, be talking you through that.
So we've got the cars down there on the grid for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, and it's going to be a 15-minute race for these cars. It's going to be the 5th and 6th rounds of the season here this weekend, and a grid of, I think, 16 cars having qualified today. I'm just going to get the grid in front of me, and it is going to be on pole position the car of number 77, Bill Cowley, who leads the championship coming into this weekend, and 33, David Reed, is going to be alongside him. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be 35, David Winter, and 37, Richard Rothery. Third row of the grid will be 2, Chris Goff, and 57, Mark Windley. The fourth row, 11 and 12, 11, Hugh Davis, and 12, Conway Dorr. Row 5 is 5, Peter Higton, and 6, Simon Bolter. Row 6 in the grid will be 4, Matthew Unwin, 42, Martin Camp. Row 7, 70, Martin Depper, and 99, Peter Hackett. And on the 8th row, 79, Robert Yarwood, and 58, Thomas Llewellyn. So that's the way the grid for this one is going to line up. That's a 15-minute race, and story of the season so far is that the season started at Donington Park on Easter Monday, where Bill Cowley won the first race. Ed Hither won the second race there, with Bill Cowley second. Then at Silverstone on the National Circuit in May, it was Dave Reed that took the first race, with Dave Facer in his Clubman's car second. Bill Cowley was second of the 750 Formula cars, and in the second race, David Bartholomew was the winner from David Reed and Bill Cowley. So we've had 4 different winners from the first 4 races in 750 Formula this season, but that run of different winners may well come to an end today, unless David Winter or Richard Rothery can possibly pull something out of the back here. Both of those start on row 2 of the grid. Cowley has 89 points coming into this weekend. Jake Doherty is second on 70 points, but he's not racing here at Anglesey. Chris Goff is third on 52 points. He lines up 5th on the grid here. 4th is Matthew Unwin. He's on 48 points. He lines up 11th today. And it's David Reed. Now, he's only 5th, but had a first and a second at Silverstone, having not taken part at Donington Park. And Thomas Llewellyn is in 6th in the ADR2.
And the cars all these days powered by Fiat engines,
Yep.
are they not? Fiat 1108cc, the fire engines. 750 Formula started at the end of the 1940s with the Austin 7 engine and a lot of chassis components. Went up to an 850cc engine. Then the Reliance came in, and the Reliance for a very long way before these production Fiats became de rigueur after a long period of trials.
Race gets underway then for 15 minutes, and it's a good start by Bill Cowley from pole. He moves across to take the line, the preferred line actually, for the first corner.
Oh, touch, and I think that was the 57 car of Windley got very sideways, touched the car on the inside, but I think they've escaped.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think they've all got through. Yeah, it looks like they have. So that was a little bit further back. Windley started 6th in the... But David Reed's bodywork, or part of his bodywork, has fallen off going through Church. It's on the side of the circuit.
It's the tail, isn't it? The whole tail has come off that car.
That's going to upset the aerodynamics, certainly, especially at this part of the circuit along the back straight. But he's making a bid for the lead as they go into Rocket, because he's much wider. The car sort of washes out, and it's going to keep Bill Cowley in the lead. And now we've got David Winter in the race kit's Merlin trying to find a way through. So David Winter in that number 35 car is there in 3rd place, just behind David Reed at the moment in the HRD.
And Cowley leading in that car that was his grandfather conceived in 1969. Absolutely unbelievable, but was banned immediately for being too advanced.
Almost as venerable as some of the cars in the previous race as well. So I think that bodywork has been picked up by the 750 Motor Club rescue crew. So that will return to sender later on. David Reed will be reunited with this bodywork. We've had a spin down here for number 6. That's the baton of Simon Bolter, and he's doing a bit of a J-turn to get his car pointing back in the right direction again, and he will continue.
Quite something.
Anyway, Bill Cowley leads at the end of lap 1 there. You can see the bodywork being carried on the rescue unit. David Reed doesn't stop to pick it up, being second. David Winter is third, and fourth at the end of lap 1.
Is that Conway Door slowing?
It is, I think, yeah, in the Race Kits Falcon, number 12. He, in the ex-Ian Barley car, he is, not going as quickly as he was, that's for certain.
So Mark Windley's in a different car.
He's in the ex-Rod Hill Mystic.
Yes.
Last year was in Peter Bove's Derby.
And prior to that, he was in something else that was a curious car that we hadn't seen for a while, running quickly.
He's working his way around the sort of cars that have raced over the long history of the 750 Motors Club.
The Windleys go back a long way to Roger Windley, the dad, don't they? He built his own circuit on his up near Cadwell Park in his what was it called? It'll come back to. I think he must have missed a gear, Conway Door, because he's going fine.
Yeah, he certainly is. Got a couple of the classic Clubman's cars out this weekend as well. You've got Peter Hackett there in the number 99 Mallock. He's running in 9th place. You also got Robert Yarwood in the Ladybird Clubman car. Number 79, that's running in 14th position. The 15 cars that took the start for this race.
If David Reed finds that that car's handling feels any different at all without the tail,
interesting to find out.
Yeah.
And if it not, why bother? The one that didn't start was Thomas Llewellyn, by the way, the driver that was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. I think he did have some dramas in qualifying this morning, which may have explained that. We've got a car that has gone bang spectacularly, I can see on the screen. And when the smoke clears, it is the Mystic, is it not? 57, yeah, that's Mark Windley. I'm not quite sure how all of that started, but yeah, one way or another, he's out of the race. Bill Cowley, meanwhile, has done the blind screen fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.755. He's got the lead by 4.1 seconds now from David Reed in 2nd place. David Winter is 3rd. Chris Goff is 4th. Richard Rothery is 5th. And David Higton's 6th. They all gain those last two gain after the demise of Mark Windley, who stopped at the top of the circuit. Yellow flags waving up there. So he's out of the car. It's got one of the spin for the number 11 car there. That's Hugh Davis. He's had a moment as well. The driver from Peterborough is Derby, but he's not going again. That was a Peel. Bit of grass cutting involved.
A couple of race kits there having a good go. That's Matthew Unwin and Martin Kemp. Let's go on the outside of him. Gets there at Rocket. Martin Kemp, the man behind these cars. The race kits, Merlins and Falcons. Those two are the Falcons, aren't they? There goes Reed. 2nd place, 3rd still is Winter.
And there goes Unwin. He's past Kemp now into Peel. Yes, the Falcons.
That's changed the order back again, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it might not be over yet by the looks of it.
It won't be.
Kemp's certainly not given up, retrieving 9th place. That will be. The Falcon was the car that was built primarily for 750 Formula race, and then Merlin was a version for historic 750 Formula, but as actually in a modified form, going well in 3rd overall in the hands of David Winter.
I guess they're probably quite similar under the skin.
I suspect so.
Why make a second set of stuff? Oh, that's the baton, yes. I've seen that for a long time.
Yeah, Bill Rutter was the last driver I saw racing, I think, before that was Billy Olbo.
The Ladybird there, which was a Derek Walker concoction. Clever fella, Derek Walker, made some great cars, including the Ladybird Skoda special saloon.
Watching those race kit Falcons battle on track, but Bill Cowley's just come through to complete another lap.
Out over the curb and missing a gear as he got back onto the circuit was our 2nd place driver, David Reed.
Yeah, soon recovered that, didn't he? But he's lost a bit of time as a result. Meanwhile, briefly off the road there was Matthew Unwin up at the top of the circuit. So Martin Kemp has gone back through again in the Falcon battle, and they're being caught by Hugh Davis after his off a couple of laps ago.
PRS isn't as dominant these days as it used to be, and that is the car which was driven Richard Rothery, isn't it?
Yeah, it did win last time out with David Bartholomew on board.
It's a Pither Rothery special.
Yeah,
PRS
exactly.
as opposed to the Formula Ford PRSs. He tried to come back at Chris Goff in that sort of flying saucer that's been around for a long, long time. Clover Hugh.
It was the second faster on the previous lap, was Rothery.
Yeah.
So it could well do.
A huge area of flat under tray, which gives it an element of downforce. David Bartholomew sounds exceptionally quick.
And Ed Pither as well. We've got the 11 car, Hugh Davis, now is separating the two, in his Derby, separating the two race kits Falcons, Kemp and Unwin. As he continues his recovery. Kemp in the 42 car there, who's 77 years old now, from Aldershot. Retired design engineer who started racing back in 1986. Prototype for the race kits Falcon came out in 2010.
He's been racing for 40 years then.
Yeah. Lots of experience there.
Rothery is gradually reeling Chris Goff in.
Yeah, that's right. It's
yeah, they're together. They're together at Rocket, those two.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's then the battle for fourth position. We're watching now Martin Kemp against Hugh
caught
Davis.
by Hugh Davis, isn't he?
Yeah. Hugh Davis in the Derby. Number 11 car is alongside now, up into Rocket. Is on the outside line. Becomes the inside though for the next part of the corner. But Martin Kemp is not having any of that. Oh, Bill Cowley's slowing. Bill Cowley, the racing is in problems.
Broken.
He's broken. So he's just getting past our commentary box now, Bill Cowley. So David Reed has taken the lead of the race from David Winter. But Bill Cowley, you can see there with his hand in the air as what is now the battle for third place comes through. This is Chris Goff versus Richard Rothery. They're at the banking. They are about 13 seconds behind the leader, David Reed, now. But Cowley leading the championship by 19 points coming into this weekend. His car, though, has broken.
Probably as well that Jake Doherty's not here, his closest challenger.
Yeah.
Chris Goff is just about to lose that place to Richard Rothery as they sweep up the hill towards Rocket.
Yeah, looks like Rothery's got that, although he locks up. He does get the car turned in, though. So it's now Rothery up to third place, I should say. Cowley's parked. He's got out of his car and taking his helmet off. So yes, actually with no Jake Doherty, Chris Goff is Bill Cowley's nearest challenger in the points, but 37 points behind after only 4 races. So he will make some inroads, assuming he gets to the finish here. Follow me now, getting away a little bit from Chris, and now Matthew Unwin's back ahead of Martin Kemp here. So we've had another change there. Matthew Unwin in car number 4. Not one of the drivers eligible for Class B, as a handful are: Peter Hickton, Hugh Davis, Martin Kemp, and Simon Bolter. By dint of drivers who've not finished in the top 3 of any 750 Formula race in the past 3 years, or top 6 in the championship. And if you finish third in any race at any point during the season, then you can't score Class B points.
2 of these cars run very, very low, don't they, Ian?
Yeah, they do. I mean, Goff you mentioned.
I think there's a 40 mil minimum ride height that MSUK insists, but I suppose actively when they're on track, difficult to measure that.
Yes, I mean that'll be measured in park firm on a flat patch. Usually they run a roller underneath, don't they, of the appropriate dimensions to confirm that. It is something that you do occasionally find drivers falling foul of. Minimum ride height test. And to look at it, you think Chris Goff's car might be one of those, but
that's got quite a lot of rake on it, so
yeah.
it's low at the front and quite high at the back.
Yeah. Just under 3 minutes of the race left. So David Reed, there he is, our race leader. Oh, and now his front bodywork's become detached, and he's got a problem. And he's got bodywork now fouling the tyre, and so David Reed is in the lead. But David Winter's got a problem as well.
Winter arrived in a real smoky mess at Rocket. It looked like he lit the afterburner, and that looks like it's not destined to finish.
Well, let's keep an eye on this then. So David Reed, is he going to come? Oh no, that's gone, Marcus. I think that's gone. There's that's part of David Reed's car that's we're seeing on the circuit there. David Reed hasn't. Oh no, he is coming through now.
Here is Reed.
Is he going to come into the pits though? No, he's
staying out. How long has he got to go? 2 minutes to go. So a couple of laps.
Yeah, it seems to have sorted itself out. I think initially it was fouling the tyre. Now it could be that he's got such a big gap here. I think that's Hugh Davis that's come to a stop. That he's able to hold on to it. But that lap was a 1:22 compared to the 1:14 that he has been doing. Hard to know where to look now. Here's the battle between Matthew Irwin and Martin Kemp, still persisting in their battle for honours in this Race Kits Falcon scrap. David Reed is still circulating, David Winter is still circulating, but they're both clinging on by their fingernails.
That's going quite slowly, isn't it? But he is being caught by David Winter.
Yeah.
And the gap's down to about 150 metres.
It's really through that only real quick stretch of the long quick stretch of the circuit, isn't it? He's struggling more than the rest. I think through the slow bits he can cope somehow.
And this could go either way, couldn't it? Rotherham and Goff still third and fourth.
Yes, and not lapping too much faster than the cars in front. So David Reed is going to come through. He's through the corkscrew now, but David Winter nearly with him. So we could have a fifth different winner of the season if David Winter, on what will be the last lap, can get ahead of David Reed. Over the line they come.
Well, it's spluttering as well, the lead car, and you can see that front bodywork chattering on it.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds the gap. Let's see if we can pick them up. They're going towards the banking. And it's changed. David Winter has gone through. David Winter takes the lead of the race at the start of the final lap. He's gone through on the inside of David Reed at the banking. The scrap going on there between 70 and 6. 70 being Martin Depper, 6 being Simon Bolter. That's for 9th place. But Reed, so they're nearly a lap down. That's Depper there in the Derby Mark 5 for the driver from Stourbridge, 55-year-old CNC programmer. But Winter is still there in second. Sorry, Reed's still there in second. I think he is going to hold on to P2 here. So he's lost rear bodywork. The front bodywork has become detached. He's got, by the sounds of it, an engine problem, perhaps of some kind as well. It's been quite a race for him. David Winter, Marcus, is just coming through the corkscrew.
Yep.
And he is going to come through to take the checkered flag. So David Winter takes the flag and wins.
Looks like unsuspectingly.
Yes. Yeah, he does. Second place is going to go to Reed. Well, he perhaps didn't realise that Cowley had retired as well.
No, that's right. And Reeder's second.
And Richard Rothery third, and fourth goes to Chris Goff. So David Winter makes it 5 different winners from the first 5 races in the Race Park 750 Formula Championship, despite some dramas of his own there towards the end. Reed second, Rothery third, Chris Goff fourth, Conway Dorf fifth, and Peter Higton 6th. Best lap of the race went to Bill Cowley before his retirement, a 1:14.755.
Do you remember Andrew Higton racing? You probably don't, you're too young, Ian. He was the guy who won, I think, every round of the caravan towing championship in the 70s.
I certainly don't remember
and then went Formula Ford racing, at which he was less adept.
Okay. Well, who knew that those would be two entirely different disciplines? So there's a bit of work for various drivers to do overnight, I think, but let's have a look at the result. David Winter, the winner, number 35, completed 12 laps, 8.2 seconds clear of number 33, David Reed. In third place was number 37, Richard Rothery. Fourth, number 2, Chris Goff. Fifth, number 12, Conway Dorr. Sixth, number 5, Peter Higton. Seventh was 44, Matthew Unwin. Eighth was 42, Martin Kemp. Ninth was number 6, Simon Bolter. And 10th was number 70, Martin Depot. And Peter Hackett, Robert Yarwood, and I think Hugh Davis was retirement. So, yeah, the rest of them non-finishers. So, yes, certainly some work to be done in the 750 Formula Paddock overnight for their race at a quarter to 12 tomorrow.
They like to tinker, don't they? Just as well.
They do, yeah, absolutely.
And we've got one pulled off over there. That's the one
that's
Hugh
Davis,
isn't it? Who did about 2/3 of the distance. Got to hoik him back.
That's right. Well, hopefully we'll have less attrition in the next race. That's going to be for the Radical Club Challenge. 25-minute race for them. It's their second race of the day. And then we've got the Takiwa Road Sports Championship coming up to round out the programme, which is our 45-minute race. So 2 more races still to come this evening here at Anglesey on the first of 2 days. We're back tomorrow morning. With qualifying at 9 o'clock. We'll have got racing from at 9:55 tomorrow, so we'll be on with the live stream about 10 to 9. And we've got at 10 to 10, I should say. We've got racing for tomorrow for the Auckland Racing Classics Hatch Championship, the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge, the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, the Lancashire Tyre Sports 1000s, 750 Formula, as we've just seen, the Historic 750 Formula, and Takiwa Club Enduro Championship as well. So that's tomorrow's 10 race programme getting underway just before 10 o'clock. In a moment we should hopefully be able to head down into pit lane, where none of the top 3 have stopped where they should have done, if they've stopped at all. Hopefully they are there somewhere, although I think David Winter may have done an extra lap, looking at it, because he's only just arriving into.
Because he came through behind someone, didn't he? He was about 40 metres behind somebody. Probably didn't see the checkered flag had gone out, and certainly wasn't expecting it to go out for him.
No.
By the looks of things.
No, you did say at the time it did look like there was a joyous celebration of his victory there, which. I think will be his first in the 750 Formula for the man from Gambling A. Set the semi-retired property manager.
Gambling Gay.
Yeah,
that's close to Gransden Lodge, where the first races were held in this country after World War II.
Yeah. Previously raced on low cost of Mazda 7 did David. And he says Anglesey is his favourite circuit, and well, now there's a good reason why, because he's had a win in 750 Formula. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from him in a few moments. And we are getting the thumbs up, so let's head down to Ben McCarthy in Parc Fermé.
Richard Rothery, 3rd place. How was that?
It was a bit of carnage out there. I think that was more attrition than skill, but yeah, it's good. It's pretty warm out there, though. That's the only thing I would say. So trying to keep concentration throughout the whole race is hard work.
I was going to say, is that having an impact on maybe some drivers going for moves maybe that they wouldn't do otherwise?
I don't know, but the start was a little bit hairy, I will say that. So with a spinner in front of me and then having to brake hard, somebody nudging me from behind, it was all happening on the first corner. But then as the race settled down, a few people dropped out. It was just a case of head down and try and put the laps in. So yeah, did all right.
Congratulations, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Right, so first and second place, well, first place went to David Winter, and David actually had to push his car down Parc Fermé. You can see the blue car over there. David Winter, race winner. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That was a bit hectic from the first lap until the last.
Oh, it was bonkers. War of attrition, really, wasn't it? I mean, Dave's engine cover come off on the second corner and nearly twatted me, excuse my language. There it is. And then they were gone, Dave and Bill, but Bill had a problem. That's mine as well. Bill had a problem. Dave had a problem. My brakes went completely going at the rocket. No brakes at all for the last 3 laps. And then my clutch went on this slowdown. Thanks very much. Is that a trophy?
Just
So,
show the audience there.
That's only a bit of it. The brakes are out there somewhere as well. There's a brake disc on the track somewhere. But,
Well, I've got something to give to you as well.
okay, thank you very
Your race-winning hat, and suitable on a day like this. Yeah, congratulations. Right, David Reed finished in second place. Where is David? David Reed. Trying to see where his car's parked, if I'm completely honest. As we both stare into the sun. Don't think we've had David's car come here just yet. It's the number 33. Should we go down and see if there is very quickly? You can also hear the sound of the Radical Club Challenge cars, which are getting underway for their green flag lap very soon, so I'm going to be quick. Doesn't seem like I can see David's car, so yeah, maybe that's just how chaotic this race has been. But Ian and Marcus, I'll head back to you now as we get ready to start the penultimate race of this fantastic Saturday here at Anglesey.
Well, we could see it, Ben. There it is. It's on a tow rope being brought back in, which is possibly no surprise that David Reed needed a hand to get back to the paddock after that race, after losing bodywork at various points of it, but still managing to come home somehow in second position. Great credit to him for that. And that means that we've got a few minutes, I think, before we're going to get our next race underway, which is the Radical Club Challenge, the second race of the day for these cars. A reminder that earlier on today, and I've opened up the wrong document, get the right one up if I can. Just trying to get the race 1 result up. We've got the race 2 grid, but I'm not sure the race 1 result has actually been published yet there, so I shall find it from elsewhere. Leon Morel was certainly the winner though, and Pedro Oliveira won his class in the early race. I tell you what, while we were sorting all of this out, let's take a short break. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
The Driver Media Programme. The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blind Screen, with over 1.6 million followers. More than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blind Screen Backs Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blind Screen Driver Media Programme.
So welcome back. We are shortly going to get the race underway for the Radical Club Challenge Race 2 of the day. Race 1, earlier on this afternoon, it was a win for Leon Morel in his Radical PR6 from his teammate Aaron Rose, from his other teammate Charles Hall, all in PR6s. Fourth was also his teammate Pedro Oliveira in a Radical SR3 that won Class B, and winning the SR1 class was his teammate Martin Ball in the number 41 car, best of the SR1s. The championship situation now, thank you Josh Barrett, is that Leon Morel has 77 points, so does Pedro Oliveira. They're in different classes, so they're not racing directly against each other, but 77 points apiece for them. We've got 63 points for Martin Ball, 62 points for Robert Souster, 61 for Charles Hall, who's second in Class A, and second in Class B now is Ben Higgs in number 43. Cars going off on their green flag lap. They'll be straight into a rolling start. It's going to be a 20-minute race now, this, rather than 25, because we have lost a little bit of time earlier in the day. So 20-minute race for the Radical Club Challenge. Grid set by the second fastest times set in qualifying. So on pole position we have the number 35 car of Leon Morel, our race 1 winner, and besides him is number 8, that's Aaron Rose. Second row on the inside is 57 Pedro Oliveira, and 77 is Charles Hall. Third row is going to be Matthew Jones in 99 and 117, that's Ross Drew. On row 4 of the grid, number 90 is Ben Higgs, and number 5 is Doug Carter. Row 5 is 42 Spandexia Marshall, and 41 Martin Ball. Row 6, 24 Ian Charles, and 30 Mark Grayson. The 7th row, 47 Sheree Posney, and 37 Scott Lear. And then on the 8th row, 45 George Nutten, and 86 Stephen Riley. Row 9 Christopher Seymour, and 26 Robert Souster. The 10th row, 6 Robert Gilman, and 50 Darren Nutten. And the 11th row, 27 Michael Seymour, and 2 Bill Patterson. So that's the way it's going to line up. 22 cars we should have. We had actually 23 in the first race, because I think we had some drivers out qualifying out of session as well that were joined onto the back of the grid. Scott Marshall it was in the number 42 car, I should say, and the 36 car of Leon Morel, 35 car of Leon Morel, I should say, leading them round, and he was dominant in race 1, winning the race by more than 13 seconds. Yeah, 13.8 seconds from Aaron Rose, who was about 2 or 3 seconds ahead of Charles Rose in third. But about to get this race underway again, Marcus. We've got these PR6s at the front of the field once again.
Yeah, the 3 centre seat PR6s evolved from the Radical Pro Sport, the second model, and so it's been incredible since 1996 when we first saw these cars. So what an amazing history they've had. So here they come then.
Yeah, the Leon Morel racing team dominating proceedings here as the race gets underway. It's a good start from Leon Morel. Yeah. Charles Hall, oh, he's a bit locked up there, and there's a spinner further back. There's 2 or 3 cars that are off. There's 3 of them scattering onto the grass. There's
Doug Carter's
2
backwards.
Yeah, Doug Carter's one of them. We've got
another one.
3 cars that are stranded there, and I think that was all started really by Charles Hall even locking up a little bit. I thought through the target, and I think everyone else reacted to that, and we had several cars.
And Morel had gone flying through on the inside, which meant that there was a sort of a fairly compromised. And I think that has Carter's car taken a knock?
I think it has. We've got the safety car board being prepared here. Side by side though for second position as they head through Peel. And I think that might have been Pedro Oliveira trying to get around, and he can't do that now. Not now the yellows are out. In fact, was it Pedro Oliveira? Yes, it was Pedro Oliveira getting ahead of Aaron Rose. Charles Hall had certainly dropped well back. Leon Morel coming through to complete lap number 1, confronted by the safety car yellow flags. So they're going through here. Doug Carter's car, I think, is the only one left at the side of the circuit now. Yeah. But that does need outside assistance to be recovered, I think.
There was a black and yellow car that was involved as well, but that got pushed off.
Number 2 has also had a spin. That's Bill Patterson, the driver from Livingston in his PR6. So he's gone off as well. That's up at Rocket. So he's facing the wrong direction as well. First time racing in the Bike Sports Championship, but a long time competitor north of the border. There is Charles Hall. He's come into the pit lane then. So obviously had some dramas that caused him to, whether it was lock-up or some smoke, to come out anyway into the first corner. And the LM Racing team jacking that car up. They're looking at the left rear. I think that's where the smoke issued from. Car at the back of the group there is the 82 Nicholas Bailey SR3 Sibsall. Charles Hall's been sent back out into the race there. I don't think they've made any changes to it.
And there's trucks going in both directions here.
And one marshal there is doing very well to push Bill Patterson's car solo out of the way, with Bill aboard as well.
Charles Hall will be back on the...
be on the lead lap, won't he?
He'll be tagged on to the back of the Crocodile before too long, because there's one truck going out that way. Carter's car has been shifted.
Got one coming in as well, which is number 24, which is Ian Charles. He's into the pit lane as well.
So where did the black, white and yellow car go then? That was...
I don't know.
Got full course caution and nothing on the timing screen. So
yes.
Which is a bit odd.
Yes, yeah, although they're now coming through to complete 2 laps, there's been nothing shown on our timing screen at all. So TSL, unfortunately, not recording the positions. So I probably should have been looking out of the window at this point, shouldn't I, to figure out what the order actually was. That's certainly 2 laps down. Certainly Leon Morel leading, and I think Pedro Oliveira second, and Charles Hall has now basically caught up with the back of the pack. The truck that had gone out to recover Doug Carter's car has returned without Doug Carter's car, because I think that's being moved independently.
Yeah.
Yeah, the marshals have just pushed it across the track.
Here it comes.
Which is probably the quicker way of doing it. And I think Bill Patterson's car's been pushed out of the way.
And Doug Carter's actually still sitting in it.
Yeah. So hopefully, without too much more to do, we should be racing again very soon. Car 5, yeah, that needed. It said it needed a straight tail. It didn't. It's been pulled in by the marshals, and the number 2 car's been retrieved by the fire van, and that's being towed away now. And that'll head back to the paddock. So it's probably going to be one more lap, I would think, behind the safety car in this Radical Club Challenge, round 6 of the season. So we're coming to the halfway point here, with races at Brands Hatch and Silverstone National Circuit already complete. Races at Silverstone International on the 15th of August, Croft on the 20th of September, and Donington Park Grand Prix Circuit on the 17th of October to come between now and the end of the season. The championship running in 3 classes. Class A is for any Radical model, and it uses tuned motorbike engines up to 1500cc. And Radical SR3 models only are allowed in Class B, and they have to use production Suzuki Hayabusa engines up to 1500cc. Class C is for the Radical SR1s to a fixed factory specification. So they have to be as they left the factory. Safety car lights are out, and yes, the Bill Patterson car is out in Parc Fermé. So we're going to get underway with. It says 20 minutes of the race to go, but I don't quite believe that somehow. Green flag waves, and the race once again is underway. Leon Morel it is that is leading then. It is Pedro Oliveira second, so it's PR6 from SR3.
And Charles Hall chasing from the back.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where he gets
the
to.
77. 2 abreast into Church there. That's behind the leaders. Battling for 6th and 7th.
Charles Hall's made his way past 3 cars at least already, I can see.
And you can see how much more speed he's carrying than most of the others. Now this could be interesting because there's 2 of his teammates up ahead, and oof,
it's a lock of
Hurtle past the first of them.
Yeah.
And locks up There's a moment up there, and one of them's locked up and slowed right down.
And yellow flag briefly was out. It's gone back in again, but the two leads are back down towards the end of the. What I think this is lap 4. I think.
Who knows?
35 and 57. Morel and Oliveira. Aaron Rose 3rd. Ross Drew 4th. And although we've still not got nothing on TSL, I think it was Ben Higgs in 5th place.
Oh, and someone waving angrily from the cockpit as just been chopped coming out of the last corner.
So we've got the 3 LM racing cars, 1, 2 and 3. Was that all going past them? Or?
Yeah, and he's right at the back. So it was he who had the half spin at Rocket.
Yeah, so he made 3 or 4 places and then lost them again.
All again. So you can see how angry he is because he's so hard into the throttle past here.
So we've now got some drivers on our screen, but they're not. Now they're in the right order. Got all of the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order. Now I think we have got them in the right order. And we're working what TSL thinks is lap 3. I think this is lap 5, I think. But anyway, 35 over the line is Neil Morel. He's ahead of Pedro Oliveira by 1.1 seconds. Aaron Rose is 3rd. Ross Drew is a bit of a gap back and forth. He's got Ben Higgs and Matthew Jones behind him. And the only Class A car that's in the top 10 besides Morel is the car in 3rd place, which is Aaron Rose. The rest of them have had dramas of various kinds, including for Charles Hall, who's got to burn from the stern once again. And he's not going to do that because he's headed into the pit lane. So Charles Hall's miserable second race comes to a premature conclusion.
Let discretion be the better part of valour, actually.
Very posh pitfall there with the LCD display that's I think linked to the TSA timing. So not doing that much good at the moment, but that's quite exciting to see that on the pit wall. Anyway, Leon Morel's going to come through to complete another lap with 11 minutes to go. I think TSL have corrected that now as well. So 11 minutes to go in this race. It's Morel leading, Oliveira in 2nd, each in their respective classes. Oliveira in 3rd. Got a message on the screen about full course yellow, but I think that's an old one. So
Rose is 3rd, isn't he? Then it's
sorry, Rose 3rd, yes.
Drew and then Jones up ahead of Higgs.
So Morel here looking good for a 5th win out of 6 this season, which is pulling away from Oliveira now. 1.9 seconds the gap, he's 3.3 seconds clear of his nearest crash rival. In SR1, George Nutton, number 45, is leading this time by about 10 seconds from Martin Ball, and I suspect that some of those SR1 drivers were caught up in the shenanigans at the first corner.
I think it compressed the pack in the middle where they were, and at that point it's heart in your mouth job.
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye on the gaps there, because that Ball might be closing on him. There's Ross Drew, he's got his work cut out, hasn't he, to keep Ben Higgs at bay. I think Higgs has got past Matthew Jones, has he? I think he may have done. Yes, he has. Matthew Jones in the number 99 car's dropped back down to 6th position now. Meanwhile, Leon Morel does the blind screen best lap of the race, a 1:06.445, which is 1.3 seconds slower than earlier on. And I suspect the track temperature has increased since then, and he said how the circuit was eating his tyres at the end of race 1. SR1 situation still the same. Nutton, though, the gap has come down a little, only about 5 seconds now from 1st to 2nd, as we're watching Ross Drew. 1:17 going through with Ben Higgs and Matthew Jones now behind him. Then it's Scott Marshall in 7th place in the number 42.
3rd in the SR1 class is the 2nd Nutton. He's got Lear and Riley who've changed positions right on his tail.
Yeah, that's Darren Nutton, number 50. Both late entries for this weekend's racing. That's side by side, down into the corkscrew. Oh, they're all going to get through. Well, they do, I think. but ultimately I think it's because number 99 Matthew Jones has to back out of that a little bit. The driver from Leicester, the East Midlands contingent. Here we've got Ross Drew from Nottingham in this scrap as well. Brother of Miles Drew. He's racing since 2010. They've been racing this car together for some time. It's the ex-James Brakel car, but the Drew brothers now prepare the car themselves. It's fourth that you can see on screen. Riding towards Rocket, but it's 35 Leon Morel the leader, 57 Pedro Oliveira second, and 8 Aaron Rose in third place. And then this battle for fourth, which is absolutely nose to tail, comes through next. They are about 15 seconds behind the leader though. Oh, and Ross Drew's placed under threat here. That's Ben Higgs trying to go around the outside of him. This is the battle for second place within Class B as well. And a change there, is it on the inside? It's Matthew Jones, number 99, on the inside line. That's then becomes the outside for the final corner of the lap. They can't quite make it work, I don't think.
Yeah, Higgs came up the inside of Jones, made it work into target.
Still side by side into the banking. And, oh, is that braked himself there? He's gone straight on. Number 99, Matthew Jones, goes straight on at the banking. Fortunately, a lot of runoff there. His rejoin was a little bit chaotic, but fortunately no one was coming through the corner at the time.
I think he was still pretty angry about being overtaken.
We're getting news. I've got the safety car on the timing screen, but there's no sign of any such action down on the pit wall. So
it's still lurking.
Yeah, I think that could be a phantom safety car on TSL, which has been behaving a little bit oddly throughout the race. So we're still racing at the moment. 117 car of Ross Drew has number 90 Ben Higgs alongside him now as they go through the corkscrew. This for fourth position, and Higgs, oh, he muscles his way through, and Ross Drew almost comes to a dead stop there as Ben Higgs goes through. Oh. We might have a safety car now because the number 41 car has stopped on the side of the circuit. That's the Martin Ball, the SR1 winner from race 1, but he has continued now. So we won't need a safety car for that. So we've got 5 3/4 minutes of the race left. Leon Morel is leading, number 35, by 4.8 seconds from Pedro Oliveira. 2.2 seconds behind is Aaron Rose in third position. And now in fourth it's Ben Higgs, because he's absolutely muscled his way past Ben Drew there. Off the circuit there is number 37, that's Scott Lear. He was the driver that's in the SR1 class, and he was second in SR1 behind George Nutton. So he's going to have given that place up, I think. Leon Morel, though, still out in front. Not seen much of him on the stream, but he's been driving out on his own for much of the race, so we've been watching battles further back. His lead now is 5.6 seconds over Pedro Oliveira, who in turn is 4 seconds clear of Rose and about half a minute clear of his nearest rival in Class B. So round the banking go those two. That's Higgs and Drew. Drew will be keen to, I think, get fourth place back here, because he will feel a little bit aggrieved at the move that was made, I think, at the corkscrew a couple of laps ago. SR1 situation, you've got George Nutton. Now it's Darren Nutton who's up in second place within the SR1 class, albeit about 20 seconds behind George. To go. That's the 50 car, that's Darren Nutton then. Second in that class has got behind him the 47 car of Sharif Hosni, who is in Class B in his Radical SR3, so they're in different classes, these two. And Sharif Hosni should in fact be a bit quicker, you'd think, than the second place SR1 of Darren Nutton. The third car in that group is the 86 car, which is the Stephen Riley SR1, another of the LM Racing cars. And through the corkscrew they come. So there you get a good view of the SR1. Very quick in their own right. I mean, they're the slowest cars in this race, the SR1s. But they're still remarkably quick cars in their own right. Just looking at the lap times here for the SR1 leader. Yeah, they're about 4 seconds off the pace of Leon Morel in these conditions, and Morel not being full chat, I don't think, in this race, because he doesn't need to. Not had too much Class A opposition. I can just see he's putting a lap on I think, the Stephen Riley car there.
1:06.06 is the best lap of the race early on to Leon Morel.
Yeah.
And he's in the 7s now, but most of the rest of them 9s, 10s. Personal best for Higgs there in 4th place. He has got down to a 1:10.307.
Yeah, so working the last 2 minutes or so of this race. Leon Morel is that's continuing to lead. He's going to get 2 more laps here, I think, before the end of the race. But more traffic for him to deal with first. Well, in fact, the checkered flag's being shown a little bit earlier than we anticipated. So, checkered flag goes out to Leon Morel. He wins by 10.1 seconds from Pedro Oliveira in 2nd place. And 3rd place goes the way of Aaron Rose. So an early checkered flag there, a 5th win out of 6 races for Leon Morel in the Radical Club Challenge. Oliveira 2nd and Rose 3rd. A few things to clear up at the end of that race, I think. A few incidents to deal with and issues to sort out.
Higgs and Drew are back in 4th and 5th. And then Jones completes the top 6 in car number 99. Nutton, set 45, the first of the Nuttons.
Yep.
That's George Nutton has won SR1, and in 2nd place, it's come up close to the end. It looks like it's coming to the pits now, it looks like, but looks like Souster was 2nd. That's Robert Souster, and the 2nd of the Nuttons looks like he pitted.
Yeah, it was 3rd,
but it remains 3rd.
Yeah, there's the classification. 35 Leon Morel, the winner, from 57 Pedro Oliveira in 2nd. 8 Aaron Rose was 3rd. 90 Ben Higgs was 4th. 117 Ross Drew 5th. 99 Matthew Jones 6th. 42 Scott Marshall 7th ahead of 45 George Nutton. 30 Mark Grayson. 26 Robert South completing the top 10 ahead of Darren Nutton, Sherry Fosney, Stephen Riley and Scott Lear. Class winners being Morel and Oliveira and George Nutton. Martin Ball, he had dramas and was a lap down, so too was Christopher Seymour, Robert Gilman, Michael Seymour and Nicholas Bailey, and we lost Charles Hall, Ian Charles and Doug Carter during the course of that race.
So 2 really action-packed races we've just had there, Ian, with cars all over the shop.
Let's head down to Parc Ferme then, and Ben McCarthy is going to speak to Leon Morel.
Well, that was another very, very interesting Radical Club Challenge race. And you can see the number 57 there of Pedro Oliveira climbing out of his car. We're still awaiting the race winner, Leon Morel. So let's go and speak to Pedro, of course, also the winner of the B class in this race. We'll let him take his gloves off and then obviously his helmet so that he can hear us. Pedro, B-class winner, yet again. How did this afternoon's race compare to this morning's?
Yeah, it was good. Same plan as this morning. I was just trying to get out there, stay in front of my Class B competitors and yeah, drive away. And then it was good. First few laps managed to get past my teammate Aaron, who's in Class A, so that was good. It was quite a nice move around the outside. Well happy with that. But then yeah, managed to keep the lead in class and drive away with it again. Yeah.
Exactly that. First lap carnage. That was a lot of drivers had to take evasive action there.
Yeah, I don't quite know what happened, but there was a driver in front of me, went up in smoke and went off to the side. I couldn't see much because obviously I had smoke all over my face, but came back the next lap and there were loads of cars off the track.
Congratulations, well done on your Class B win.
Yeah, I want to thank my mechanics as well, because some people might know that yesterday was a very unfortunate day for us, and the mechanics spent pretty much the whole day and most of the night working to fix it. So yeah, thank you to my mechanics and everyone else in the team who helped me race today.
Pleased you gave them their just reward. Well done, Pedro. Great to speak to you. Let's go and speak to our race winner now. Leon, do you know what's better than one race-winning cap? Two. Yeah. Place that on your head.
2 sons, so it's only fair, isn't it?
You don't have to pick your favourite now. But another chaotic race out there today.
What was going off, to be fair? I saw ambulances drive on the track in front of me and all sorts of stuff. I was like, I came around turn 1 and there was a Honda Civic flew across the track. So I guess someone was having some trouble in the middle. But yeah, no, 10 out of 10. Can't fault the car, can't thank the guys enough. Same old spiel, same different day. Lucky to do, aren't we? Lucky to do it.
What's the feeling like when you're winning as well dominantly as you were there, but also successively? Victory earlier today, victory this evening?
It's the age-old problem, isn't it? You stood there listening to every nut, bolt, washer, looking at every temp. I was managing the gap on the pit wall, just trying not to do anything stupid. We absolutely grenaded the front left tyre in race 1. So we switched the tyres side to side and we're just focusing on sort of preserving. I think too many people quite often are so keen just to run flat out pace the whole race. It ain't no good for the machine, and you only ever find out on the last race of the year. So yeah, fingers crossed we have a good championship and on to the next one.
Well done, Leon. Right, Marcus, Ian, back to you for the final race on this Saturday.
Thank you very much, Ben. We've got the cars heading out onto the green flag lap for the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship. It's a rolling lap, it's a rolling start, 45-minute mini endurance race capacity field. We had reserves, but only 34 can start here at Anglesey. Pole position has gone the way of the number 2 car. That's going to be Alan Henderson starting in the Lotus Elise. And besides him on the front row of the grid is going to be 83. That's being started by Will Pottergill. Second row of the grid is 23. That's Chris Byallen. And 17 is Luke Woodhouse. Third row, 11 Oliver Harris. And 55 is the car of Paul Simerson, who's driving solo in this race rather than with Richard Stanton. Row 4 is going to be started by number 53, Johnny Weston Taylor, XF4 racer. 188 Joe Williams. Row 5 is 421 John Monday and 19 Wayne Lawson. Row 6, 13 Scott Parkin, and number 12, which is going to be started by Liam Crilly, to hand over to his son Max as the graphics catching up with me. Row 7 of the grid, 297, that's going to be started by Jan Whittaker, and next to him is 68 John Dundee. Row 8 of the grid is 59 Jim Benson, and besides him is going to be 38, which is going to be started by either Kevin Glover or Henry Wright. No, it's Kevin Glover, confirmation. Row 9 is 46 Alistair Lindsay and 9 Luke Beardmore. Row 10, 15 Stephen Grove and 3 Ben McCauley. Looks like we're going to get one more green flag lap, so it gives me time to get through the rest of the grid. Row 11, 36 Imran Khan and 35 Jack Hounsham. Row 12, 76 Michael Downey and 42 Mike Rayner. Row 13, Saranga Sadish Rahari, and the 88 car is going to be started by one of the Adcocks. It's either Phil or Mark. I think they're the 2 drivers for that one. Row 14 is 159 and 71. 159 is Rob Carvel. 71 is going to be Pip Hammond starting the car. Row 15 is 531 and 22. 531 is Thomas Hiley, who's driving solo. 22 Chris Fantella. Row 16, 101 Nick Grove. And 20 Kira Harris. And then row 17, 25 Ashley Woodward, and 7, which is going to be Jez Banks driving solo. No Jimmy Broadbent. So Jimmy Broadbent, fancy a flock to YouTube if you have. I'm afraid he's not racing. It's just Jez Banks. So Tagiwa Road Sports Championship, as it now is, 45-minute race. This is the 4th round of the season. Situation in the championship is that it is being led by the Class C driver and the reigning champion indeed, Matt Creed, with 45 points. Second place on 33 is Scott Parkin. Third on 30 points, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. They're also the leaders of their respective classes. 45-minute race. There's a pit window in the middle 15 minutes, so 15 to 30 minutes. Minimum stop time 60 seconds, whether you're changing driver or not. But there are penalties for a number of teams for success in previous races. So Luke Woodhouse 10 seconds, Johnny Weston Taylor 10 seconds, Scott Parkin 5 seconds, Glover and Wright 10 seconds, Johnny Monday 10 seconds, Imran Khan, who's driving solo in Sam McKee's BMW this weekend, 20 seconds, Rob Carvel 20, Phil Adcock 10 and Pip Hammond 10 seconds as well. So various penalties meted out for success. Anyway, safety car is pulling in, and we're going to get 45 minutes has already started counting down at the beginning of the previous green flag lap, so there's still 42 and 3/4 minutes left to go as the cars come through and the red lights go out and the race gets underway. Good stop by Chris Byallen, trying to get up on the inside of the first corner, but he can't make it through there. So the top two do continue in the lead
and
of the
one
race.
car way out over the grass on the outside, just wasn't room for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side for the lead by the looks of it. Is that between, I think Alan Henderson is one of those cars that was side by side, but he's lost out there to Will Puttergill in the number 83 Audi there, the RS3 TCR. So the Audi TCR has got the lead, and Puttergill's also lost out there to number 17, I think that is. That's Luke Woodhouse in the Volkswagen Golf. That's moved up into second position. Alan Henderson in the Elise down to third. It's Scott Parkin in fourth place in the number 13 car. That started 11th on the grid, so Scott Parkin, it's a fourth place already. That's a remarkable start from him. And absolutely packed field heading around. Henderson trying to get a place back. That Elise much more nimble through the corkscrew. That is the Golf. It's back to second place, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. And that 83 goes through ahead. That's the Audi, looking absolutely splendid. That's Will Puttergill's car. It's interesting to see the balance of touring cars against GTs. It was that Trojan car, the vivid Dayglow saloon that was out over the grass at the first corner. He's picking his way back through the middle of the pack. But out they go, and looks like the Lotus has got its tyres up to temperature now and is charging after Will Puttergill. And Parkin is about to be demoted, is he? They go up towards Rocket, they're side by side, but he kept his foot in, and it looked like he'd lost out on the approach up to the kink.
Yeah, it's Chris Byallen that was the driver that was challenging him in the Cupra. Scott Parkin, who won round one of the season at Croft when we had split races for classes A and C and B and D running separately. Johnny Weston Taylor won at Brands Hatch. Robert Baker won at Silverstone last time out. We've had two meetings on two Grand Prix circuits in the previous events. Back to a normal 750 Motor Club event here this weekend at Anglesey.
That Audi TT looks fantastic in the kind of old Advan Yokohama colours, the black and red that used to grace so many single-seaters in sports races. Nice to see the other Audi in the middle of the pack, the car that runs on hand controls. Absolutely superb team effort, but the Anderson Lotus sitting there, hardly visible through the rear view mirror of Puttergill's leading Audi.
Probably barely realises that he's there, does he?
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of radar cheating.
So it's Puttergill leading. It's Henderson in second place. A big lock up there from the leading Audi, and that brings Henderson close to the back of the Audi in the Lotus, and Woodhouse there in the Golf as well.
That's closing up again, isn't it?
Yeah, Woodhouse was second last time out at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit to Rob Baker. I think a one-off event really, and acquitted himself very well. But look at this for the lead. They were overlapping there through Peel and down towards the sequence at the corkscrew. And Henderson not able to find a way through, but it's notable that these cars have strengths in different parts of the circuit.
Yeah, the Lotus has such a lithe chassis, doesn't it? Handles beautifully. Baker's car is he's sort of been sitting in the paddock all day. I wonder whether that came to grief yesterday in testing.
Yeah, or possibly. Not sure if he's out in Club Enduro tomorrow. I haven't checked the entry list to be honest with you. We've got the 2-hour race for Club Enduro tomorrow afternoon. These two leaders, Alec Hammer and Tom Look. It's a 10-lap race, not a 45-minute encounter.
Some fairly extravagant Venturis under some of these cars, aren't there?
Well, the Lotus case in point, really.
Yeah. Harkins under attack, coming down to kink up towards Rocket. Exactly the same thing happens. He keeps his foot in longer.
Yeah, I mean, is it just a characteristic of the diesel engine in the
it may well be
the Dark Side Developments Audi? How it puts its power down in different ways compared to the petrol powered by
tons and tons of torque, which is so useful.
Here's Henderson up the inside into the corkscrew. That's going to put him on the outside line though. But Puttergill locks up. That leaves the door open for Henderson to go around the outside through the final corner. They're going to be side by side as they come through the last corner of the lap, and Henderson's got the lead in the Lotus. What a move that was. And it did rely on a little mistake, I think, from Will Puttergill there to get through, part way through the corkscrew. But he does go through to take the lead, does Alan Henderson. He was on pole position with the woman at 12.3. He was 1.4 seconds faster than anybody else, or 1.2 seconds. Yeah, because the second fastest car is not in the race, Ben Brooks, because he was a reserve. He was 1.4 seconds faster than the next car that started the race, which is Will Puttergill. And well, now we'll see if he can convert that race into race pace and pull away into the lead. Great stuff.
The hand control Audi's Wayne Lawson's, isn't it?
Yes.
The orange car that James Pickford shares.
Yeah, I think it's a solo effort today for Wayne Lawson in the number 19 car, running in 9th position at the moment. But yeah, James Pickford certainly sometimes aboard that. There's Scott Parkin then, number 13, and he's running in 4th place with Chris Byron behind him. And then it's Paul Simerson who's going solo, although it says on the timing tab is Robert Stanton showing with him, but it is just Paul Simerson in this race. Trying to be best after the race at 1:12.8112, the race leader Alan Henderson. Good effort from him.
I'm intrigued to know what the Porsche's doing so far down the field. A couple of Porsches, in fact, a couple of Caymans.
That record has not quite gone yet, because it's to Will Stacey at 1:12.57, set here 4 years ago. That's the benchmark time, but Henderson will be challenging that as this race goes on. If he's got enough clear track. What's going on in the other classes? Class B, that's 10th place overall. That's Liam Crilly. He's leading by only 0.6 of a second from Jan Whittaker. Class C, that's Luke Bedmore leading in the number 9 car, the Mazda RX-8. And Class D, that's the Phil and Matthew Adcock car, the BMW that's leading by about 3.1 seconds from Pip Hammond in his Nova at the moment.
Of the omnipresent Nova.
Yeah, absolutely. Pip having some commentary box for racetrack today. Then we're seeing the 38 car go through. That's the car that's going well in Class B this season, Kevin Glover and Henry Wright, and they are 3rd in Class B today. Not far behind, it's about 1.6 seconds behind Liam Crilly, the class leader. There is Crilly, there is Jan Whittaker, and then, yep, there is the 3rd place car in that group. That's the Kevin Glover car. Yeah, Kevin Glover, I think possibly going solo, looking at the information I've got, but certainly starting the race. So Henry Wright's out in the second half. This is the Class B lead battle, so you've got the BMW Z4 against one of those Porsches, the Porsche Cayman of Jan Whittaker. Just heading out towards Church Bend, the right-hander. Liam Crilly's car has the novice cross on his back. That's not because he's a novice, but because his son Max, who shares the car, is. His first season of racing. But now the Porsche is going to attack. The BMW is it up to Rocket. The BMW brake first, but turns in first as well. The Porsche pushing hard. The Glover and Wright car is just a little bit further back, the Golf Mark 5. lapping now for the lead as they head down to the corkscrew in Class B. Crilly against Whittaker. The multi-class structure of road sports it's one of its real joys, as well as the full grids, of course. Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B 240 is the limit, Class C 180 and Class D 145. So these cars will run in what is known as the GT class. For cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and again Whittaker has a look at Liam Crilly's the gap on the inside of the BMW as he went into the banking that time. Meanwhile, Alan Henderson still leads the race overall. There's another Lotus just behind. That is the... which car that is.
Crilly's using plenty of curve in that BMW Coupe to hold Whittaker's Porsche at bay. Here they come through Rocket. A lovely backdrop of the mountains.
Yes, absolutely.
The third's getting really tight, isn't it? And Buttergill just holding off Woodhouse.
Yeah, only half a second between it. And there's the car I was just looking at. It's the 53 car. That's the car that won at Brands Hatch. Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Hiley.
Just pulled off round behind the greenery.
Driven by two champions in other disciplines. Oh, a mistake there from Liam Crilly, but Jan Whittaker was not on hand to capitalise on that. They're just going up to lap the MG. ZS of Ashley Woodward, number 25.
And they're back together again, Crilly and Whittaker.
Absolutely right. Worth noting, our championship leader Matt Creed not here this weekend. So he's not taking part, so he can drop one score from 7 in the championship. This is the middle round of the season here at Anglesey. Snetterton, Frixton and Donington Park host the remaining rounds. August, September and October. There's a bit of a gap actually, a 2-month gap before the next round at Snetterton over the August bank holiday weekend. Oh, and now Whittaker's got through. He's got ahead of the BMW. So Liam Crilly has lost out now. Jan Whittaker takes the lead in Class B. And it's allowed Kevin Glover, I should say, to get right with them as well. So they've got 3 cars for the lead in Class B now, much closer than in Class A. Pretty tight in Class C as well, because you've got Luke Beardmore with Ben McCauley in the Lotus just behind him. Beardmore in the Mazda RX-8. Class D is still being led by the Adcox by about 3.4 seconds from Pip Hammond. .30 minutes left, so we've had a third of the race roughly. Pit window will be open very shortly. Drivers to start to make their 60-second pit stops or more if they've got one of the success penalties to serve. And Alan Henderson doesn't have one of those penalties to serve. So that counts in his favour. Yet to have a win this season. Second in the opening round at Croft. But hasn't been successful or present in subsequent races. There's the 46 car going through. It's Alistair Lindsay's Audi TT from Class B. He's running 5th in that class. Oh, a spin! And for the number 59 car, that's had a moment up at the top of the circuit. That's Jim Benson's Lotus Elise, the ex-BMW Car Club Championship racer. So he has had a spin, the 51-year-old engineer from Huntington. He's been racing for 21 years now. Rover K-Series engine car that he races. It's a very unloved arrival drive car that he's taken on and overhauled. Rutec Racing have done the work, who ran Jim in the BMW Car Club Championship.
Yeah, it's tidily turned out car, that. Now still rotary, making a very distinctive sound. Just beginning to come in off the seat.
Alan Henderson about to lap Imran Khan in the number 36 car. He's 3rd in Class C, 21st overall. Going solo in Sam McKee's BMW this weekend. Sam McKee not able to be here. We've got the pit window open now. I don't think anyone's availed themselves of the opportunity to stop just yet. 60-second stop has to be made. It's got a bit cloudier. There's a few anoraks being worn on the pit wall now, and hoodies. Not as warm as it was out there, I don't think. Still, I can see out of our comment box that Jan Whittaker's just clinging on to the Class B lead in 9th overall from Liam Crilly, and now 3rd in that class. Yeah, it's the Johnny Monday car that's 3rd in that class now, in fact, in the 421, isn't it? He's climbed up the order a little bit. So
I think that was 333 into the pits, Roman Grendel.
Yeah, so we're getting the early stoppers in. 101 comes in as well. That's Nick Grove to make his stop. He's going to hand over to Robert Mackle in the E46 M3. It's a Class A car. But none of the leaders in just yet. It'll be a matter of time, I think. This final race of the day here at Anglesey Circuit. Number 11 car, just going past me with Oliver Harris, very tidy BMW M2, the CS Racing R car. How's that running? It's running in 7th place overall. Here's number 20, that's Kira Harris in the Mini Cooper S for the driver from Oakham. She's running in 30th position at the moment in her Class C car, 5th in Class C today. And she's got behind her the MX-5, which is being driven by Thomas Hiley. That's the 531 car from Class B, but further down the order, that is a battle for 30th and 31st position.
That Whittaker, Crilly and Monday battle continues, isn't it? All very close together.
Yep, still disputing the lead in the Class B there. And there you can see, I think that was 38 car just getting themselves in between. Yeah, it is Kevin Glover, isn't it? Getting himself between those two battling back markers. Jim Benson's into the pits, I think. So too now is the 88 car. And that is the Adcock, so the Class D leaders in. First of the Class D contenders to come in, I think. They do have a penalty to serve. They've got a 10-second penalty to serve, but so too does Pip Hammond. He'll be handing over to Chris. Rob Carvalho is only 3rd in that class. He has a 20-second penalty to serve, so that's rather stymieing his hopes this weekend of improving on 3rd position in class. 5 minutes to go in the race. Someone exiting the pit lane at speed. I think that was Jim Benson. Got to be mindful of the pit lane speed limit, of course. Relatively short pit lane here at Anglesey, being only a short pit straight. There's the Will Pussygill car, number 83. And there's the Class D leading car, making its 70-second pit stop. It's looks like that is Matt Adcock that is going to be pushing the car, and Phil Adcock has therefore got in. Just counting down 3, 2, 1, go, and they have to push the car out. They have to park in at 45-degree angle, these cars, and be pushed back out into the race, and they're pleased with that stop.
Monday going up the inside of Crilly, and they're side by side round target, but Crilly holds on to that 2nd place in Class B.
Chris Fantana from 4th place in Class D, as it was, heads in. Here is Crilly and Monday absolutely side by side, as you were saying on screen. They're just coming up to lap Pip Hammond's Nova as well. This is all happening at Church. There are 3 of them are absolutely side by side. Pip Hammond wisely keeps out of the way of that, but Monday has got ahead here of Crilly now. Can Crilly fight back on his way up towards Rocket?
come up the outside, but no room around the outside, surely.
Ooh, a bit of a lock-up though from the Honda. Trojan roller doors car. But I think the BMW has to get out of that as well as a result.
BMW got quite sideways coming out. Sort of tail happy rear-wheel drive car.
There's Chris Fantano in the pits in his MX-5. He's not got any success penalty to serve, so he's back in the race shortly. And there is John Munday now in that 421 car. I think Quilly's dived into the pits. I wondered where he disappeared to, but he's dived into the pit lane now. So still Alan Henderson leading, Marcus.
Yep, there's that. There's Monday. Honda Civic. There's Crilly. Crilly father to son. That's Crilly now aboard. Hear the supercharged Mini whining as it goes past as we watch the BMW driver reload in the pit lane.
Just hearing that Jim Benson had to have his roof reaffixed. They were concerned that the roof on the hardtop on that Lotus was working loose. Into the pits comes the 55 Paul Simerson, so too comes the number 82 car now of Sarge Shahari. And the 330 Ci BMW, the kind of car that was prepared for the BMW 330 Championship, but that ran several years ago. 25 there is Ashley Woodward with the MGZS for the driver from Loughborough.
Crilly Jr. away. A couple more cars come in.
Yes, it's fairly well spread, it seems, the pit stops throughout this race so far. I've got another 6 minutes or so. The majority of the drivers do still need to make their stops, so possibly we've been waiting for a safety car that might not come. So 6.5 minutes left of the pit window. Still Alan Henderson leading. He leads by how much? Because Pussigill was just through 11.3 seconds, and Woodhouse is 2.2 seconds behind Potterkill.
Simerson, Stanton, Porsche in. Number 55.
Yeah, I think it's Paul Simerson solo actually in this one.
Is it?
Yeah, Stanton not doing this one. He may be here tomorrow for the Club Enduro.
Okay. He's on our start list, wasn't he?
Yeah. So yeah, I think a withdrawal. Class C, though, the leaders in that class haven't come in yet. It's the pits, Luke Beardmore in the RX-8 and Ben McCauley in the Lotus, or Imran Khan in the BMW for that matter, in third. And our Class D leader, as I say, has been in, but Pip Hammond is still out there in the Nova. He'll be handing over to Chris Yates, the sometime Mini and 2CV racer. Michael Downey's car's into the pit lane now in the background. That's the orange Porsche in the background. As 159, Rob Carvel is about to go back into the race in the BMW 120i. Or ex-VW Cup racer of repute. He raced the 120 Coupe Cup and won that a couple of years ago as well. Now racing that car in this endurance format, a bit more interesting perhaps. Multi-car grid, and it fits well into. Yeah, there's Pip Hammond. He has come in now, and he's handing over to Chris Yates. So that'll be a change of lead in the in Class D, I think. It'll be taken. Well, it might go back actually to the Adcocks. We'll see. Make sure the drivers are strapped in. Still, the overall top Class A drivers, none of them have made their stops. All Class B drivers, with the exception of Crilly. Although saying that, no, Jan Whittaker's been in. Yeah, Jan Whittaker has been in.
John Monday coming in 41. The Honda Civic. Third classic EP3 ones, and he goes.
Yeah. 19 minutes of the race to go. A few more cars coming in now, including Will Pottergill. So he's coming in the Motion Motorsport run Audi TT to hand over to Chris
Woodhouse
Nyland.
coming in as well.
Yes. Yeah, he's just running down the pit lane now to his slot at the other end of the pit lane. You can see they've got the blowers on there on the 46 car, which is that of Alistair Lindsay, the driver of the Audi TT from Chichester. Just trying to keep that car as cool as possible, having a look at the pressures there on the tyres as well. 531 is into the pit lane now. That Class A car of Woodhouse, that's got a 10-second penalty to serve. It's the only one of the sort of leading three that does, because Puttigill and Nyland don't, and Jude and Henderson don't, so they should be on here for top result, one of those two teams. Probably Jude and Henderson, the car stays reliable. Daniel Jude will be getting into the Lotus for the second half though, and I think Henderson is the quicker of the two drivers there.
20 laps down for them, the leaders in that Lotus. Car number 2. Puttigill's car goes back out. That's now Christopher Ryan, isn't it, driving it?
Christopher Nyland. It's says Ryan on the timing screen, but it is Christopher Nyland.
Okay.
Scott Parkin comes in from what became second place in car number 13. So he's got a 5-second pit stop penalty, success penalty to serve. So
Wayne Lawson it.
Yeah, number 19. Then 2 minutes of the pit window remaining. Imran Khan coming in as well in the number 36 BMW. The Dark Side Developments car. You can see there in pit lane, the team checking over it, making sure all is well. Looks like Ryan is getting involved with the pit stop too. Scott's twin. There's Chris Yates now, taking over from Pip Hammond in the Nova for the final stint of this race. In the Class D car, which is now showing us running in third position in that class, 1.6 seconds behind Chris Fantana in the Mazda MX-5. The number 68 car into the pits now. That's John Dundee's Ginetta G40. And that's one of the cars from Class B. So coming towards the final third of the race.
There's a minute the pit window still remains. And the car's running first and third, yet to stop Henderson and Byallen.
In fact, Byallen, I think, has just arrived in the pit lane.
Professor Byallen and his wingman co-driver sit in the window.
That car is just beneath me, and in comes the race leader as well now. So that's, I think, is everyone.
That should be right. Yes, just checking. Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah, Henderson in the last of the drivers to stop, and he's stopping right at the end of the pit lane. You can see that on screen now, the BSCS, British Sports Car Services Motorsport. Henderson climbing out, and from Hexham handing over to Daniel Jude from Consett. You can see they're getting a different build of driver, so they're getting the seat insert out for Daniel Jude to get in to take over for the final stint of the race. It'll be just under 15 minutes, I think, in the end. They've made it just before the 15-minute window closed.
About 25 seconds to go before he came in.
There's Alan now, he's got his helmet off, going to have a word with Daniel just to make sure he's all strapped in okay. 60-second stop for these, no penalty to serve. Be interesting to see where it feeds back in. Class B, I think, is going to be Liam Crilly leading that after the pit stops. And John Dundee has completed his stop in the Ginetta. He's showing the head at the moment is John Dundee, as the Jude and Henderson car going back out to the pace markers.
Parkin tussle now with the second driver in the Byallen car. That continues with the cars still about three or four lengths apart.
Yeah, I think it's still Byallen. I think he's got a solo in this race. He often shares with Simon Mason. looking at the screen, I think he has gone solo. Maybe a shared car spot. So Daniel Jude back out into the race. Maybe a bit delayed there in doing so. I think he was a bit delayed in doing so. So that's a frustration for Henderson.
Yeah, that's the only car.
Shoulders.
Only car currently
Oh,
showing.
and there's contact between Jude and the Ginetta at the banking. That's the first corner he's got to, Daniel Jude, and he's clattered into the Ginetta. And will that have done any damage? It's done damage to the Ginetta, certainly, because that has pulled off. And that is the number 20, not 25, 35 car of Jack Hounsham, I think. That's a bizarre incident at the banking. I don't know if Jude just didn't see that Ginetta, but Hounsham has come to a stop. It was side-to-side contact. Jude has continued, but it's left another car stranded at the side of the track. So we'll see if he can continue now. And this is effectively the battle for the lead here. And I think that's Chris Nyland that's gone through, number 83, to take the lead. We've seen that on screen there. So the Audi, Motion Motorsport Audi of Christopher Nyland has gone through to take the lead from number 2, Daniel Jude. It's been an eventful lap out of the pits this for Jude.
Message in from the side of the track, it looks like it's broken the suspension on the Ginetta. It was crabbing after the impact.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you for our informant.
Wouldn't be surprised with that. After that damage, Jude has continued. So, order now with 12 minutes remaining is Wolpers Gulling, Chris Nyland now lead, number 83. Second is number 17, Luke Woodhouse. Third is number 2, Daniel Jude and Alan Henderson. Fourth is number 55, Paul Simerson. Fifth is number 13, Scott Parkin. Sixth is number 23, Chris Byallen. And those last 3 could by only just over a second. Class B, as the Jude car's being passed by other cars now. Class B, Crilly by 5.4 seconds. So that's number 12. Max Crilly from number 297, Mark Enoch, another ex-Clio racer. Third in that class is Alistair Lindsay in the Audi. Class C, we've got Luke Beardmore in the Mazda RX-8, ahead of Ben McCauley. At 9 ahead of 3, Ben McCauley in the Lotus. And third in Class C, Imran Khan in the BMW. Class D is Phil Adcock in the BMW from Chris Fantana in the Mazda X5, and Chris Yates in the Vauxhall Nova. That's the most eclectic class of all, Class D, for the cars of the lowest power to weight ratio. So the question here is whether Luke Woodhouse can do anything about...
Lotus coming in.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I thought it would do. Yeah, whether Luke Woodhouse can do anything about Chris Nyland. 2 seconds between them. The Audi, one on the screen now, and the Golf chasing after it. There is that Jeff that did pass upon the side of the track. I think the officials must be happy to leave that there. He's not in a particularly dangerous position.
And the Lotus has gone straight into the garage.
Yeah, I realise that's game over. Big lock up there for the race leader. Up towards Rocket. There's slower cars ahead that needs to try and negotiate. And I think that has, excuse me, allowed 17 to close the gap a little bit. That's Luke Woodhouse. Woodhouse, who was second last time out at Silverstone. It has been successful elsewhere this season. Hans Holland Asset Management car is leading the way here though, but not by very much. As Luke Woodhouse goes past Imran Khan, the gap is down to 1.4 seconds. So 10 minutes, or just under 10 minutes of the race remaining. We could have a grandstand finish on our hands here to end the day here at Anglesey Circuit.
Yep, 3/10 clawed back that time through.
That's right, Scott Parkin third, Paul Simerson fourth, Chris Byland fifth, and Oliver Harris sixth now. They've all been elevated with the retirement of Daniel Jude and Alan Henderson. Wayne Lawson goes up to seventh. Max Crilly eighth. Mark Enoch and Yawishka at ninth, and up into 10th will go Alistair Lindsay. Those are the top 3 in Class B. Wide open championship this season, especially with not all of the drivers doing all of the rounds. So 3 more meetings to go after this. It's only the second season that Motorsports has run as a championship. It's been as a series for several seasons. This is the second season as a championship. Matt Creed won it last year and was leading it this year, coming into this weekend, but not taking part here at Anglesey. But that doesn't necessarily mean his season is written off. Two leaders right together now as they come across the line to complete lap number 27. 26, I beg your pardon, go on to lap 27. So it's Christopher Nyland, number 83, leading. It's 17, Luke Woodhouse in second place. He looks to the outside at the banking, does Woodhouse, but can't find a way through there. Through Church they go. They've got the back marking Rob Carvel in his Class D BMW 120 ahead. There's less than a car length between the two leaders now. And oh, Woodhouse has a big moment. He got a wheel onto the grass there, but somehow he's still right in contention. Kicked up the dirt there as he got a wheel not only over the curb but over the grass as well. But somehow he's not lost any time at all. He's switched disciplines to circuit racing, having done time attack. As number 17, Luke Woodhouse, the 24-year-old plumbing and heating engineer from Staffordshire. Two-wheel drive time attack club champion in 2024, pro sports in 2025. And obviously circuit racing is quite a different discipline, but he's no doubt picked up some useful skills. It's a car with 2021 Mark 8 Golf GTI Club Sport. Originally a road car that's been converted to racing. He's been modifying it and got carried away, he says. First Mark 8 Golf to have a CAD designed full roll cage in the UK. It's an area motorsport prepared car now. It's self-built from Luke and his dad. So he's going for his first road sports success here of the season. If only he can get ahead of Christopher Nyland.
So it's quite a moment. And the Audi is locked up going up into Rocket this time, and that allows Woodhouse to get even closer. Two VAG products having a great battle.
Done that quite a few times, that lock up the Audi. It's not manifested itself as a bigger problem as yet.
It's probably brakes. I think the rear wheels probably get lightly loaded. And they're virtually alongside each other coming down into the corkscrew. And Woodhouse is pushing harder and harder and harder.
There's almost a touch there, not quite.
He's got the they've got the little Nova of Yates not far ahead of them.
No, and they'll make short work of the Nova, I think. Much more powerful cars. Chris Yates wisely keeping to the left-hand side of the circuit as the much faster leaders come through on the left. Still, by the way, Class B being led by Max Crilly, Class C being led by Luke Beardmore, Class D being led by Phil and Matthew Adcock, as here comes Woodhouse.
He looked one side, he looked the other, and the leader's allowed to move once. He did move. Up, and there's a lock-up. That's that rear wheel of the Audi. Is it going to change? It does. It's made it through. Woodhouse has made it through at Rocket.
Yeah, and that was nicely done. Again, another lock-up from the Audi. Woodhouse was in the right position to capitalise this time. He was on the inside line, and he's gone through to take the lead. Well, quite the effort this from Luke Woodhouse. He's not had a pit stop penalty to serve, unlike some of the others. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. He did have a pit stop penalty, but he had a 10-second penalty to serve. 15 is having a spin, or had a spin. That's Stephen Grove in the Lotus Elise. That stopped at the corkscrew. Now, can it get going again? If not, we're quite close to the end of this race now. Yes, it can get going. Yeah, that's good news. Marshall was ready to go and assist, but wasn't needed in the end.
4.5 minutes to go. And the leaders, they've got one quick car ahead of them. They've got the 297 Porsche of Enoch that's running in 9th place and second in class to the Crilly's BMW. And somebody crawling out of the corkscrew, one of the BMWs in trouble.
101, that is, which is the Nick Grove and Robert Mackle.
Oh dear.
Just turn left, my friend. Just turn left. If you can, turn left, but you can't.
Ignition key.
It's
Starts
not
a motor.
going anywhere, and that's right on the racing line. That's not good, and I think we may have to have some form of interruption here, but there's only less than 4 minutes to go.
And the checkered flag I see is about to be brandished.
Yeah, and here is Luke Woodhouse now, and he gets the checkered flag, and Luke Woodhouse, with an early checkered flag, wins round 4 of the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship for 2026. A 4th different winner of the season here in the Road Sports Championship. Afterwards had Scott Parkin, Johnny Weston Taylor and Robert Baker. There is the Storming Camel Motorsport car that has stopped storming. Got the hump, that car, and so will everybody else, I think, because they've lost about 3 minutes of their racing time. Check flag goes out early to Luke Woodhouse. Will Puskell and Chris Nyland, the company director from Oldham, former XR Challenge racer, he takes 2nd place. He's well used to racing here at Anglesey. 3rd to Paul Simerson in the 55 car. 4th to Chris Byland in the Cooper, number 23. 5th to Oliver Harris in the BMW, number 11, and 6th to Wayne Lawson, number 19. Max Crilly yet to come home, but should be winning Class B. Yeah, here he is. He's just coming down through the corkscrew now, and the fire car is rushing to the scene of that BMW now. But Max Crilly comes through to win in Class B. Class C has already been claimed by Luke Beardmore from Ben Macaulay, and Class D by, just going over the line now, Phil and Matthew Adcock. So I think that's everyone home. A slightly early finish to the Road Sports race there, Marcus, with that car in a dangerous position.
Absolutely, had to be done, and I had a sort of flash of, if this gets backdated on that, is it going to change the result? But I don't think it would have done,
because
I don't think so. Lap 24 and lap 25, Luke Woodhouse was ahead. So dramatic stuff. Here comes the Parkin Darkside Developments Audi TT coming into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, they shouldn't be coming into the pit lane.
3rd.
They should be going into Parc Ferme, but no one's directing them into Parc Ferme. I think because possibly the people that should have been doing that
are busy doing
something else. So yes, now the marshals are busily trying to point the remaining drivers into Parc Ferme and direct everyone else into Parc Ferme the wrong way.
Yeah, at that point it was Parc Ouvert because there was no one there.
Yeah. Good luck with Ben McCarthy trying to sort this out, trying to find the people he needs to interview after this race. Let's have a look at the result while he's sorting all of that out, though. Luke Woodhouse in the Golf, the winner. Provisionally, it might go back a lap, but I think that will not change the result. It's number 17, the winner from 83, Will Puskell and Christopher Nyland in the Audi RS3 TCR, 2.6 seconds the gap. 3rd place, number 55, Paul Simerson in the Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport, 13 seconds behind. 4th, 23, Chris Byland. 5th, number 11, Oliver Harris. 6th, number 19, Wayne Lawson. 7th, number 13, Scott Parkin. So top 7 all Class A. Now we've got to move to Class B, neatly enough. 12, Lima Max Crilly from 297, Jan Whittaker and Mark Enoch. And 38, Kevin Glover and Henry Wright in. What happened to John Monday? Not sure. 68, John Dundee was 4th. Jim Benson, 59, was 5th. And Alistair Lindsay, 46, was 6th in that class. And in Class C, Luke Beardmore, number 9 and 14th overall. He won that class from number 3, Ben Macaulay. 3rd in that class in 19th overall was Imran Khan. And the sort of peach-coloured cars, 88, Phil and Matthew Adcock, they won Class D from Chris Fantana, and Pip Hammond and Chris Yates were 3rd. Another podium for them. Marcus, let's reflect on that race and today's race as a whole.
Bizarre. There was lots of happenings. We've had a day of extraordinary incident and drama, and had a car on its roof at one point. Driver popped out okay, which was really great to see. It's been a super day racing, and what a day we've had weather-wise after yesterday, which looked like it was going to be a grey weekend here.
Certainly, and we hope for more of that tomorrow. Quick thanks to all of the marshals. Hope you've had a good day. Enjoy the Marshals barbecue later on, but thanks to all of you for all of your efforts as well. We've got more racing tomorrow, qualifying at 9, racing at 5 to 10, but we'll now head down for the final time today to Parc Ferme, and Ben McCarthy is going to find some road sports drivers to talk to. Good night from us.
A brilliant way to close out the action here at Anglesey on this Saturday. And after another hectic race, it's Luke Woodhouse with the win. Let's go over and chat to him eventually. He's all the way over here, so we're going to have to walk a little bit further. Luke, congratulations on the victory. That was, I mean, we've used the word hectic a lot today. I don't think that could be anything different from what we've just seen.
No, that definitely describes it well, I think. Yeah, it was always going to be a good one from the start, I think. Started obviously fourth. We just had a focus of set the laps in, try not to hurt the tyres too much. Whatever we lose at the start of the tyre, we'll definitely lose at the end. It was a good race. It come down to the last couple of laps with me in the RS3 at the end. Just enough time just to get a move done, which was good. And also a 10-second pit stop penalty in the pits from previous round, which I thought would put us a bit further back than where we was. So I was happy to see where we come out after the pits.
Oh, congratulations on the win. Fantastic drive. Well done, Luke. Right then, but there was some news during the race, and basically during the early... Oh, as Luke Woodhouse sprays his team with water. Earlier on in the race, the number 2, driven by Daniel Jude and Alan Henderson, that had to retire due to a collision which damaged the front of the number 2 car, which affected the steering, which is absolutely gut-wrenching for them, given the competitiveness they provided throughout. But that's pretty much it here at Anglesey on this Saturday. But don't think about altering your weekend plans, because we will be back here tomorrow morning for yet more action here at the 750 Motor Club. Many thanks to Ian and Marcus up in the gantry. Many thanks to you for watching, and also Alpha Live. We'll all be back tomorrow, and we'll see you then.